Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Tonight's the Last Call. My name is Derek Melinda, welcoming you back here on this wonderful, beautiful Thursday evening. Happy to have you all here, and I am really looking forward tonight to getting into the Kineticist. I almost said alchemist. People were talking about alchemist in the chat. No, the Kineticist, the exciting new class from Rage of Elements, which, quite frankly, I'm very impressed with. And I was excited when I got a chance to take a look at the early release of the class. And I've really liked not just the class itself, but hopefully the continuing direction that the Pathfinder 2 game is going. I don't think it's a bad thing that game designers learn more about their games as they proceed through many years of playing and constant feedback from folks like you and me. And so they get better at it. I mean, that is, that's the long and the short of it. People who pay attention and who care get better at designing classes. When Pathfinder 2 came out, those classes were the very first time we had seen Pathfinder 2 classes. And so, so we're going to, have to get used to some pretty kick-ass classes. And again, as far as I'm concerned, they've been on an upswing. I don't really love the APG classes. I've come begrudgingly to respect the Summoner and the Magus. I still don't know that I love the concept of wave casting, but I have to begrudgingly admit that the classes do work and they fill an interesting role in the game engine without being, overly broken or overly powerful. That being said, the Thaumaturge and the Psychic, fantastic classes. And, the design there is extremely, extremely good. And I think the Kineticist is the best design that we have seen yet. What is up, everybody? We got a lot of people in chat. Hello. Levy. Kits is here. Levy is here. Says that they are making their first live stream. Well, welcome, Levy. Nober is also catching this live for the first time. Welcome. Because their weekly PF2 game was rescheduled. Well, that does suck. But hey, this week we're supposed to have a root game that we play on Tuesdays here on the channel, and we had to reschedule it just because some people weren't feeling great. So those things do happen. Gaming goes on, but that's the best part of about the internet these days is if you're interested in finding people to play games with, there's usually a lot of people to do so. In fact, I'm kind of jealous of my own Patreon. A big part of the Knights of the Last Call Patreon is all the community games that are running. Tons of Pathfinder 2, especially if you get into our Northern Reaches campaign. But we play a ton of other games. There's 20-something people now signed up for a brand new first edition AD&D campaign, sort of a almost like a West Marches classic Gygaxian approach to it. And if I had time to do that, I would love to play in that. So I'm jealous because my patrons are playing more role-playing games than I am. And I should be the one playing the most role-playing games, but they actually get to play more than me. So it's pretty sweet. King Fate is lucky. They never have to cancel games. They have an AV and an Indigo Isle game. King Fate, we were talking in the Patreon Discord just the other day about potentially, maybe we'll look into Indigo Isle. That might be something we could be interested in. Damien with the $2 super chat. How is Bob's Ebola coming along? Bob is doing well. I'll let him talk about how he's feeling, but I understand that he hopefully might make our Friday night private game tomorrow, but it remains to be seen. But we've sort of said to ourselves, like, okay, we're not going to do anything stressful. We don't want to make it a tough ride for anybody. So it looks like we are almost 50%. It's as close as it's going to get. It's 52%, 48%. I'm going to call it. So basically 50-50 on single gate versus dual gate. And, that's great. I mean, honestly, that's fantastic because that means that there's no clear winner. There's no clear balance. There's no, that's such a good result. I mean, it's very anecdotal from such a small group, but the fact that playing, heavier into one style, it appeals to about half of the people, and the other half of the people would rather be diverse from the very get-go. It's incredible. It's amazing. Let's see here. Damien also taking a break from reading Marvel. Well, welcome back here. Evan, sup? Yeah, I had a terrific Gen Con as well. I got to meet and hang out with a lot of patrons. I even got to meet a couple content creators. I got to sit down for lunch with Baron DeRop and Professor Dungeon Master. I got to meet, Jessica and Sen from Roll for Combat. Well, they do a bunch of freelancing, but they've freelanced for Roll for Combat, freelanced for Paizo. I got to meet them. Of course, I got to see Mr. Steven Glicker. It was a lot of fun. I got to meet very briefly Ben Milton from Questing Beast. It was pretty cool. So it was fun times. I enjoyed it. And, it really highlighted certain things about this channel and my approach to gaming that are, dare I say it, fairly unique. Let's see here. Welcome, Isaiah. Henry is here. Henry's one of the people I got to hang out with and play games with a little bit at Gen Con. Glad to see you here, Henry. Let's see here. Ooh, Onyx wants to go earth and air. Little sand bending, huh? All right. Hello. Great role-playing Debbie in the house. Says, dual gate gets better when you natural ambition, versatile heritage. Huh, the super interface just got better. Cool. Well, thank you so much for that super chat. We appreciate it. Yeah, we can kind of get into it here. Self-confessed cynic says, oh God, what was the impulse junction again? So we're going to get into it. We're going to get into everything here. So before we do it, though, I want to kind of explain the process here. All right, so what do we got going on here? Well, on the left, you can see this is our scoring matrix that we are going to sort of grade each of the elements on. And in our particular instance here, we've got 6 elements: air, earth, fire, metal, water, wood, in alphabetical order as they appear in the book. And what I have tried to do here is sort of break down what are the core component differences that might exist between these elemental types. For example, if we take a look here at the Kineticist, no matter what kind of Kineticist you are going to become, a legendary in your fortitude save, right? Your reflex is going to start at expert and, eventually, go up to master. So those things don't really change from, side to side. But I felt, and we can agree, we can disagree, we can always add things, right? This is a community process, that these were sort of the either core class functions and obviously the feats, which really sort of stood out and sort of divided the difference between the two of these. Now, each of these categories is going to be graded on a scale from 1 to 5. A 5 meaning that this is a fantastic option with a lot of fun and flavor. We're not going to ignore flavor here. It is important, but it's going to have a focus on mechanical efficiency. So all of these are going to get rated on a level of 1 to 5. Now, on the left-hand side, you will see the relative weight in our final aggregate scoring. This is a sum product for those of you who know Excel. The reason I weight these differently is because I believe that, number one, there's a lot of campaigns that will, quite frankly, never get to the end parts of the game. So I don't weight feats that are at 14th level or 16th level or 18th level or 20th level very highly at all. Because, quite frankly, a lot of campaigns don't ever get that high. Sometimes they're not designed to get that high, and most of the time people end up dying, remaking, the campaign fizzles out. That's fine. But secondly, even if you do go all the way to the end, the fact is, you're only going to get to play those with those feats for maybe a handful of sessions, maybe one adventure. Whereas the beginning feats that you have in the game, like your first level feats and your 4th level feats, and of course, things like your elemental blast, which is going to be with you for the entire game, really, really should have a heavier weight on our final total aggregate score. So I applied a little bit of a heuristic here, a quick little algorithm, but we could always fiddle with these. But again, some of this is going to naturally be a little subjective, but this is sort of the weight matrix that I have decided. We got a $2 shout out from Self-Confessed Cynic who says, shout out to some products. Yes, I have used Excel more than I would ever care to admit. It is a fantastic piece of software. Henry asks, what is the average life expectancy of a campaign? Is there any data on this? Well, I don't know about Pathfinder 2, but I know that when Dungeons and Dragons was doing all sorts of research during their sort of build up, I think to D&D Next, but even outside of that with their campaign or D&D Beyond type information, I think they found that something like an overwhelming amount of the campaign or characters, and it never got, I think, above level 5. So my guess is that, and I think they tried to balance for the data for, to make sure that, it wasn't just including the level 1 characters that, a bunch of people made and never actually played or anything like that. So I don't know how they normalize that data, but yeah. So, but either way, I think there's something there. Someone has to not some check it. Well, I of course, I mean, there you go. It's there at the bottom. Can you see it? No, you can't see it. Hold on a sec. There you go. There's our sum. 100%. So we're good there. We're good there. All right. Evan says, okay, stepping away from Kinesis for a sec. Out of 710 spells in my list, Derek, a shocking 180 are unranked as of ROE. Updated rankings when? Number one, that is disturbing that there has been that many new spells. Now, to be clear, you're not including cantrips and focus spells, right? Because we did not do cantrips and focus spells, although there is a world in which, maybe we could have. Although focus spells are going to be more important now than ever in the remaster, just saying. But the fact that there's been 180 spells added is insane. Okay, correct. No, that is correct. So this is just brand new spells. Oh my God, how long would it take us to do 180? But it would probably take us about 4 live streams, give or take. I think based off of our rates that we were going. By the week, we got into a pretty good smooth routine. I don't know, Evan. Maybe that's a hell of a stream goal one day. Take a lot for me to go back to the go back to that. Yeah, answer always longer than it should be. 100%. Oh, we got a super chat from Great Role Playing Debbie who says, what Evan said, I am down for focus ratings. There's a lot of focus spells in the game. There really is a lot of focus spells in the game. Yeah, well, JG, as we were doing it, like there were books coming out while we did All Spells Ranked. All Spells Ranked took us, I want to say, over 6 months, I think. And we were live streaming that like sometimes I think twice a week. It took us forever to go through all. Obviously, a lot of you maybe have watched it, which is insane. But yeah, like it was a very long process. And so while we were doing it, books came out, and that was an incredible, people are like, oh, are we going to do it? I'm like, no, please don't take the finish line and push it further away from me. Oh my God. Henry with the dagger. Oh, that is so tough. Wopelstein coming in with $10 says, row spell ranking stream when? Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I haven't really dug into the spells section of this book that highly yet. I saw a little bit on a Roll for Combat stream. I think it was like Mark, Jessica, and Steven. And I mean, it seemed like it was pretty good. But, listen, hey, if it's what the patrons want, if it's what the viewers want, if you all are willing to support it with your tips and your donations, then yeah, I mean, we'll do what the people want. I have watched myself, like while I edit videos and stuff, so much at times 2 speed that yes, I agree. It does sound weird to be going slow. All right. So let's get into it. All right. So I'm going to assume at this point that you know what the Kineticist is about and you know what the Kineticists are doing. We'll do a brief overview for people who may not know, but we're not going to go into every single class feature. Great Role Playing Debbie coming in strong, hot, again, $20 says, we give you the most money when we get to make you suffer. That is 100% true. I've watched the spell streams 2 and a bit times. Debbie, you have problems. Well said. I appreciate the super. Nobody should watch that 2 times. Nobody. Unless you're that. Maybe like if you use it to go to sleep, then I would understand. That would be fine. All right. Kineticist. Kineticist is a constitution-based class. The first time that we've ever gotten this. That is pretty beast mode in terms of fortitude saves, reflex saves, eventually getting save specialization in both, and greater save specialization in fortitude. So it feels like a caster, but then you see, wow, it actually doesn't have that great of a will save. They have a really good fort and reflex. They're going to have a good constitution. They're 8 hit points per level. So you start to realize, and they're also trained in light armor. So there's this kind of cool, weird mix here where the kineticist, they don't have the same hit points and they don't have the same kind of armor proficiencies as your heavy martial characters, but they are definitely on par with, say, a rogue in terms of their combat capabilities, in terms of being able to kind of hang in there. And fort save's a great one to have as a really high skill or really high fortitude. So as we've said before, and now this doesn't actually make much of a difference to the purposes of our ranking, but at first level as a kineticist, there are 6 elemental energies in the game from 6 different planes. And at first level, you can pick to either have a single gate in which you pick one element and you get to basically bend that element, or you can pick a dual gate and you get to start with 2 of the 6. Now, I should note that at level 5 and level 9 and level 13 and level 17, you reach what's called a gate threshold, and you can choose to either continue to push down one of your elemental paths and gain a little bit more skill, or you could choose to branch out and add another elemental energy type to your, or elemental type to your kinetic aura, which means that if you wanted to and you forked the path enough times, by the end of the game, you could essentially cast all 6 elemental types. You could be the avatar, basically, which is pretty cool. I think that the fact that they made that an option is a very wise and cool choice. So one thing I do want to point out before we get into this too much is how many feats this class gets. Now, just like any other class, they get, but that isn't a caster. Even though it kind of feels like a caster, they get a level 1 feat, class feat. They get a level 2 class feat. They get a level 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. They get all the class feats. So they get 11 class feats, just like any of your martial characters. Okay, that's what they get to take over the course of 20 levels. 11. But they also, depending on whether you go with single gate or dual gate, they get to start with either 1 or 2 additional first level impulse feats, which is, those are your cool powers. Impulse means you're using your kinetic aura to do something elemental. So we have 11 feats plus 2 more feats potentially at level 1 if we go with a single gate. So that puts us at 13 feats. But wait, there's more. I mentioned that at levels 5, 9, 13, and 17, we get a cool ability called Gate Threshold. And at Gate Threshold, you can either expand your gate to include more you always get 2 at level 1. You either get 2 for 1 or 1 and 1. Yes, sorry. I misspoke that a little bit. So you get 13 feats just from that. But then whenever you get to a gate threshold, okay, you can either expand the portal or fork the path. But either way, you gain another impulse feat. So again, that's at 5, 9, 13, and 17. That means you're getting an additional 4 feats beyond the 13 feats that we have. So this class gets 17 feats. To put that into comparison, if you were a caster and you were using free archetype, you would get 20. This class gets 17 on its own. Bonkers. To say nothing of the fact that they also get a class feature that allows you to swap out your feats every single day. Now, I agree with you here, Vin. You said the feats are very similar to just getting more spells, so it's not beyond the pale. 100%. I am very much in agreement with that. The feats are what this class could do. But arguably, isn't that true of like all of your martial classes? Isn't that true of the fighter and like a barbarian? Or what is a barbarian or a fighter or a monk without their feats, right? They just have what, rage? So it's kind of like, you know, yeah, I don't think the comparison here should be to casters. I think it should be to martial characters. All right. So at level 1, we get to pick single gate or we get to pick dual gate. And we come to our first bit of elemental decisions. If we choose single gate, then we get to pick or depending on what element, we have to pick a single element, and we get what is called an impulse junction. And an impulse junction means it kind of enhances. You're kind of like, I think there's a Final Fantasy that uses that term. Is it Final Fantasy 8? Maybe. You junction. Basically, it makes our 2 action impulses get a little bit of a bonus, a kicker. And for each of the elements here, we have a bonus that we get for using this ability. Now, I should note that if you don't get this at level 1, you can eventually pick this up later on at level 5 or level 9 when you get your gate junctions. But the single gate gets the advantage of starting the game with this. The dual gate does not. But let's take a look anyways and see what we have here. All right, air. Before or after, now this is, by the way, this is the effect of the junction happens before the other effects of the impulse, unless otherwise noted. Air lets you, before or after the effects of the impulse, you can stride up to half your speed, or you can step. And if you have a fly speed, you can fly half of your speed instead. This is adding, virtually, a move action to before or after your impulse, which most of the time, if it's a 2-action impulse, a lot of times it is going to be an attack or some sort of other sort of spell-like ability, I should say. This allows you, now obviously air, if we know anything about Avatar or, any of those kind of traditional elemental types, air is the element of mobility. Being able to step either before or after an attack or move before or after an attack, and to be able to do it with a fly speed if you have it, which, spoiler alert, the air gate can give you pretty good access to flying speeds, I think is incredibly powerful. I think this is a fantastic impulse junction that not only serves a mechanical purpose, movement is greater. It feels flavorful to be zipping around like that and moving around like that. Like, again, I don't think we can ignore flavor here, but the power of this, very high. Now, Piro says, can you really get it later? Aren't impulse junctions and gate junctions separate? They are, but if we come down here to gate threshold, we can see right here, one of the options is you can choose an impulse junction instead of one of the listed junctions. Impulse junctions are listed on the single gate on page 14. So when you get a gate junction, you can choose to pick up one of these impulse junctions. So this is definitely worth an action, but it's also got a lot of versatility and it works with your flying. So this is a really strong power. All right, next is Earth. Earth gives us a +1 circumstance bonus to AC until the start of our next turn. In other words, it basically gives us a free light shield or shield spell raise. Now, it doesn't have the advantage of a shield spell of having a shield block reaction built into it, but we're literally getting this for free. So if we cast an Earth spell, our AC goes up by +1. This is good. It's a free action. It's not, I would never say that this thing is bad. I don't know if it's as compelling as some of the other choices, but +1 AC for free, you can't go wrong with that. Now, fire seems pretty simple on the basis. You increase the damage die size of fire damage dealt by this impulse by 1 step. So D6s become D8s, D8s become D10s, etc. Now, on average, you're going to be doing 1 more point of damage for all of your fire spells, which basically per die, which is basically dangerous sorcery, which is pretty much one of the go-to absolute bomber sorcerer feats. But also, can we just admit that it feels cool? Being able to sort of ratchet up your dice into these higher end, like, yeah, everyone's rolled a bunch of D6s, but how many of you have rolled a bunch of D8s, right? Or D10s? That is very, very, very cool. And so I don't know that this is like super powerful, but it is definitely very fun and it's very, very compelling. And it really leans into this idea of fire being this offensive, aggressive, damage dealing gate or element. And I think it is very flavorful. And I think it's also going to be a lot of fun at the table. I think being able to, go 2 actions and pull out a bunch of increased dice sizes is going to feel really fun at the table. I think it'll play well. Now, metal is next. And I got to be honest with you. I read this and I immediately thought it was I just immediately dismissed it because I'm like, we have seen this paragraph so many times and we always get disappointed here. It says choose acid, electricity, or piercing. And again, that's a pretty good array of damage types. Electricity and acid aren't really, there's not a lot of common creatures that have weaknesses to that, but there's also not a lot of creatures that have immunity or resistance to that. But also we have a physical damage type in there as piercing as well. Until the start of your next turn, each time a creature touches you or damages you with an unarmed attack or a non-reach melee weapon, so basically most melee weapons, it takes damage of the chosen type equal to half your level. Not 1 point of damage, not your modifier, half your level. So that, and this is for free. You didn't take an action to do this. There's no save. It doesn't happen just once. If you're attacked 6 times, then you're going to put out an extra, maybe 60 damage or 30 damage. Now, again, hit point totals get pretty high in Pathfinder 2. I don't think this is my absolute favorite of this list, but I mean, honestly, having a free damage shield like this, which has a little bit of versatility in damage type, and the damage is reasonable. I mean, it really is reasonable. I got to admit, even if this is one of the weaker options, I still think it's pretty dang good. Great Role Playing Debbie says $5 says Fire Gate makes all will end in flames do plus 20 damage, bringing it to sub 5 damage of rank 10 fireball, and that is at will. My guess is all will end in flames might be overflow, but we'd have to check. But yes, it is. There are things about this. There are things about this class that are embarrassing. Oh no, Joe says they have to hit you to take this damage. Yes, if they attack you and miss, they don't take the damage. It would be nice if they got a hit or miss. That would actually be really sweet. Next is water. Now, water starts to kind of lean us into what water does. It says, after the impulse's other effects, you can move one creature targeted by the impulse or within the area 5 feet in any direction, or 10 feet if it's in a body of water. This cannot move a creature into the air. You can only choose a creature that is willing to be moved, or if it was a creature that's not willing to be moved, it either had to fail its save against you or you had to successfully hit it with your impulse. In other words, water kind of plays both sides. If you're doing an offensive ability with it, you can push, essentially, 5 feet in any direction, by the way. So it's kind of a reposition. So you can move a monster 5 feet back, or you can move a monster 5 feet forward or 5 feet over, which is pretty cool. But you could also say, for example, heal one of your allies and then move them 5 feet. So again, I don't think this is as like immediately compelling and as powerful as maybe like air, but I still think that this is a really, really solid ability for moving and replacing people. Lastly, wood. You gain temp HP equal to your level. Now, it only lasts until the start of your next turn, but you got this for free. You got this because you did a 2-action wood. I mean, think about it. A barbarian who rages gets temporary HP equal to their level plus their con modifier. Now, yes, it lasts for the whole fight, but honestly, what does that mean? It means it lasts 1 round because everyone knows that temporary hit points is gone immediately. Immediately. They get that once. If you're a wood kineticist, you could literally just refresh 5, 10, 15, 20 temporary hit points for free every single round. That is incredible durability. Like, a barbarian should be looking at this and crying. It is so compelling and it is so good. And again, so flavorful. It feels so good, right? So let's give these rankings, shall we? Now, again, this is out of 5. I think air is an easy 5. I don't think that there should be any doubt that is a very powerful ability. It has a lot of versatility to be able to do it before or after. You can fly, you can step, you can move. I think this is really, 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 really good and powerful. Earth, I think getting a free shield raise is pretty good. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I don't think it's as cool or as compelling, but is that a solid B level ability? Absolutely. That is completely cool. Fire, same thing. I don't think it is going to like revolutionize your play style, but I do think it's very powerful. I think it's fun. You know, I've played a lot of Dungeons and Dragons in my years. I've played a lot of Pathfinder. You know, when you tell somebody to upgrade their dice size, that is a feel-good moment at the table. So just incredible there. Metal is good, but I don't think it's as good as the others. I'm going to give metal a 3. You can shout at me in the chat if you want to. Again, remember, I don't think that something being a 3 is bad. You know, I think it's reasonable. But I do think that doing a little bit of damage is, even if it, you know, is for free, isn't as compelling as, like, you know, being able to do like an AC boost. So that is why I think that is only a 3. Water, I think, is actually quite good. We've talked about this before in combat and tactics, but being able to move your allies or move an enemy can oftentimes basically give you a free action. All right? It should give you a free, basically, if the enemy now has to move to engage with your ally who you moved back, you're essentially slowing them 1, right? It is very, very powerful ability. And I think water is, you know, obviously, yes, JG, it is very dependent on your allies' builds. But I can't think of many Pathfinder 2 games that are not going to benefit from some ability for me to reposition the enemy for free or for me to reposition my ally for free. I mean, there are some spells that do just that one thing, and you're getting this as a free add-on. I think that's really, really, really good. So I think water is a 4. Now, we could get into decimals here, but I don't, you know, it all depends on how we want to do this here. Vin with a $2 super chat says broken tier, aka air, should probably get above a 5. It is really, really good. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, are we breaking our rule here? Okay, I was gonna say that, you know, we're gonna keep everything here just, you know, to 5s or lower, because I really do think wood is by the way, very possibly stronger. Now, again, we have to make certain caveats here, unless we want to get fractional and decimal, which we could because we're nerds and we could do that. But air kind of breaks the scale, to be honest with you. Air is really good, and if we're back in where we were talking about before, you know, air is S tier. Okay, that is a really, really powerful ability, very versatile, incredibly powerful, and it probably should be like, you know, a 6. But we'll leave it at 5, and, you know, we'll just note that it is very powerful. I don't think it's so powerful it's like broken, but it is really good. So the problem, Full Metal Dragon, and again, this is why I gave Full Metal Dragon. This is why I gave metal a 3. This kind of damage shield, okay, which isn't that high of damage, is going to be the most useful when you're fighting a lot of lower level creatures, right? Because if you're only fighting one monster, say, or two monsters, right? Maybe at most one or two of them, you're only going to get a hit once or twice. So your damage shield is only going to proc once or twice. But if you were fighting 6 or 8 monsters, that thing could trigger 10 or 12 or 14 times in a round. And you get to do that damage 10 or 12 or 14 times. However, because of Pathfinder 2 being Pathfinder 2, when a monster is lower level like you than that, and you're fighting a bunch of them, which hopefully means that they're lower level, otherwise you're in trouble, that means they're going to miss you a lot more. So yes, there's going to be a lot more attacks being thrown against your character, which in theory might allow you to get out that metal damage shield maybe 5 or 6 times in a single round, which would be really sweet for free damage. But the fact of the matter is it only triggers on a hit. And because these creatures are lower level than you, they're going to be much, much less likely to hit you. And thus, the thing that should scale with this doesn't scale with this. If this said they take the damage regardless of a hit or miss, I think this would easily be a 4, not a 5, but it would be a very strong 4. It's the fact that they have to hit. The metal to me is useful against hordes and crowds that are kind of attacking you, and it doesn't do the thing that it should be doing. So that's my thought on metal there. Great role-playing, Debbie. Let's get fractional. No fractions. It's going to be too crazy. All right. So decimals is probably too far, but we need to recognize the all right, fine. We didn't even make it past the first row, and we are already violating the rules. All right. Out of 5, Eric gets a 6 out of 5. Okay. All right. Are we happy now? Well, Henry, so it's interesting that you say this. You're describing what we call a win-win situation. If they hit, they take damage. If they miss, you don't. I actually view it as being the opposite of that, Henry. I view it as being a thing where you get a cool power and ability, but you feel kind of weird about it because in order for your ability to do anything, you have to get hit. That like sets up this weird sort of like BDSM kind of interaction with the rules where you're like, oh, look at me. I'm so spiky. I hope I get hit. Like it's kind of weird. Right. And that's why while I agree with you in principle, I don't think it actually plays out that way. You want to feel good about your abilities. And so that's kind of where we're at. Right. Exactly, Joe. Metal feels a little weird. You want to raise your shield to avoid crits and use shield block, but now this junction makes you want to get hit so that you get to do your cool junction ability. It's a little bit of a, yin yang back and forth. It's a 5.38 to me, but 6 works as well. We'll round up. It's a free action fly. It deserves to break the scale. And $2 from Vin as he exclaims, yes. You guys are doing great. Thank you so much for all the support and tips. Fantastic. So let us move next into Elemental Blast. Now, again, I'm not going to go over everything that this class does, but needless to say, your character class has an ability to sort of surround themselves with an energy aura of elements. You ever see the final episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender where Aang is fighting Ozai and he goes into the Avatar state? It's like that, right? But you don't have to be in the Avatar state. That's just what your character does normally. This is called your kinetic gate, and it sort of flies around you with all the different elements that you have sort of bound to your will. You can do this for a single action. Now, this isn't something that we're used to seeing this, right? In Pathfinder 2. This is Hunt Prey. This is Rage. This is entering a stance, like for a monk. The difference is this damn ability, if you take it, okay? When you take this Channel Elements ability, it refunds you, and you get to use either a one-action blast, aka your elemental blast, aka your primary strike, your primary damage dealing, aka the thing that you probably want to do all the time anyways. And number 2, it lets you, if you want to, do a one-action stance instead. So this thing that you need to do in order to turn on your class gives you an immediate action refund to either get a stance, which might be something you want to get going anyways, or most importantly, do a blast, which is also something that you probably wanted to be doing anyways. So it's incredibly cool, incredibly powerful, and unlike a stance, you can have this going at all times. It might be a little weird to have a flying nimbus of fire and earth around you as sometimes, and there might be a reason why you would turn it off, but this is not like a stance where you can't start the fight with it. There's no reason, if your character was in an adventuring type situation, that they pretty much wouldn't have their kinetic gate up pretty much at all times. All right. Oh, we got another super chat from Great Role Playing Debbie. Should rage let you attack someone when you do it? I think so. Yes. I mean, a rage kind of gets that eventually anyways, right? Like level, 13 or something? You get greater rage, where basically when you rage, you get a free action to do one action with a rage, and you can make your rage take 2 actions so that you can do a 2-action instead. But it's like, come on, level 13? The Kineticist is getting this at level 1! So, also, for note, for purposes of our conversations, yeah, so by the way, my thing is I think rage should either let you strike, okay? In other words, I don't think that, the idea of like, I'm going to move next to the enemy, rage, and I get a free strike, and then I can attack again. I think that's pretty cool. The second option that I like is that when you rage, it might give you a free stride, but you have to end that stride adjacent to an enemy. Like, I think that would also be pretty cool. Because that lets the barbarian sort of, get in there, close the distance. I think that's pretty cool. But yes, I agree. Rage should let you do something. Rage is probably one of the most unappealing actions in the game, I believe. So important for our later discussions, this aura around you of elemental energy has a 10-foot emanation from you. Okay. So basically think 2 squares from your square in all directions. That's important because certain things trigger off of being within your kinetic aura. Okay. So let us get to our elemental blasts. This is our second category. This is going to be your bread and butter. You can see that I gave this a 16% weight because you are going to make a shitload of elemental blasts in your day. But this game gives you a lot of fun and cool options, or this book, I should say, this class, for your elemental blast. You can do it now. It uses your attack roll, which is your elemental kinetic focus. So basically it's a spell attack roll. Nothing we haven't seen before. But the nice advantage that we have here, unlike a wizard's spell attack rolls, is there does exist in the game a magical item called a gate attenuator, which is basically like a potency rune, okay, for your elemental blast, for your impulses. Now, it only goes to +2. There's no +3 version. But remember that the Kineticist does eventually at level 19 go to legendary in their proficiency, just like any other spellcaster. So what ends up happening is, like, there are going to be some levels where you're going to be a point or 2. I think maybe only at most 1 point behind the martial characters. But that is such a big difference from being 3 or there are times where the spellcasters are 4 points behind where the martial attack proficiency is. And that's brutal. Specifically, I'm thinking about levels 14. Levels 13 and 14. All the martials are master. The spellcasters are still expert. The martials are going to be into their +2 weapons. The spellcasters are going to have nothing. So that is a 4-point differential at those 2 levels. Basically making anything that targets AC from a spellcaster useless. This class is on that spellcaster progression, but so you're going to be behind, but you do have the gate attenuator to help make up the difference. So you're not going to be 4 points behind, but you will sometimes be 2 points behind because, there's those 2 levels where the martials are master and you're only expert. So that does, it changes the play. You could view this as maybe we could do a whole stream about this, but you could view this as a perk if you want to be really optimistic about the game, because basically the game's math is telling you is you can't play the same level. You can't play the same way at every level because it's just not going to be effective. There are levels in the game where it's going to be difficult if you are a kineticist or a spellcaster to get the job done. And those are the levels where maybe you should change up your play style. Vin here is saying this is known as the just buff your allies levels. Exactly. So yes, exactly, Pumpkin. The Kineticist, the fact that they get the gate attenuator makes a big, big difference. So that makes up the difference. But Elemental Blast, it's either one action or two actions. And when you do it, it can be melee or it could be a ranged attack. Awesome. Both of them target armor class. And again, this is the impulse trait. We can see it right here. And that means we get to use our Kineticist proficiency, which means we're adding our constitution to this attack roll. Seems weird, but we are. So if we hit or if we do damage with the one add, if we're doing it in melee, we get to add our strength modifier to the damage roll for an elemental blast. In other words, you're kind of like punching them with the element. All right. So we get to add our strength. However, if we make a ranged attack, we don't get to add our strength. So it's just like melee attacks versus ranged attacks. However, if we make it a 2-action blast, we get to add a status bonus to our damage roll equal to our constitution modifier. Now that could be a 2-action blast ranged, or it could be a 2-action blast melee. And yes, that means if you did a 2-action elemental blast melee attack, you would roll your damage dice and you would add your constitution modifier and you would add your strength modifier to the damage. And if you were doing it at ranged, you would still get to add your constitution modifier. So you get to add your stat to range damage to a range attack roll, which is pretty fucking sweet. But the type of damage that you do and the range of that depends on the element that we have chosen. Now we can also see, by the way, that this is not spell level, which is now called spell rank. This is class level. So the way to think of this is at level 4, most of your PCs are going to probably have a striking rune, and they are going to now be doing 2 weapon worth of damage. The Kineticist at level 5, aka 4 levels beyond level 1, will get that extra damage die. So at level 5, they're going to be doing 2 dice of damage. 4 levels later, at level 9, they're going to be doing 3 dice of damage, which is more than what the martial characters are going to be because they're not going to have their major striking rune yet. And then 4 levels after that at 13 and 4 levels after that at 17, they're going to go up to 4 and eventually 5 weapon dice of damage with these elemental blasts. So that is something to keep in mind, that it is scaling pretty nicely, which I think is pretty good. So let's see here. So Space Rabbi did point this out, and this is very true. It is a status bonus, unlike strength. Strength is just it's just an untyped strength bonus, but con is a status bonus, and that means there are a handful of things in the game which do add a status bonus to damage. One of them being Inspire Courage, another common one being the Enlarge spell, which does add a status bonus to probably, I think, just to melee attacks. It might be just to melee attacks, but it does add a status bonus, so it does not stack with those things. That is something to be aware of. Right, we have, remember those impulse junctions that we were talking about before that are busted? Yeah, so when you go 2 action to cast this stupid blast, not only do you get to do the extra points of damage, but then your impulse junction triggers and you might get to fly around or get to, get 10 temporary hit points or 20 temporary hit points. Insane, right? Isn't that just insane? And I bet you it'll feel really cool. All right. So a couple things that we want to look at here, and I don't know, do I need to bring this up? We're all smart people here. We all have, we all know what's up, but just in case. So this here is our breakdown of 2,288 monsters that are in the game. And this is breaking down, you can see here, how many of those creatures have either immunity, resistance, or weakness to certain elemental energy types. And you can see, for example, fire has by and far the most number of creatures that are just straight up immune to it, but by almost a factor of double has the most number of creatures that are weak to it. So fire is very, it's very hit or miss, right? it's either going to be really effective or maybe really not effective. In fact, that's a huge number of creatures that are immune. Now, we'll talk a little bit about this because in Kineticist is such a well-designed class that I would be, I would be incorrect to not bring this up, which is that Kineticists have a unique ability to actually get around this. But the long and the short of it is some of the energy types like acid, there's still a reasonable number of creatures in the game that are immune or resistant to acid, but there's almost nothing in the game that is weak to it. So when you go with the acid damage type, you're going to run into creatures that are just straight up immune to it or resistant to it, but you're not going to run into that many creatures that are weak to it. And electricity is kind of the same way, in the sense that there's not a lot of creatures that are taking extra damage, but the proportions are way off. Now, cold and fire actually have a lot of creatures that are weak to it, but also have a lot of creatures that are immune and resistant to it. In fact, cold has some of the best ratios in the game. There's a lot more creatures in the game that are immune or resistant to fire than there are cold creatures that are immune or resistant to cold, as opposed to those that are weak to it. So long story short, this kind of gives us a sense of understanding sort of the overlap between these abilities. Also, sometimes these things are kind of connected in pairs. A lot of times a creature which is immune or resistant to fire, right, will be what? It'll be weak to cold. Boy, if there wasn't a way that a kineticist could do both fire and cold damage at their leisure, that would be really powerful and broken. I sure hope that there's nothing that gives fire kineticists the ability to do cold damage. Newsflash, there is. But there is something that we need to sort of be, aware of that. What the heck is emotion damage? I have no idea. This was given to me by Mr. Joshua Birdsong, I Am Prophet. So, but I'm going to trust the numbers here. Also, we have here, by the way, slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning. It's interesting to note that for the most part, there's nothing that's immune to bludgeoning. There are 39 creatures in the game that are weak to slashing. And so while I think having physical damage types in general is a great option in addition to having energy types of damage, slashing is probably the one that we're going to want to look out for the most, because slashing is the one that is most likely to trigger weaknesses, right? So that is kind of where we're at with that. So again, we might bring that back up. So let's get into what we have here. All right. What we have here are the 6 elements. We have how much damage it does, and we have, if you use it as a ranged attack, how far is the range. So right off the bat, we have 2 that are sort of our long range. By the way, okay, this is a, what's the word I'm looking for? Only if you do the ranged attack, right? If you're up in melee, you can just, just do the damage. So air and fire both have a 60-foot range. Really good. I mean, 30 feet, right? That is our standard range. So having a range of 60 feet is pretty great for an at-will range blast ability. Now, because of this, they only do D6 points of damage. But air can do electricity or slashing. So that is a great ability to do our favorite. We just said of the physical damage types, slashing is probably the best. And electricity is kind of in a weird spot. Yes, there are creatures that are immune and weak to it. There's not many creatures. I'm sorry. There are creatures that are immune and resistant to it, but there are not many creatures that are resistant to it. But unlike cold and fire, it isn't going to get stone cold blanked by most things. So I actually really like electricity and I really like slashing. So I think air is actually a pretty strong damage type. Now, fire is on the surface here the worst because it's only D6. Yes, it's got the 60-foot range, sure. But there's no other damage type. There's no other physical damage type. It's just fire. We've saw that fire has an incredible amount of immunities and resistances. So, fire can be kind of all or nothing, right? It's very easy to get messed up with fire. Now, again, The class gives us cool options to sort of work around that, but that is something that we're going to have to be aware of. So on the surface, I really like air, and I'm kind of soft on fire. Okay, right. Very, very, very high variance here, Chris, with the fire. Okay, you're gonna find a lot of creatures that are weak to fire, but you're gonna find even more, way more creatures that are resistant or just straight up immune to it. Now, earth, I don't love earth. Now, it does D8, so does metal, so does water, so does wood. Why don't I love earth? Well, because these are just two physical damage types. And while bludgeoning and piercing are both okay, not most creatures that have a resist or a weakness, it's going to be an energy type. And bludgeoning, piercing are like two of the ones that have the lowest amount of weakness triggers. We don't even get slashing out of earth. So earth is also not our favorite. Now, by the way, is it great? Is it totally reasonable? Absolutely. Of course it is. There's nothing wrong with this. It's just in terms of comparing it to the other elemental types. Now, metal is on the same kind of scale, piercing and slashing. So only physical damage type. But we get slashing, and with earth, we did not get slashing. So I would rather have piercing and slashing than bludgeoning and piercing with no slashing. Now, water, on the other hand, is nice. D8 damage. We have a physical damage type in bludgeoning, and we get cold, which, like fire, is the one that has the most upside and the most downside. Not quite as bad as fire, but cold actually, again, has a really great, there's a much better ratio. You know, fire, there's a ton of creatures that are resistant or immune to fire, and there's a good amount that are weak, but the amount that are basically immune to it is super high. Cold is much more even. I really, really like this water. And to be able to switch between physical and cold is beautiful. Wood does bludgeoning or vitality. Now, this has a really high upside or nothing, because vitality damage, no, it does not mean you can heal allies. Vitality is not healing. Vitality is the old positive energy damage. So what this means is certain creatures like undead will take damage from vitality, but most living creatures don't take any damage from vitality. So wood is basically really good against undead and not as good against other things. And so again, it's going to be like, oh, cool. You know, it's like having a cleric when you go up against the undead, right? And they're just sitting there doing 3 action heals. They're healing everybody and they're blasting the enemies for a ton of damage. But combining wood with vitality and bludgeoning, I think puts it, again, not quite at the top. All right. So where does that leave us? Hey, Janka is here.
Honka tip $10. We'll catch the VOD at work tomorrow. Hope you have a fruitful night.
Thank you, Janka. Appreciate that. Hope you enjoy the VOD. Self-confessed cynic, spicy take. If we're comparing these to martials, nothing here competes with power attack, twin flurry, etc. So in my opinion, these max out of 4. Well, good news is we are not comparing these to martials. Remember, this is all kineticists ranked. Okay, I'm just trying to tell you which element is going to be the strongest and the best for you, and do what you want them to do. I will add, though, and I want to add something. Number one, if you have not gone and watched Rules Lawyer Ronald's awesome video he put together of a team of kineticists, aka Team Avatar, Aang, Katara, Zuko, and Toph, fighting against his sister, Zuko's sister, Azula. It is a fantastic video. Ronald did a great job role-playing it. The voice acting was great, and it really showed off, I think, a lot of the cool parts of the Kineticist. Very well done video. Awesome. It was by far the coolest Pathfinder 2 fight I've ever seen in my life, ever. It was so good. But somebody, I don't know if it was someone on my Discord or if they read it somewhere else. I learned it from someone on my Discord. Is that in the fight, Azula is level 11, and she is fighting Aang, Toph, Katara, and Zuko, the 4 benders of air, earth, water, fire, and they're all level 8. And then they have Sokka come in. He has Sokka come in, and Sokka is just a fighter, a level 7 fighter. So 1 level lower than the other kineticist. And Sokka, the level 7 fighter, did the most damage out of anybody in the entire party. So, like, fighters are still going to fight. Like, there's just, like, there are certain mathematical things about the game system that just make fighters, Ronald even gave him, double slice. And so he was obviously able to put out a lot of deeps. And it was just really funny to me that, the class, just did did so much damage. Damien with $2 says, if you're playing in Gravelands, wood is broken. Right. If you have the right campaign for it, where you're going to be fighting a lot of undead, then yeah, I mean, wood could be very, very, very powerful. Full Metal Dragon. No. That I cannot agree to at all, sir. I mean, there's so much more to Avatar than just bending, right? Avatar is about character growth and finding balance and dealing with your emotions and coming of age and learning how to handle your role and responsibility in society and finding a path between what is expected of you and what you want to do. How much of yourself should you be willing to give up for the greater good? And I mean, there's a lot of things that Avatar is about that the Pathfinder 2 game system does not capture. But the Avatar RPG, aka the Avatar Legends game, does a fantastic job of capturing. So I will not argue that this is a very, 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 very cool bending. So how are we going to do this? Well, the fact of the matter is, I think water is really good. I think air is really good. I think fire is just okay. I think earth is just okay. I think metal is just okay. And I think wood is just okay. Now, you guys can tell me how you feel, if you feel differently about this, but I do think that air and water, I think, my personal opinion, have sort of the best things going on. They've got a combination of really great energy types and really great physical damage types. And I guess we could give metal a 4 because it does at least touch slashing. But it's still just double. It's not enough. If we were to do decimals, I guess I would go up to like 3.3 or something, but I'm not going to do it. So again, this shouldn't be like the end of the world, but just be aware. And by the way, there are feats. We'll cover them. There are feats that allow you to change some of this, okay? In fact, there's a level 1 feat that really changes this up. Nutmeg Nog, which is a great name, says it should be 433344. So you think wood should be higher? Okay. Interesting. I don't know. I guess I just don't put that much, I don't put that much stock in vitality. Remember, vitality will not do damage to a creature that is like a construct or living. It's just positive energy, and positive energy damage doesn't do anything to those characters. Remember, it's not spirit damage. Spirit damage is something different now. Let's see here. I mean, I don't get me wrong. I think that it's cool to have that, but I mean, it really does depend. Yeah, I think I agree with Joe here. It really depends on your campaign. Let's see here. Great role-playing Debbie says, if you like second edition and are a huge fan of D20, D&D-esque, Kineticist is better than Atla RPG. That is probably a safe assumption. If what Avatar is to you is, crushing, bending, and doing cool martial arts, elemental attacks, then yes, I think the Kineticist does a better job of capturing that than the bending mechanics of the Avatar RPG. But if you watch an episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender, you'll probably find that in a 22-minute episode or 21-minute episode, probably less than 2 or 3 minutes are actually spent bending. The rest are spent talking, having interpersonal conversations, growing, learning, that sort of whole thing. So, all right. Let's see here. Vince says, honestly, being generous, I'd go 5-4. 3-5-4, mostly because the damage types don't come up that much. I agree. I think I'm going to stick with what I got here. Again, I don't think that it's crazy to assume that this isn't, that there might be a little bit of variation within this, but Save Versus says, I know the quickest description is to just go to bending, but come on, people, elementalists predate Avatar. That is true. Except, I was trying to think of a fantasy, because again, they're not spellcasters, say Versus. I mean, they are not, right? Like they're not learning from a magical spell. So it's it is decidedly pretty Avatar. I mean, I'm trying to think of a popular fantasy series where you had these kind of quasi martial artist elemental fighter type people. All right, you know what? I'm going to agree here. I'm going to up wood to 4. And the reason why is because you are absolutely correct about that. There are a lot of creatures that do have weakness to vitality. I mean, and you can sort of, replace if you don't need to do vitality, you can always just do bludgeoning damage. And so I will up wood to 4. I think that's a fair assessment. Right. I was thinking superheroes, Lance, Quagmire. That's probably the closest thing that I could think of. But yeah, that would probably be it. But again, that was still more of like a, you had Iceman, I guess, but they weren't really bending water. Anyways, so really good here. All right. The next is base Kinesis. Now, this doesn't get a huge amount of percentage, so I'm not going to spend a ton of time on it. Otherwise, we'll never get done. But to be clear, what base Kinesis does is base Kinesis is your ability to basically, cantrip with your element. And it's trivial for you to create it. It has a range of 30 feet. The bulk has to basically be negligible or light, but you can generate an element, you can move an element, or you can suppress an element. All right. So basically you can bring forth a little bit of that element, or you can move some of that element, or you can suppress that element. So I think personally that obviously this, and by the way, this is real. This isn't like pretend fire, like produce fire, right? The cantrip. This is real fire. Okay. So that means that you can actually just, within 30 feet, you can call forth flame from the elemental plane of fire at will, whenever you want. And it's real fire that, yes, it casts light and can ignite flammable substances. Now, for this reason alone, I'm giving fire a 5, okay? Because this is what I've wanted out of these stupid cantrips since the beginning of the game. And that's just incredible, and it's awesome, and it's fun, and it's flavorful. So again, you can create something, you can move something, or you can suppress it. Like you can snuff out flame or evaporate water from a cup, etc., etc. Now, air is, the question is how much air could you actually breathe? I don't know, but I think that there, is a little bit of, I think there's a little bit of a cheekiness that you could pull off with the air. Now, someone asked, could you disarm it? It says no. You cannot affect an element that is magical, that is secured in place, like, for example, stone in a wall, or attended by a creature unwilling to help you. Now, by the way, it says you can destroy an existing piece of the element. Now, it has to be a natural form of the element. So it won't work on something like a stone statue or a crafted stone wall or a wooden door. But if it was just a natural rock face, you could destroy parts of that stone a little bit at a time. You could just eat your way through raw stone with enough time. There's a feat that makes this even stronger later on, by the way. It's really slow, but you can make a tunnel with this. And again, it's for free. You can just do this over and over and over again. So I think the earth is also actually pretty good. I think the air is pretty cool. I think water could be useful in some survival situations. And I don't know if I find that I would have a lot of situations where generating moving metal within 30 feet, I guess maybe people might say, oh, what if the keys are on the guard? But that's attended, it's secured in place. Metal bars could work, except it has to be a natural form of the environment, not durable crafted goods such as a metal lock. And I'm assuming that metal prison doors would also probably fall within that category. So a lot of the things that I would want to do with metal, I don't think I could actually do. But yeah, it's exactly right. It's very slow, but we can do it. I mean, it's still Pathfinder 2. They're still going to try to, keep us down, but, from doing too much craziness with a free action cantrip. But I'll be honest with you, this is really, really sweet. And, during the during the Roll for Combat stream, they didn't know I was in the stream, but they were like bringing me up and they were saying like, oh, hey, you know, what Derek would probably hate this, you know, spell and ability. And I said, no, because Henry, yes, $5 super chat. Thank you. I love Shapestone. It's one of my favorite spells in the game. Now, I don't think this makes Shapestone and Shapewood obsolete. Now, there is a feat that the Kineticist can take that makes those spells obsolete. But this does a pretty damn good job for free. Everybody gets this of, you know, kind of starting to really, you know, make those spells really, really questionable. Would metal let you generate basic tools? No, it does not. There is, okay, we're all talking about this, so I'm going to go ahead. There is a level 1 feat, okay, called Extended Kinesis, all right, which you have to have base Kinesis. With this, it's just level 1. You can proliferate an element, okay? This works just like the generation of an element, except now you can basically make it fill an entire square. So, for example, it talks about how you could make a flame bigger, or you could turn a twig into a tree, okay? And once you proliferate an element, it's there normally, all right? You can regulate and you can sculpt. And this is for earth, metal, or wood only. Reshape an existing element into a crude small object of a design that you think. The sculpted element can be shaped into a functional short tool. So once you have sculpt, if you take level 1 extended kinesis, this is between proliferate, regulate, and sculpt, you basically have, you know, shape elements at will, to the point where, again, with sculpt, and again, you get all 3 of these abilities. You get proliferate, regulate, and sculpt. All right. So yeah, anyways, pretty cool stuff. All right. Where are we at? Right. Okay. So that is our base kinesis. All right. Gate junctions. Now, as a reminder, when we get to level 5, 9, 13, and 17, we can either choose to expand our portal, all right, and we get more in depth with one of our elements. We get an impulse feat from one of our elements that we have available to us, and we get to choose, if we want to, a composite impulse. We also get a gate junction. If we fork the path, we get a new elemental plane. We add another element to our aura for free, okay? And we gain an impulse feat of our level or lower, but we do not gain a gate junction. So in other words, if you stay focused, you can get more of these gate junctions. If you dance all over the place, then you're going to have a lot of elemental energies. You're going to have a lot of versatility, but you're not going to have that level of specialization and power. All right, so let's go over these. There are 4 things that you can do when you get a gate junction. You could pick one of these, not all of them. All right. So you get to choose one benefit. First is critical blast, aka what happens when you hit with a critical hit with your elemental blast, not with your other impulses, just your elemental blast. All right. Air gate pushes the target 10 feet. Look, I like shove as much as the next person, but let's be honest with ourselves. This is not the greatest thing in the world. Pushing is fine, and I don't think it's wrong, but crit push 10 feet has historically not been the most powerful thing that we could see in the game. On the other hand, critical blast Earthgate Junction turns your frickin' kinetic blast into knocking prone. It turns it into a flail, turns it into a hammer. Not only if it's on the ground are they knocked prone, but if they're not on the ground, aka they're flying, it pulls them down 20 feet. Now, whether it doesn't say fall, it says descends. So I'm assuming that they don't, crash into the ground and they don't fall prone and take falling damage. But either way, we've heard, I wonder, we'll see how the errata goes. Now, this is supposed to be updated for remaster, but the rumor is that flails and hammers are going to now have a saving throw to avoid being knocked prone. But guess what? This doesn't have the saving throw. If you crit with your Earth Elemental Blast, they will be knocked prone. This is the new Hammer Flail. So this is extremely powerful. This is extremely good. Fire Gate adds D6 persistent fire damage, and we get an item bonus to that equal to our gate attenuator. So it's D6 plus 1, and eventually D6 plus 2. Could be okay at low level, but I find that D6 persistent fire damage, unless the creature is weak to it, at high level, isn't really going to get it done. You know? Metal Gate. The target takes 1d6 persistent bleed damage. If the creature has the metal trait or is made of metal, it instead takes 1d6 persistent damage with no damage type from rust. And again, we can add an item bonus. So again, it's persistent damage. Happy to have this at lower levels, but at higher levels, very unlikely to cause a ton of damage. Now, I do see here, kits. Fire Gate's persistent damage combos excellent with Fire's Aura Junction, forcing weakness to fire. I agree, but keep in mind, unless you take a feat, your aura is just 10 feet. So they got to stay pretty close to you in order to take that damage, which they might be doing. I'm not arguing with that. There is definitely a combo for that. And then lastly, Water Gate Junction. The blast deals 2 splash damage per damage die of the blast with the same damage type. So again, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage dice out of our blasts. So this is going to do 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 splash damage to the target. It's not horrible, but it's also not super compelling. But 2, 4 splash damage is potentially good. But again, it's not going to be the best. So Earth gets a 5. That is insane. Being able to knock people prone from range. What the hell are we even doing here? Pushing a target 10 feet, I don't think is usually that useful. It can be, but because it only triggers on a critical hit, you really can't play around it, right? So I'm going to give air here a 3. So this is our first time air has come up a little short. I think the persistent damage of fire and metal are both okay, but I think the persistent damage from fire has a little bit more of an option. Now, again, people might yell at me here. I don't think metals is very good. I think it's only a 2. I'll give fire a 3 because I'm aware that there's a lot of creatures out there that might have weakness to fire that this could be very useful against, and or you could have the kinetic aura that makes them weak to fire, but I just don't think it's really strong. I did forget wood. Water giving a splash damage, we're talking about an extra 2 or 4 points of damage. It's not that great. Oh, actually, you know what? I forgot. These ratings, well, we have to update them. Because this is just the crits. I actually need to put more stuff here. All right. Well, this is gonna be the whole thing. Damn it. I forgot that there's a whole 4 things for this. All right. All right. In chat, what should we do? Should we make each one of these its own row? You tell me in chat. What are we doing here? Do we have to go to a sub? Do we got to go to a sub thing? All right. People are saying, yeah. All right. All right. Each is its own now. We're doing it. All right. Critical blast. All right. All right. There we go. Okay. Boom. We're on our own. Here we go. Oop. All right. All right. Wood. Okay. So water, again, I didn't think was super great. What am I doing here? There we go. I cut instead of pasted. There we go. Water, I don't think is really that great. Splash damage is okay, but it's not that great. And then okay. Wood. If the target of the critical hit is adjacent to a surface and roots entangle it, the target is immobilized and must spend an interact action to attempt a DC 10. So this is being shot by a bow. I think that's pretty good. I think bow crit is pretty dang good. Now, obviously, most creatures are going to be able to auto pass a DC 10 athletics check, but I do think that is very, 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 very strong. Now, I'm seeing a couple different things here. I wanted to go with 4. I see Nutmeg Nog says 4, JG says 4, Twigster says 4, but Unfortunate Pumpkin is saying wood should be a 6. Oh, he's saying earth should be a 6. Okay, I like wood for 4. All right, in chat, let me know. I'm reading it. We know earth is broken. Right, exactly, Levy. On crit, slow 1, assuming that they need to move. I mean, if they're in melee and you're in melee with them and all they want to do is swing away at you, then you're not really affecting their actions at all. But it's not about the DC, right? It's about the check. It's about the eating up the action. Exactly, Chris. An action tax is an action tax, and we are all about action taxes in Pathfinder 2. The question is, should Earth be a 6 or not? Now, you know, I don't think it's so broken that it needs to be. And also, to be honest with you, I wouldn't be surprised if they are out of that. So, all right. Next is our elemental resistance. So let's take a look here. Wood gives us elemental resistance to poison and wood. Not going to lie, that's not great. I don't know how often I've taken the wood damage type in the course of the game. If it was any sort of wooden weapon, that would be sweet, but that is not the way that works. Poison is super, super, super limited. I don't think this is very good at all. I'm unfortunately going to have to give this a 1. I don't really think that this is really good. So yeah. Now, here's the key though. By the way, an elemental resistance grants you resistance to damage while you're kinetic aura type. This resistance is equal to your level, and it applies to damage of any listed type or that comes from a creature or effect that has the listed traits. Now, I don't know how many things have the wood trait in the game. I'm sure they do exist, but it's got to be pretty low. By the way, I should note that at level 17, we become immune to effects from said listed traits. So not only is this elemental resistance equal to our level, straight up. I mean, if you're talking about high level rings, okay, if you're talking about which I know I usually would get at least 2 to 3 rings of resistance at max level as I went into high level Pathfinder 2. That caps at resistance 15. This is just your level in resistance. That's insane. That's really good. And then at level 17, you just become straight immune. But poison and wood is not it. All right, what about water? So water gives us resistance to fire and the water type. Guess what? Water type, also not that super common, but it's probably a lot more common with wood. But being resistant and then immune to fire is insane because fire is easily the most common damage type that is going to be thrown at you in the course of the game. Being resistant to fire alone is worth probably a 3.5, but I'm going to go ahead and give water a 4. I think having fire resistance is really, really good. Especially fire immunity. All right. Metal junction. If we get elemental resistance from metal, we get electricity and metal. Yikes. Again, electricity, not the most common damage type. It's better than wood. And again, for something to do metal damage, it can't just be made of metal. I don't even think it could be a construct because I don't think constructs have the metal trait. I don't think this is really that great. Electricity is a common enough damage type that I'm going to make it a 2. I'm not going to make it a 1, but I don't think electricity is that great. In fact, electricity is usually maybe the 3rd one. All right. Well, I don't know if this should be 6, but it should probably be a 5. But we said we're not going to go above 6 here, 5 here. Fire gives you cold and fire, which are the 2 most common damage types in the game by far and away. This is insane. That you get level resistance to both of these things is just bonkers. So good. Easily the two most damage. It's just so good. It's so good. All right. Earth. We get earth and poison. This is about as good as wood is, right? Wasn't wood and poison? There's probably a handful more creatures that have the earth type than the wood type, but I don't know. I'm leaning here again towards one. I just don't think that poison is very good. And lastly, gate. Junction gives us air and electricity. That is very similar to the metal gate. So I think we're going to give that one a 2. All right, KP says there's 80 creatures with the earth type. All right, I will upgrade earth because we said wood had like 19. By the way, thank you for everybody who's pulling Nethys stats. That does help us. So that is a very good thing. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, 80 is a lot more than I expected. 80 is a lot more expected. Okay, so there we go. There's our baseline. Okay, fire, bonkers, water, just because of fire resistance, pretty dang good. Metal, earth, and air, they get a little bit of a boost because they get either electricity or the earth type is actually pretty good. What about air? How many creatures have the air type? Is that also very high? Because if air has like 70, 80, 90 creatures with the air type, I'm willing to put air up to a 3. So maybe somebody could pull that for me. 45 with the air. So that's not quite, not quite enough. I don't think that's enough to push it to a 3. It is something to be aware of, but it's not 80. 80 was a lot, right? We can all agree that I was really surprised that there were that many creatures with the earth trait. So, all right, next, aura junction. So these all affect your kinetic aura, which, as I said before, is a 10-foot aura. Now there is a feat that you can take that allows you to make that aura smaller or larger. And in a beautiful example of how Pathfinder 2 design has improved significantly, the feat scales with level. So if you get the feat that lets you make your kinetic aura bigger, it extends it out to 20 feet. And as you gain higher level, it becomes 25 feet and eventually 30 feet. So huge, right? That is exactly the way the design works. This gets around the champion problem, where the range is 15 feet and there's nothing you can do to change that for your champion's reaction. Like I said, always say before, if you and your ally are flanking a huge creature, which is 3 squares by 3 squares, and they get hit, you can't even protect them because they're too far away from you. All right. You and any ally that starts its turn in the aura gets a plus 10-foot status bonus to land speed until the end of the turn and to your fly speed if applicable. Now, before you go ahead and say that this is insane, realize a couple of core truths that a lot of us here take for granted, which is that most of us who are kind of really deep into the weeds on Pathfinder 2 are probably going to have some form of status bonus to our speed, usually long strider. And so this doesn't stack with that. Now, I'm not saying that this is bad, but it isn't as crazy as it might seem. Also realize that if they start their turn in your aura and they get this extra movement speed, then they could just move away from you. And it's like, okay, well, now they're not going to get that the next turn. But I do think that this is very, very cool. And I am going to give it a 4. I just don't think it's completely busted. And I think that, yes, it works great with your allies. It works great with, and it's really good at low levels. But I will say that Long Strider is pretty common. Now, not everybody can have it. You need to be able to have access to a primal spell. There are plenty of parties out there, people watching this, who will not have access to Long Strider. So I'm going to leave it at 4. All right, Earth. Squares in the aura are difficult terrain only for your enemies, but only if moving into that square would take them away from you. So this is a taunt mechanic, okay? In other words, it makes it difficult for them to leave. There's no penalty to close in to the distance. Now, they could step nutmeg if the step would not take them further from you. But assuming the Earth trait, which is what we know it is to be a little bit more of a tough, armored version, this is a remarkably sticky ability. And I'll be honest with you, if you got the thing, the aura, which made your aura 20 feet, asking somebody to go through 15 or 20 feet of difficult terrain is a lot. That's going to eat up 2 or 3 moves. They're probably just going to stick on you. And this is a remarkably effective taunt mechanic. Put yourself in your GM shoes. You want to go attack the squishy wizard or the low hit point rogue, but you're going to have to burn pretty much your entire turn just to move through the Kineticist aura. Now, at 10 feet aura, this isn't great, because if the enemy's standing next to you, that means that by definition, there's only 1 square of difficult terrain for them to move out of. So if you're going to take this aura junction, you definitely need to pick up the expanded kinetic aura feat, because otherwise this is not going to do a lot. But I do think that this is really, really, really strong. I think it's fun, and I'm going to give it a 4. I think this is really cool, and these are the kind of cool, clever control tank mechanics that make this class so interesting. They're not just some, lightly armored caster blaster. There's a tank element here too. So that's pretty sweet. All right. Firegate Junction. Enemies in your kinetic aura, aka the people close to you, gain weakness to fire specifically from your fire impulses. Note, all your fire impulses, not just your kinetic blast, any of your basically fire kineticist damage abilities. This weakness is equal to half your level, minimum of 1. That's pretty good. I mean, again, when you consider that, stacking this with the fact that if we do a 2-action blast, we're increasing our damage die, suddenly we are starting to talk about some serious damage that is adding up. Now, this is kind of, you're playing with fire. It's a little dangerous. You could get burned, because this means that the fire caster wants to keep, the fire kineticist, wants to keep his enemies close, right? If she lets the enemies get too far away, then they're not going to take the damage. Again, another great one that works well with the aura expansion. I think this is really powerful. I'm going to give this a 4 as well. This brings melee fire back into the competitive damage range as well. That's a great point, because again, fire was 1 damage die lower. So this really, really has increased ability. So really good point there. All right, what do we get from metal? All right. Your enemies in the aura, so again, close to us here, take -1 status penalty to attacks with metal objects. Now, -1 status penalty is the same penalty you get from being sickened or from being frightened. So let's just make sure, and we understand, or bane. Status penalties aren't the rarest thing in the world, but they're fairly common. And they take a -1 status penalty to AC if they're wearing metal armor. This potentially is, it's probably not as strong as you want it to be. It could be really great. It could be really powerful. But if you're fighting like, a dragon, it doesn't do anything. And if your allies frighten them or sicken them, and those are things that your allies are probably going to want to do, guess what? When you're frightened, you get a -1 status penalty to your attack rolls and a -1 status penalty to your AC. It doesn't stack. It's just not good enough to really make a difference. And I think being status really, really hurts. I hate to do this. I actually think I'm going to give this a 2, because not only does this not stack with frightened, it's still very circumstantial. They have to be using a metal object, or they have to be wearing metal armor. I just don't see it being good enough to be a 3. So yeah. All right. What about water? The aura becomes saturated with humidity and water moves as you please. Non-magical fires in the aura are extinguished. It's cool flavor, And creatures in the aura gain fire resistance equal to half your level. Now, we know that fire resistance is very awesome. Now, to be clear, you're giving this to your allies for free. Most allies at higher levels are going to try to get their own version of fire resistance, which might be higher than half your level, right? They might want to get like the 10 or the 15 ring when you're only doing 7 or 10. But I do definitely appreciate that. I think this is still good enough to be a 3. Michael is right. There's some important language here, which also Emperor Epic was bringing up about the metal thing, which is the metal thing is only your enemies. The water is anybody in this aura. The fire aura is only your enemies. Earth is only your enemies. The air is only your allies. So if anything, it's not that metal stands out. It's that water, it kind of stands out as being poorer because it also gives your enemies fire resistance, right? So I don't know if that's a typo or if they meant to do that, but yeah, I'm going to leave it at 3 because I do think giving fire resistance is useful, but it is something to consider. All right, last, wood. Life-giving blossoms spring up around you. Any ally that begins its turn in the aura gains 1 temporary hit point, and it only lasts until the start of its turn. This increases to 2 at 10 and 3 at 15. This is classic Paizo's razor, right? Why am I even tracking this? 1 hit point? Like, remember how I said when I read wood, and remember the wood gate junction, the one that gives you temporary hit points equal to your level every time you cast it? That's a lot. That could be 10% of your hit points. Gaining 3 hit points when you have hundreds of it, that's a 1. And then it only lasts for 1 turn. And then it goes all the way up to 3. I would love it if I made this. Pumpkin says it should be a 0. Honestly, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to give this a 0. This is backstabber, right? This is a meaningless amount of it's a trivially unimportant. This is a rounding error. Yeah, like you are probably going to gain more hit points from people misreading and adding up their dice than you are going to do that. Yeah, this is well, that's the thing, Isaiah. The wood junction, they weren't stingy. They said, fuck yeah, give you your level in temporary hit points every round that you use a 2-action wood impulse. That's awesome. This is not. Did we just find our first Paizo's razor in row? This is the first ability that I can say I am legitimately disappointed about. Yeah. What would I have made it? Half level's probably too strong. But I would have probably liked, if it was something like, I don't know. You know what? Maybe I would just make it half level. I don't know. Maybe I'd make it half level. Or something like 3rd level. I don't know. Something like that. Because that would feel really, your con value, maybe fast healing. I don't know. I think that would be too powerful, Ryan, because then you could just heal everybody up. I'm not sure, but either way. Yeah, that is a shame. All right. Right. You also have to be within 10 feet of you. Let us not forget that. It's not just anything. So anyways, bad. All right, skill junction. We'll go real quick here. This gives you survival and terrain expertise. I don't really give a shit about survival. Water junction gives you athletics. That's baller. We love athletics. Metal gives you crafting. Crafting is lame. Fire gives you intimidation. That fucking rocks. Earth gives you athletics. That fucking rocks. And air gives you stealth, and that's not bad. All right. So there we go. So let us get our averages here. We got a 3, a 3.75, a 4, a 2, a 3.5, and a 1.5. All right. So transferring these back, air is going to get a 3. Earth is going to get a 4 because we're going to round up. Fire gets a 4. Metal gets a 2. Water gets a 3.5. Do we round up or down on water? Do we round up or down? Chris is saying we round wood down to 1. Shall we? All right. Let's go wood 1 and water down. Okay, 3. Okay. So there we go. We've got our gate junctions. All right. It's 8:40 and we're finally getting to the feats. All right. Now, keep in mind, Kineticists have really good feats that they can take. There are some levels where you don't get impulse feats. For example, you'll notice there is no level 2. There is no level 2 feat here because there are no impulse feats at level 2. There's no impulse feats at level 10. There's no impulse feats at level 16. So those are where your generic feats come in. And while some of them I think are pretty, lame, I'm not a big fan of familiars, no matter what. Extended Kinesis, I think, is actually really fun and actually kind of useful and flavorful and fun. By the way, we were talking before. Let me point out 2 of probably some of the best feats that I've ever seen in the game. And I know we're supposed to be ranking the elements, but I want to talk about the Kineticist because it's rare that I get to be very excited about Pathfinder 2, right? And for better or for worse, this is the D20 game that I've sort of put my hat into the ring on, and this is what I'm going for. And it's so exciting to see a class that's just like so full of flavor and fun. And I think it's exciting. So we're probably going to go late tonight. Tomorrow's Friday. I do have some meetings in the morning, but you guys are being great. You guys are really showing a lot of love and support. The donations are coming in, the tips, the super chats, please keep them going. It really means a lot to me. And, let's keep rocking this. Great role-playing Debbie did come in with $5. Says, Earth gives you athletics, and that fucking rocks. +1 for the accidental pun. I missed it. I'm sorry. All right. So again, this has nothing to do about what we were. This has nothing to do with the elements. But self says, let's go. I've been geeking out about how well designed Kineticist is to my friend. Pretty sure they're annoyed. I love all of it. But especially how you feel like an element master right at level 1. Yeah, I mean, they really nailed this like anything. But anyways, versatile blasts, okay? You get to add these damage types to your elemental blasts. Again, that's our primary damage striking. Now, we talked about some of these damage types as being kind of questionable. I gave fire. And now, again, we have to rate it based off of what we had. If you remember, on our chart here, I gave fire a 3, okay? Because fire damage is, pretty common to be immune or resistant to. If you pick up Versatile Blast, the fire caster gets to do fire or cold, right? You can add heat or you can take it away. That is so versatile and so powerful. The odds that you will find a creature that is resistant to both of those is like slim and none. And in fact, you are pretty much, by taking Versatile Blast, and if you have fire damage, you're basically going to be able to hit the weakness on damn near almost anything in the entire game. Meanwhile, air adds cold, metal adds electricity, and unfortunately, water adds acid, wood adds poison, and those aren't great. Earth adds poison as well. But I do want to point out that this Versatile Blast, if you're planning on being a fire caster, it makes this incredibly powerful. And if you're an air caster, it makes it even more insane because now you add cold to electricity and slashing, which is just fantastic. And fire, yeah, Twixter's probably right. If you pick up Versatile Blast, that 3 in fire probably becomes more like a 5 because now you get to pick fire or cold. Chances are good it's going to either take normal damage or some sort of weakness. And that's incredible. Let's see here. All right. Well, the other one I want to talk about now, my friend Ronald has been getting a little bit of flack from some people in the community because he has been calling for this feat to probably be errated. But I do want to point out that this is a infusion feat. It has the infusion trait. This is like the meta magic of kinetic blasts. Of course, and we're used to these. So you have to use this, and then you immediately have to use your kinetic blast. It's a free action, though. Who the hell designed this? Like, I want to kiss them, okay? This lets you turn your weapon turn your elemental blast into a weapon form, okay? Now, it's important to note that this turns it in, it's not fire and slashing. It's not air and bludgeoning. It is just bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing, okay? So it basically completely gets rid of the elemental energy type, which again, if you're like fire, and you're fighting something that's immune to fire, this can be really, really, really useful and great. But not only that, it lets you, as a free action, choose to make a melee attack either agile, backswing, forceful, reach, or sweep. And to be clear, we don't really care about most of these, but reach, agile are both pretty dang sweet. Meanwhile, for ranged, you can basically turn it into a bow. You can turn it into a long bow, a short bow, or a thrown weapon, letting you add the thrown trait, which lets you add your strength damage. Very, very, very cool. This is very, very powerful. And again, just gives you incredible versatility to change up damage types on the fly. So there are some great level 1 feats for your Kineticist. There are some great level 2 and 4, and all these are generic feats that are available to all the Kineticists. We're not going to have a chance to get into all of these today, but I do want to point out that some of these are pretty dang sweet. This is the one I was talking, by the way, about at level 10. I do want to highlight it because we talked about it a little bit, which is aura shaping. You can make your aura any size from 5 feet to 20 feet. So again, that takes our 10-foot little tiny aura, extends it out to 20 feet. But at 15th level, it goes up by another 5 feet. And at 20th level, it goes up by another 5 feet. So again, expanding our aura as the game goes on. Fantastic. Fantastic feat. Kineticist is definitely one of those classes I wish I could free archetype into the class itself. All right. Air Impulses. Level 1. Here we go. Imagine lunge being a once per turn free action. Exactly. Correct, kits. Infusions like metamagics only work if the very next action you take after taking the infusion action is a impulse, which means if you go infusion, impulse, that first infusion doesn't do anything. You can only add one infusion to any impulse. So important to know. All right, so let's just take a look at what we got here for level 1 in air. We got 4 abilities, 4 feats. Couple of things I want to point out. Number 1, Kineticist is like a Gish in Pathfinder 2, where sometimes the wombo combo is to make a good attack, like a strike. And obviously, strikes are fantastic in Pathfinder 2. They're the main way of dealing damage. They have a downside, though, right? Which is you now get multiple attack penalty. So your second strike is not nearly as compelling as your first strike. In fact, a lot of times, it's not a great idea. On the other hand, you have spells or spell-like abilities, which don't have multiple attack penalty. They target a save, but there's no multiple save penalty, and they don't interact with multiple attack penalty at all. The downside, of course, of spells or spell-like abilities is they usually take 2 actions, which is why making good strikes and then casting 2-action save-based abilities are like peanut butter and jelly. Because what you can do with this character class is throw a kinetic blast. Fantastic. I did some damage, and now I have a multiple attack penalty. I could throw another kinetic blast, but then I have that map. But what I could do with my other 2 actions is do something like aerial boomerang, okay? Which is a save, not an attack, which means I'm never going to suffer a penalty to anything that I'm doing ever. And that is sweet. All right. So also keep in mind, something like aerial boomerang is a 2-action impulse, which means if we had our impulse junction for air, aka we get to move half our speed or fly half our speed or step before or after we do this aerial boomerang. That triggers not just on our kinetic blast or our elemental blast, but on our aerial boomerang as well, because it's a 2-action impulse. My mind, right? I still don't know how this got printed. All right. Here's the thing. We can't, the damage here is, we can't compare it to the same way that we would expect a normal damage. But let's do it anyways. Burning Hands is all a wizard gets at level 1. It does 2d6 damage. And it's a 15-foot cone. So maybe you're going to get 2 people with it. And if you're really lucky, you're going to get 3. Aerial Boomerang is 2d4 damage. It's not as much as 2d6. But you can do it every single round. And it's a 60-foot line that then comes back. And you can do it the next round for 1 action. And you could do this forever. Right? I think that this is a player's, I think this is actually secretly like one of the better abilities in the game. And I'm trying to tell you why. A couple things. Number one, if you can do it right, okay, and make it so that you're exactly 60 feet away from an enemy, you can shoot the aerial boomerang on your turn for 2 actions. The boomerang will go out. This line will touch their square, and they will have to make a save. They will take damage. Then the boomerang stays in that square whirling. Any creature that ends its turn in that square has to make a save against the boomerang, which means that creature, if it doesn't move, is going to get hit again, thus probably prompting it to move, aka waste an action. Then on your next turn, it's only 1 action to get another 2d4 damage scaling line. And by the way, this is something I have to constantly remind myself to do. We're used to seeing this and thinking this is garbage because we're used to thinking this is spell rank. This is not spell rank, okay? This is level, character level, okay? So, like, that means at level 3, this becomes 3d4. At level 5, character level 5, this is 4d4. And it's slashing damage, which we said was the best of the physical damage types. I think this is awesome. Also, I just think this would be sweet and fun and awesome, and it's fantastic. So the damage is, I think it's great. All right. Now we're not rating these individually. I'm just saying that these. I mean, we could put that in chat, but I'm just saying I think this is a really solid power, and I'd be happy to cast this all the time, or I don't know, impulse it all the time. I don't know what the term is. All right. Next, air cushion. This is at will featherfall forever. And by the way, at 8th level, character level 8, it's 120 foot range, doubling the range. Oh, and up to 5 creatures with a single reaction. Is this very niche? Yes. But does it do what it fucking says it does on the tin? Yes. And it does it really well. And it's perfect. I mean, like, it's very, I don't know how oftentimes people fall, but you know, it's like when you do, this will just catch them immediately. Now, you're probably going to be feet starved. You probably won't have room for this, but I mean, this seems pretty sweet. 4 wins. This is a level 1 feat. All right. It's a 2-action impulse air, which means, of course, we're going to get to trigger our air impulse junction. And we can propel up to 4 creatures. Choose 4 willing creatures, aka pretty much your entire party, within 30 feet of you. Each of those creatures can stride up to half their speed. If it has a fly speed, it can instead fly at speeds. You give, for 2 actions, you give up to 4 people, basically, a action, a half speed. But at character level 10, not level 20, when you would get a character level 10, it's their full speed. Oh, and if they can fly, they get to fly too. This is in such insane action economy. Like, this is so good. This is so good. And it's a level 1 feat. It is so good. Normally, this feat would have been level like 6 or 8, and you would have had to take a second feat just to get this level, you know, automatic ability. This is so powerful. All right. Whispers on the Wind is obviously more of a flavor thing. It's 1 action. It has every trait in the game. And basically you can, you know, it's Whispering Wind. You can do 500 feet and someone can hear you. But again, it auto scales to 1 mile and eventually the entire plane, the entire planet. Are you probably going to take this as a feat? In most campaigns, no, because you're not going to be able to do this. But I do want to point something out when we look at these feats. Remember, the Kineticist every morning gets to retrain a feat. And at higher levels, every morning, they get to retrain 2 feats. And then if you really want to, at near the end of the game, to be fair, you can retrain your feats as a single action, you know, like in combat. So this is more like spells than you might think. Maybe not at the beginning of the game, but if you were a level 14 air kineticist and it was like, we need to get a message to our allies on all over the planet, right? The next morning, your kineticist could pick up Whispers on the Wind, summon their air kinetic aura, And for one action, they could send messages to all of your allies all over the world. I don't know. That seems pretty fucking sweet to me. I think this is amazing, and I think air gets a 5. All right. Let's go. We're just gonna keep on air. We'll get to the other ones later. All right. 4th level. So we get nothing at 2nd. What about 4th level? Air Shroud, 1 action. This is a stance, and this is something we need to keep in mind of when we're thinking about building our Kineticists. Because remember, when we use our channel elements, we bring about our elemental aura, right? We get to either do a 1 action blast, blast somebody with fire, but we could also do a 1 action stance. So again, this is something that we might potentially be able to do for free, and that's really, really good. All right, Self-Confessed Cynic says, wait, if we stay in air, we lose the ability to compare easily. Self-Confessed Cynic, we reckon we move on to Earth. All right, Great Role Playing Debbie coming in with a $5 Australian super chat says, don't forget the name thing. Once we know the bad guy's name, I'm going to spend the rest of the dungeon insulting his mom. That's true. There's no save for this. And if you know the creature's name, it'll just send them messages over and over and over again. And there's no save. There's no save. All right, what do we think in chat? Vin thinks we should just be able to go, we should go straight. We should do Earth 1, then Fire 1, then Metal 1. Do you guys want to do that, or do you want to just stick with Earth? You tell me. Kits, I am not going to be talking about composite feats because that kind of like breaks down here a little bit. We could probably take a look at them depending on, how we're doing and how much time we have left. All right. Everyone's all right. Let's go to Earth. Let's do all the level 1s first. A little extra time, but we can bounce around. Okay. All right. There we go. You guys are, listen, I am here for you. All right. Everyone wants to complete level 1 first. All right. Hashtag Vin is always right. Boo. All right. Armor in Earth. So we get begin. By the way, we can begin to see what the elements are all about. It should be obvious that the air is all about mobility and movement, and Earth seems to be very defensive. All right. We know that the Earth Elemental Junction gives us essentially a free shield raise, but one of our core abilities is Armor in Earth, which again, for 1 action, is going to encase us in stone-like armor. It's again. All of the writing here is designed to just not fuck us. It's medium armor, but it uses whatever our highest armor proficiency is. Great for us. It is a +4 AC with a dex cap of 1. So as long as we have a dexterity of 12, we have hit our AC soft cap of 5, right? Remember, armor plus dex should equal 5, unless you're a heavily armored character, in which case armor plus dex should equal 6. The check penalty is -2. The speed penalty is -10, but it requires strength 16. So if we're going to go this route, we're going to want an 18 con, we're going to want a 16 strength, and we're going to want a 12 dex. All right. Because that way it'll reduce that check penalty to 0, and the speed penalty will get reduced down to -5. It's only 1 bulk, and it has the plate group. We also, at level 1, gain its armor specialization effect. That's awesome, especially at low levels. That could be very, very, very powerful. I wish armor specialization scaled a little bit better, but it doesn't quite do it. But very, 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 very strong. Very good. Isaiah, come back, check out the VOD, let us know. Isaiah is a patron. Are you? Maybe consider checking us out. There's a link in the description below, patreon.com/Knights of Last Call, where you can talk with so many of us nut jobs who love this game and love talking about it. Sometimes we're critical of the game when it needs to be criticized, but by and large, we're fans of role-playing games and we're fans of Pathfinder 2. So if you want to talk about Pathfinder 2, if you want to play Pathfinder 2 in our Northern Reaches campaign, or if you want to expand sort of your horizons and start learning about all these other games that are out there, maybe the Knights of Last Call Patreon is for you as well. So definitely check us out. We've got a couple different options and tiers. Maybe take a look at at what we got. If you have runes on your armor, they get transferred up to your new armor, which is fantastic. It lasts for 10 minutes. It just lasts, you know? And you can repulse it for an action and just refresh it. So incredibly good. Then at character level 3, not rank 3. We're used to thinking about this meaning spell rank 3, character level 3. The armor becomes heavy. Its AC bonus becomes 5. So now we're at 6 points of AC, right? 5 plus dex of 1 is 6. And it gains the bulwark armor trait, making up for our shitty dexterity, giving us a +3. What? This is so good. And this is a level 1 feat. What are we even doing here? I mean, this is so good. See, this isn't just a feat that lets you go, oh, see, I'm in armor 2. Right? A lot of times, like the feats, like you're like, yeah, but couldn't I have just taken armor and it would be the exact same? No, this is saying this is like actively better because you get the specialization from the beginning of the game. Very, very insane, cool stuff. Anyways, all right. Geological attunement, I actually think is a really great stance. This gives you tremor sense in your kinetic aura. Now, admittedly, it's only 10 feet. But if you ever get that expanded aura, I think that could be really, really awesome. And then again, understanding how the game works. Once per round, you can point out a creature you can sense with tremor sense as a free action. Now, to be fair, most people don't play like that. But the fact of the matter is, if there's a bunch of invisible people around you or hidden people, someone with geological attunement will make them all hidden. They will know what squares they are in. And they can point out a creature with a free action. But automatically, without anything from us, at 13th level, it becomes precise. So imagine a high-level earth kineticist, who has taken aura expansion. They have a 25-foot kinetic aura. That's 25 feet to the left of you, 25 feet to the right of you. If you're medium, that's a 55-foot diameter circle that you have complete precise tremor sense. Wow. That's actually really good. That's actually really, really good. Like, insanely good. And if you use point out, you get to do it for free. All right, stepping stones. I like this in theory and in principle. I don't know how often I would actually end up using it. I would like it more because it lets you create stones that you can just walk over, liquid, ground. That's very useful. Awesome exploration stuff. But I don't like that the steps have to be put into a surface. Tim says for $5, frontline dwarf earth kineticist with earth armor and weapon fusion feels so good. The mental image of that, okay? Like if I were to go over to Midjourney right now and I were to type in like, imagine a elemental earth dwarf with stone armor wielding a massive hammer that is constructed out of living earth, it would give me the most cool and awesome photo, and I'd be like, that is what I get to play. This feels like 10 classes in one. Stepping stones, though, it does scale very nicely. Remember, this is character level. You can actually end up making some pretty cool paths. And you can sustain them so they can stick around. So, and also, by the way, I think it says here, yes, moving across the path lets you ignore difficult terrain. So if elevation, terrain, creatures, that are up on ledges, and you're doing a lot of that kind of stuff in your fights, in your combats, or in your exploration, in your campaign, this could be extremely powerful. All right, we get our first overflow. Now, as a reminder, overflow causes your kinetic aura to shut down. Now, you can reactivate it, but you can only reactivate your aura once per round. So you could cast Tremor for 2 actions, your aura would shut down, and then you could spend 1 action to channel your kinetic energy aura back up, which would give you a stance, 1 action stance or 1 action blast for free. But just be aware of that. This is a 10-foot burst within 30 feet. Everybody takes D8 bludgeoning damage with a basic fortitude save. On a critical failure, they're knocked prone. And earth and stone in that entire area is difficult terrain until the start of your next turn. And then this is really weird. It scales by D10. I don't know if they've said that this is an errata. It's weird that it... But I mean, scaling at D10 is better than scaling at D8. This is actually really good. Like, obviously, it'd be nice if they fell prone on a failure, but that would be completely OP and broken. But a world in which a creature critically fails, they take a bunch of damage. It's a basic fort save, so the damage is doubled. They would be knocked prone, and the entire area around them would be difficult terrain. So, yeah, like, that's really good. I really like this Earth. I don't think it's as busted or as OP as Air, but it's pretty dang good. I got to give Earth a 4. Let me know in chat if you agree or you disagree. I think Earth is looking really good. All right, fire. By the way, we have reached 9 o'clock, our normal stopping time, but you guys have completed the super chat goal, which I'm super appreciative for. Thank you so much for all of that. Let's change it up here. Let's say, all right, well, let's keep it going. Let's get another hour out of this. All right. Burning Jet. So again, this is our impulse. It's a 2-action impulse, which means if we have our fire junction, these oh no, this doesn't do damage. I'm thinking of a different one. All right, never mind. Ignore that. This lets you stride 40 feet in a straight line. It ignores difficult terrain and doesn't trigger reactions. So 40 feet isn't quite 2 moves, right? Most people are going to stride probably like 50 feet or, 60 feet. So this is a little less than what you could normally move. But I like to think of it as your character literally just moving in a straight line through path. Ignoring difficult terrain and not triggering reactions isn't bad. But remember, this automatically scales. We don't have to do anything. Okay. At level 6, it increases to 60 feet. Now we're talking. And we could choose to leap 40 feet in any direction instead of striding. But if we're in the air at the end of our leap, we fall normally. So now we can actually kind of jet blast up in different directions. At level 10, we can move again at 6th level, but we hover briefly, which lets us get another opportunity to burning jet again. So we can kind of fly like they do in Avatar, right? Where they just kind of go and like the fire benders blast. So that is, I think it's okay. I don't think this is great. I think this is okay. It's fun. It's flavorful. I think it's really, really great. But I don't think it's necessarily going to be the most, insane. Whoa! Great role-playing, Debbie. Coming in clutch. Zebra Wrangler Master. Kineticist is great. I like hearing it. Well, buddy, we're going to keep doing it. This one's for you.
Horizon Thundersphere.
We may have to redo those with some of these 18th level Kineticist abilities because they're so sweet. They're so awesome. Great role playing, Debbie. Thank you. Or not. I don't know. You're making me work, but I appreciate the support. Love it. And I am here. I'm here to work for you, sir. So we're going to do it. All right. So Burning Jet. Okay. Not great. Eternal Torch. You can create dancing flames. This is dancing lights at will, because you can have unlimited duration. You can have a maximum number of ones equal to your con modifier. They can shed brighter light. A lot of people ignore light. A lot of people do. I'm not saying this is bad. Actually, this is pretty cool, I think. But for most people in the way they're playing Pathfinder 2, this is not something you're going to be able to do. And remember, you can create fire with your elemental kinesis. So I don't really think this is all that great of a feat. I think it's okay, but it's not great. Like it's probably like a 2 if we were doing individual ratings. It scales nicely, and that's all good, but it's fine. All right, Flying Flame. A tiny shape of flame appears, such as an arrow or a sphere. It flies in a 30-foot path. Each creature it passes through takes D6 fire damage. So it's basically a one-shot flaming sphere. I don't know why it's not just a line. Oh, because it's a path. So you can make it dip, dive, and steer, right? So this is really has a strong potential of being able to hit, 3 or 4 enemies and miss all of your allies, which is pretty great. And then remember, it's D6 fire damage, but if we are a fire, with the fire junction, this will get upgraded to D8. Pretty good. That's pretty good. So that's basically D8 level 1, 2D8 at level 3, 3D8 at level 5. And again, it's not overflow. We can just do this every single round. And again, we can just, literally spin, duck, dive, dip, dodge, weave our flying bird phoenix thing around our allies and just hit people. And again, I think that is actually really, really cool. It's not the most broken thing in the game, but it is a unique ability and I appreciate it. All right, now we get our first 3-action overflow. And 3-action overflows are important to pay attention to because you can't do a scorching column and bring back your aura in the same turn. So your kinetic aura, your shields, if you will be down for a turn while you sort of reset. All right. And that is important to note. Satmac, no Satmac. They would only ever be affected once. That like even if it crisscrossed past them 5 times, it would only hit them 1 time. So yeah, if you trace the path and then you basically ask, no matter what the path looks like, you say, did it hit a creature? If it did, they make 1 save. All right, so Scorching Column is going to be 3 actions, and it's going to eat up our kinetic aura. Now remember, we can just bring it back for 1 action the next turn, but and we do get a refund of a kinetic blast, an elemental blast, or a stance, but something to keep in mind of. We create a vertical column of extreme heat. It is a 10-foot diameter, so you're talking about basically 2 squares by 2 squares, all right? And 30 feet high, and the bottom has to be within 60 feet of you. Each creature takes D6 fire damage with a basic reflex save, which could be scaled to D8. The flames remain briefly, making all columns in that square hazardous terrain until the end of your next turn, and you can sustain it for up to 1 minute. A creature takes 1 damage each time it moves into these squares. And it scales kind of slowly because it's scaling every 3 levels, not every 2 levels. Got to be honest with you here, I'm not a fan. Fire has kind of been disappointing here for our level 1. Small area, very limited. I'm gonna don't get mad at me. I'm gonna give fire a 2. I just don't see the power here. I mean, we know that these damages are going to be lower than what a wizard is capable of producing. We know that because a wizard or a sorcerer, a slot-based caster has limited amount of time, a limited number of slots. We could do this all day, every day. I'm going to give it a 2. We had a question from Troy. Can you heal an ally using the wood basic element of less because it could be vitality? No. Positive energy damage is not the same thing, or which is now called vitality damage, is not the same thing as healing. All right. So fire was a little bit of a miss at level 1. So, but maybe it'll get better. All right, we're on a metal. Flash Forge. All right, 2-action impulse. An artificial metal object forms in the hands of you or a willing ally within 30 feet. You can choose a level 0 common handheld weapon or piece of adventuring gear of 1 bulk or less. The item is made entirely of metal, making some items impossible or impractical to use. You can make items with simple moving parts or magnetism, like a compass or a poor lock or a merchant scale. It lasts for 10 minutes, but each time it is used, they must make a DC flat check or the item is destroyed after the action is completed. Not going to lie, I don't see where I would ever really use this. I mean, is it fun? Is it cool? You can create, metal shape and make cool bend. But how often do you really need this stuff? And the answer is, not that much, right? Base Kinesis, though, I feel like your base Kinesis kind of already gets what you do. All right. Magnetic Pinions is 3 action overflow, so this better be worth it. Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't think Flash Forward is bad. I don't think this is like an F tier feat. I just think it's like pretty limited. And remember, like, these are your feats. Like, these aren't spells. Like, you can eventually swap these out, but like, how often are you doing this? Are you really going to be doing this 4 or 5 times a session? Maybe not, you know. Magnetic pinions. Small pieces of metal fly from you, propelled with magnetism at great velocity. Make 3 ranged impulse attacks up to 3 creatures within 60 feet of you. Cool. You get a +1 circumstance bonus. Nice. To your attack roll against any target wearing metal armor or made out of metal. The 3 attacks count towards your multiple attack penalty, but it does not increase until after all of them. The metal pieces deal 1d4 bludgeoning damage and 1d4 piercing damage. So it's 2d4 damage to 3 targets, no map. For 3 actions? And it scales, each scales 2d, because it's 1d4 for each. So at level 3, character level 3, it would be 4d4 damage. Yes, up to 3 creatures. You don't get 3 attacks. You get up to 3 creatures. This is a really powerful ability. The fact that I could do this every other round forever, really, really, really cool. Very good. Very good. Big fan. Obviously, you're making range attacks, you know, but no map and 3 of them with 60-foot range. Pretty good. Okay. Metal Carapace is next, and this is sort of like, again, we're going to see that earth, metal, and wood, kind of the more defensive ones, all have some sort of armor option. So Metal Carapace is going to give us, now you can see here the difference, right? Earth gave us 4 armor, 1 dex. This gives us 3 armor with 2 dex. So it still gets us to 5, but now it means we need to have at least a 14 in our dexterity to make this worthwhile. All right. It uses our highest armor proficiency. It's medium armor. The speed here is only -5, and we need a 14 strength in order to ignore it. So this is basically forcing us into a build that has a 14 dex and a 14 strength, more or less. And again, any runes duplicate onto it. So on the surface, maybe not as good as the earth, but because we don't get specialization. When we use this impulse, we create a rusty steel shield, which is a normal steel shield. We can shield block with this, even if we don't have the shield block feat. And the hand that is wielding that shield counts as a free hand for purposes of us doing our business. If it leaves our grasp, it falls apart. It lasts for 10 minutes, just like Earth, and we can dismiss it if you use this impulse again. If you take damage from a critical hit, the metal shatters and the impulse ends. Additionally, every 3 character levels, the hardness of our shield increases by 1 and its hit points increase by 4. So the hardness we get a shield, basically. Now keep in mind with Earth, when we use our impulse, we get a +1 circumstance bonus to AC anyway, so it's kind of like we get a shield anyways. But, you know, I don't think this is like as cool as the Earth. I think I'd rather have Earth armor than Metal Carapace. Wouldn't you agree? I think I would. And I get it. Like, you know, isn't it bad enough I just got critically hit? Man, I got to lose my armor too. Why is it got to be all rusted? Come on, I'm supposed to be a badass metal. Yeah. All right, so this one's a little eh. All right, Shard Strike. Jagged metal shards form in the air and lash out around you. You can choose shards or spines, which changes the area, damage, and critical effect. Each creature makes a basic reflex save against your class DC. Shards deal slashing damage in a 15-foot cone, and if it critically fails, it takes D6 persistent damage. Spines deal D6 piercing damage in a 30-foot line, and a creature that critically fails is clumsy 1, and it scales by 1d6. Again, not bad, and that's only 2 actions. So I mean, we could do a shard strike and then a normal elemental blast. Magnetic Pinions is really, really good. But Flash Forge, Metal Carapace, and Shard Strike are all kind of All right, I'm going to go 3 with metal. Magnetic pinions is really, really good, but I think without magnetic pinions, you have 3 like 2s, kind of. I think magnetic pinions is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. If you really like magnetic pinions, maybe you might give it a 4, but I'm going to give it a 3. All right, what do we got for water? All right, deflecting wave. Now, I'm biased because Rules Lawyer used this in a bunch of times in his Avatar: The Last Airbender Pathfinder 2 fight, and it felt so cool, and it felt so much like the show that I was like nerding out. I was like geeking out. Deflecting wave is a reaction. We love reactions, especially low level. They're hard to get. Remember, you don't get 3 actions. Everyone talks about the 3 action economy. It's the 4 action economy, people. You get a reaction every turn as well. And so if you really want to make the most of it, you need to use all 4. Deflecting wave is a reaction. Trigger, you would take acid damage, bludgeoning damage, fire damage, slashing damage. That's a great range of damage types. As long as you are aware of the effect, you can use your reaction, and a wave of water comes up to blunt the attack. You gain resistance to damage from the trigger effect equal to your level if it's from one of the physical types, bludgeoning or slashing, or double your level if it's acid or fire. This is amazing. I love this. This is going to be a huge difference. Now, obviously, level 1 point of damage. I mean, not a lot, but very, very, very quickly. By the time you're level 4 or 5, if you can, as a reaction every turn, be taking off 5 damage and sometimes taking off 10, that's really good. That's really good. I mean, case in point, the Champions is level +2, and that's like their thing. So good. Very good. Ocean's Balm. This has the manipulate trait, important to note. 1 action, and this is our heal. We touch a creature, a living creature, and it regains 1d8 hit points and gains resistance fire to 2 to fire for 1 minute. A little bit of flavor add there. It's not really a whole lot, but if it has persistent fire damage, it can try to make a check to immediately put it out, and then you cannot heal them with Ocean's Balm for 10 minutes. So let's compare this. So this is healing 4.5 points of damage and giving us resistance fire 2. Lay on Hands, which is a focus spell and is 1 action, but can target a creature multiple times, heals for, what does Lay on Hands heal for? 5 a level? Is that right? 5? Oh, what is it? Is it 5? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong here. It's been a while. I think Lay on Hands is scaling 5. But again, this is a single action. It is touch, but like I can't hit someone with it multiple times, but I could hit myself, another party member, 2 party. Lay on Hands is 6. Thank you. I was like at 5 didn't sound right. And this scales really nicely. And eventually, assuming that for some reason they don't have any fire resistance, either from your water aura or from their own stuff, the fire resistance eventually does get up to a reasonable amount. I mean, by the end of the game, it's fire resistance 12, right? Which is not bad. But 1d8 every 10 minutes. It's pretty good. At will, no focus points forever. All right. Tidal Hands is our 2 action impulse, and this is our AoE damage. We can either form 2 15-foot cones or 1 30-foot cone. I love, because it's called Tidal Hands. I love the idea that it's either 2 small cones that don't overlap, aka, like you have each hand is separate, like you send 1 wave this way and another wave that way. Or I love the idea of like you put your hands together and it's a really big cone. A 30-foot cone at level 1 at will every single round is really good. They take D8 bludgeoning damage, and if they critically fail, they're pushed 5 feet. Not the best thing that we've ever seen in the world. I get it. The damage isn't insane, but that is a big area, and it's only 2 actions, and you can do it forever. That is definitely worth some consideration. We also get another damage dealing spell from water. Water's got a lot of versatility. It's almost like water is very adaptable and capable of flowing between offense and defense. Here we get our cold damage. So we have our bludgeoning damage and tidal hands. We get Winter's Clutch, 2 action also. Gleaming Flakes of Snow. It's a 10-foot burst within 60 feet. Remember our 10-foot. Now remember, this is a 10-foot burst. Not the fire thing was a 10-foot diameter. This is a 10-foot burst. So you pick a point and you go 10 feet out. So it's a 20-foot diameter. It's 2d4 cold damage with a basic reflex save, and the ground becomes difficult terrain. Now it scales 1d4 every 2 levels. I really wish this was 2d4. I really wish this is 2d4. This is great at level 1. It's not bad when you're level 3. Level 5, it's starting to kind of fall off. By the time you are in your teens, the damage on this will have pretty well and truly fallen off, and it won't be nearly as good. But I don't think that's a problem. Hell, we can retrain our feats every single day. I think this is fine to do this at early levels, and maybe you don't use it much at higher levels, or you train it out for something else. I think that's fine. I really like water. I'm going to give it a 4. I think Deflecting Wave is fantastic. I think the healing is great. I think both of these are reasonable damage with pretty big AoEs. I like 10-foot bursts within 60. I like 30-foot cones or 2 15-foot cones. Very, very nice. All right. Our last level one is wood. Fresh produce. So this is our other healing. We grow a nourishing nut, seed, or fruit. We choose a creature that's inside of our aura, so a little bit longer range, right? A produce grows in their open hand, but at their feet if they have no open hand, so they need a hand. Yikes. The produce has light bulk. They have to eat it with an interact action? Yikes. This is not good. This is out of combat healing. This is not in combat healing. Asking somebody to have to use an interact action to heal hit points, and it's resistance 2 to void damage. Yeah, no, this is out of combat healing. This is not for combat healing. So, because even look at the way it scales, right? It's 1d4 plus 1, and then it's 2d4 plus 6, and then it's 3d4 plus 11. Like, it scales very nicely, but yeah. And look, you can't even like pre-produce the fruit. It withers away within 1 turn. Again, I just don't see this being a reasonable way again, it's 1 action for you. It's 1 action for them. So you're kind of splitting up, right? If we look at water, Ocean's Bomb was 1 action. Never mind. I thought Ocean's Bomb was 2. Damn. Okay. Yeah, I don't love this one. All right. Hail of Splinters. We get a 30-foot cone, D4, D4. Oh, it's D4 piercing, D4 persistent, and each damage type, including the persistent, scales by D4. I like persistent damage. It's actually, if you get 2 ticks out of persistent damage, you really did the damn thing. It's also one of those overflows that's 2 actions. We saw one of those before, which means you can overflow and then rebring out your aura in the same turn. Yeah, so this is pretty good. D4 plus D4 persistent, and then at level 3, character level 3, it's 2d4 damage, 2d4 persistent, and so on and so forth. I think that's really good. All right, here's our last armor. Like metal, it is 3 AC, 2 dex. All of our runes copy over it. We also get a shield. We also get shield block. But this one doesn't blow up if we get critically hit. And it looks like the hardness and hit points scale on the exact same scale. So this is just strictly better than the metal one. And lastly, the one that potentially has the potential to disrupt entire economies, Timber Sentinel creates a tree within 30 feet, which is a protector tree, which is a spell that we liked from spells. Magic. If you use this impulse again, any previous one ends, and an ordinary tree remains. So every 6 seconds, your character can plant a tree seemingly from nowhere because they bring it out from the plane of wood. What a thing. Protector Tree is a cool spell. It's nice to absorb some damage. You get to do this for free. It's equal to your rank of your level, half your level rounded up. So it's just straight up a spell. This is literally straight up Protector Tree as a focus. No, Protector Tree is a cantrip. This is Protector Tree as a cantrip because it scales with your level and it's 2 actions and you can do it forever. You can do it forever. That's pretty good. All right, so I don't like fresh produce. Hardwood armor is better than metal armor. Hail of Splinters is pretty dang good. Timber Sentinel is nuts. I like 4 for wood, I think. Oh, we got a bunch of people in. Okay. A bunch of people in chat are saying wood is a 5. Wood is a 5. Another 5. I'm too disappointed with that fresh produce people, and the armor just doesn't excite me the way that the earth armor does. I get that the Timber Sentinel is weird and busted, but I don't think we can go 5. I think we got to stay 4. Timber Sentinel makes fresh produce look like it should not exist. I agree. Oh, that's true, Piro. You don't have to pick up all the level 1 feats, but I think it's close, but I don't think it's fully there. I don't think it's fully there 5. Right, but the best ones in air, I think, were better than the best ones here. So maybe it is a 5. You know what? I'm a man of the people. I mean, you got to admit that fresh produce was disappointing, right? All right. Poll time. I'm only going to let this run for like a minute, so, keep it up. All right, while you guys, so I'll delete this here. And we'll reset back to level 4. All right, so level 2, we're forced to take something else, or we can take another level 1 feat, by the way. And now we're into our 4th level, and we get, I think from this point out, we only get 2 new impulses on each level. So this should go a lot quicker. All right. For Earth, we have Calcifying Sand. Now, this has the Incapacitation trait and the Overflow trait. That makes me very, very nervous about this ability. It is a reaction, though, so that's pretty good. A trigger. A creature damages you with an attack, either unarmed or a non-reach melee weapon. So it's got to be an up-close and personal attack. Those happen all the time. And you may, as a reaction, your flesh gives way as you're struck, becoming coarse sand that can magically turn your enemies to stone. You gain resistance equal to your level to physical damage from the attack. And then the creature must make a fort save. Regardless of that result, the creature cannot trigger Calcifying Sand again for an hour. So you can't even use the physical damage reduction again. If the creature fails, they're slowed 1. If the creature critically fails, they are petrified until the end of their turn. And if they succeed, they are unaffected. All right. 5s have got it. So I'm going to take wood up to 5. And, what did I start with? I started with earth. Air. I got to go air. You guys, I'm tripping. So I'm going to make wood 5, but that means I'm going to make air 6. Okay, so air's better than wood. I'm sorry. There's just no way. I'll give wood the 5, but then I'm giving air 6. I'm sorry. It's just too good. All right, level 4. Here we go. Air Shroud. 1 action. It's a stance. Remember, these are important. We can do these. We can do these when we do our channel elements, and that's really cool. This provides air turbulent air suffusing through our kinetic aura. So it's our entire kinetic aura, which is a 10 foot around us. People have air. And ranged attacks with ranged weapons, any ranged weapons, take a -1 circumstance penalty to their attack rolls if it passes through a kinetic aura. Air in your kinetic aura is difficult terrain for lightning creatures other than yourself. Ooh, this is pretty weak. I mean, it's going to hurt your range attacks, their range attacks. It's -1. It gives you air. Not range attacks and monsters are pretty, not that common. Difficult terrain is great, but against flying creatures other than yourself, which means it's difficult terrain for your allies that are also flying potentially. It's a little sus. This one's not that great. Lightning Dash, though, is 2 actions. Now, here we got a lot of traits. We've got Overflow. So this is going to shut down our aura. But this is kind of what we wanted Fire to do, right? We transform into a being of lightning. We fly forward and shock them. We propel ourselves forward in a 30-foot line. We can move through creatures to this movement. The movement does not trigger reactions. Each creature takes 2d12 electricity damage, and then we return in our form in the final space of the line. And then if we're in the air, we can fly, we fall. But we could go up in an air if we want to. And every 3 levels, wish it was 2, but it's 3, we get 5 more feet, and we get a d12 increase in damage. So pretty dang good. Did I miss a super chat? I thought I heard one. Anyways, I think this is okay, but I don't think this is great. I think I'm going to give air here. I'm going to give it a 2. I like this, but I don't like this that much. I'm sorry. Like, I just think that the air aura thing is not like the strongest thing in the world. Oh no! It got eaten by the void. I hate when that happens. It does happen sometimes. It sometimes it'll like, randomly break through and come through. So, let me see here. Okay. Yes. I'm sorry. We missed it. It was a super chat from Vin, who said, for the 6s. He was happy that we're doing more 6s. We're breaking my rules again. You know what? Shouldn't be surprising. No, it was a super chat. But it just didn't come through. But yeah, like, it's great that, of course, Vin is super chatting when, we're breaking the rules. I had my rule. We're not going above 5, and it's 6. All right. Let's go next to Earth. Okay, because we're doing it this way. Calcifying sand is incapacitation and it's overflow, and an enemy can only get targeted by it once, and then they're immune to it for an hour. And if it's incapacitation, and that there's no effect on success. So if the creature fails and they have incapacitation, it's going to upgrade to a success and nothing's going to happen. But you get physical resistance equal to your level. It's okay. It's not great, but it's okay. It's pretty good, but it's not great. Igniogenesis is 2-action manipulate primal Kineticist Earth Impulse. We create permanent stone objects, sculpting the stone pulled directly from our kinetic gate or manipulating the earth and stone around us. It can fit within a 5-foot cube. It has to be on solid ground. It's permanent. And here's the best part. This impulse has an unlimited duration, but if you use it again, the object returns to its original location and form. This is what we're normally used to seeing, people. We're normally used to seeing this, but this next line will change lives and minds. You can spend 1 hour as an exploration activity. In this case, the object becomes permanent and is non-magical. This means, yes, this is kind of fluffy bullshit time, but there's a lot of combat as war kind of shenanigans that you could build into this. It means that every hour your character can create, and by the way, this says you can even use crafting skills to add patterns and details, and basically every hour you can create a 5-foot, that's a big space. The office that I'm in right now is not that big, much bigger than 5 foot by 5 foot. It's probably like 6 foot, 7 foot by 7 foot, but That is a lot of stone. And you could make intricate things with that, and you could make complicated things, and then you could another hour do another one, another hour do another one. In just a few days, you could create a stone base. Now, I think this is really, really cool, and I think this is really, really powerful. I don't think cyclonic calcifying sand is that great. I disagree, KP. I think an hour is exactly right. Think of it like 3D printing. Yes, Shadram, 3D printing. All right, yes, okay. It's the wood, obviously the protector tree wood thing is ridiculous, but I still think this is really fun and clever and cool, and I'm going to give it a 3. I'm not giving it a 4, but it is really cool. Yes, Igniogenesis is totally Minecraft. How long till I make my own island? Yeah, exactly. You could do the math. You could figure it out. I mean, once Kineticists enter the world, like, quarries stop needing to be a thing. Like, do you know how much labor and effort and man hours would go into mining a 5 foot by 5 foot by 5 foot cube of stone, transporting it, then having to carve it into something? And the Kineticist can do that in 1 hour, every hour, forever. All right. So now we're going to go to fire. And what do we got for fire? Level 4. We got 2, Blazing Wave and Thermal Nimbus. 2 action overflow. So we're losing our aura here. Flames flow out from you, engulfing everyone in a 30-foot cone, allies and enemies. It is 4d6 fire damage, and a creature that critically fails its save is knocked prone. We love to see that. Now, the damage only increases by 1d6. We're so close, because at level 6, character level 6, this will do 5d6 damage. And the fireball will be doing 6d6 damage, which is great. And we get to do this every turn. This is every turn. That's really, really great. But fireball is going to continue to scale 2d6 every 2 levels. This is only going to scale 1d6 every 2 levels. And so it is going to go down in aura. Now, that is true. If we do have our fire gate junction, this would be d8s. And that makes this sexy. And then, of course, if we have our kinetic aura, or our aura, which is giving them weakness to fire, that is really, really cool. And, of course, there's also Thermal Nimbus. Thermal Nimbus is a stance. Remember, we like 1-action stances. We can enter those for free when we do our elemental channeling. We direct warmth into or out of our gate to drastically shift the temperature. Choose cold or fire. You and your allies in the kinetic aura gain resistance equal to your level to damage of that type. Great. So everybody in my party is either going to get cold resistance or fire resistance equal to my level. Insane. But wait. Any creature that starts its turn in my kinetic aura, or if it moves into my aura during its turn, takes damage equal to half of my level. By the way, the elemental resistance from a gate junction is cumulative with the resistance from Thermal Nimbus. What? Well, it stacks with the other resistance that you get? That is nuts. Also, your aura could be giving them weakness to fire, and now they take half your level in fire damage. This is probably one of the strongest feats in the game. It is nuts. And it literally buffs your allies, it damages your enemies, and it stacks with the other things that also help you. It's like completely insane. Right. Damage affects all creatures, but your allies get resistance to it. Right. Your allies have more resistance than this does damage. I mean, this is great. I love both of these. I think Thermal Nimbus is worth a 5. I mean, I think this is really good. Now, Shadram, are you saying you don't think fire elementals? Are you saying like fire elementals will shit on a fire caster, or no? Because you're saying I would just do cold damage, and just destroy them. So fire, I think, is really good. I think Thermal Nimbus is great. I think this does everything. Yeah, okay, they're not a threat. Okay, I agree. Completely agree. All right, what do we got next? We got metal. Level 4, we got magnetic field. It's a stance. We create a magnetic field with a polarity. We can switch it as a free action at the start of our turn. We can either attract or repel. If we attract, man, they are all in on this creature's wearing metal armor stuff. This is going to really hurt metal. A creature that is wearing metal armor, has the metal trait, or is made of metal, treats squares in your aura as difficult terrain only when moving away from you. You also pull unattended metal objects of light bulk or less in your aura to you. They gather in your space and move around with you. Repel. If a creature is wearing metal armor, has the metal trait, or is made of metal, treats squares in your kinetic aura as difficult terrain while moving towards you. You push unattended metal objects away. Okay. Plate in treasure. Precious metal flows from your fingers to plate an object. This has the effects of a clad in metal spell with a rank equal to half your level. Okay, so equal to your level. While you're wearing or holding an item of light bulk or greater that's plated in treasure, any metal created by one of your impulses is plated with the metal. So this is basically going to allow us, I'm assuming, to be able to get access to, cold iron and stuff like that, right? Like, yeah, we can do cold iron and we can do silver. And as we get higher level, we can do other types of more precious metals. Right. Flash Forge plus plate and treasure for any weapon of any type. But I think it would still have a DC 5 flat check of falling apart the first time we use it, kits. So, I've got to be honest with you here, folks. Still not really impressed with metal. I think these are fine. Plate and treasure might have some usefulness to it, but I'm not really super impressed here. I don't know that I like plate and treasure as much as Nutmeg Nog does. I'm leaning towards 2, but I just there's so much here that just relies on the enemies wearing metal armor. I just, I don't know that I can really get behind it and love it too much. I'm going to go with 2. My instinct is telling me 2. All right. Metal or water. Return to the sea. 2 action, impulse. You adapt a creature to living and moving in the water. Target a willing creature within 30 feet. For 10 minutes, it gains the effects of a feet to fin spell. It can breathe water and gets +1 status bonus to AC and saves against any creature with the amphibious, aquatic, or water trait. By the way, I think it goes without saying here that this is outrageous. Okay. If you remember, I'm not going to bring it up on screen. The fact that this thing has to include this line of text is ridiculous. We lambasted the shit out of the feet to fin spell because it is a level. You know what? I'm going to bring it up here just so we can all revel in how horrible this spell was. It is a level. It is a level 3 spell, which means you have to be level 5 to do it. So this you're casting this level 4. It's 10 minutes. It's 1 creature. It's your highest level spell slot, and it gives them fins. It does not let them breathe water. It turns their feet into fins, but not their lungs. So this gives you feet to fins, and it lets you breathe water, and it gives you a +1 status bonus to AC and saves. That's great. That's amazing. Status bonus to ACs are very hard to get. Status bonus against saves is basically heroism. Against any creature with aquatic, amphibious, or water, aka you're going into the water and you're going to fight water shit. In addition, its attacks ignore the water penalty, so you get to do your thing. If you use it again, though, it ends. Damn, so I can't use it on my party because Feet to Fins only works on 1 person. And if you remember, Feet to Fins doesn't scale. Oh, wait. 2 levels later, at level 6, it's 5 creatures. So you can just do your whole party. You get it at level 4, 2 levels later, you can do it everybody. And that is just absolutely insane. It's crazy. By the way, Nober and swim speeds let you breathe underwater. They actually do not, sir. If we take a seat here, having a swim speed does not necessarily mean you can breathe in water. So you might still have to hold your breath if you're underwater to avoid drowning. So Unfortunately, no. Feat to Fins does not, even though it gives you a swim speed, it does not let you breathe underwater. So that does, and again, are you doing a lot of water campaigns? Maybe, maybe not. But if you are, and you have this, it's amazing. All right, Winter Sleet stance. Surfaces in your aura are treated in ice. A creature, that's anybody, not just your allies and enemies, a creature that moves on this uneven ground immediately falls unless it balances DC 15. A creature is automatically off guard on the ice, as is normal for uneven ground, and you are immune to this effects. If a creature on the ice is critically hit by one of your water impulses or critically fails a save, it becomes automatically slowed 1. This is okay. I don't know that this is like super great, but overall, I think this is a lot of creatures do not have balance trained, and that is going to be really, really powerful. And that, you know, a lot of when I say balance, I mean acrobatics. A lot of characters in the party. It's like, are you trained in acrobatics? No. Okay, what level are you? I'm level 15. Okay. So what's your acrobatics check? +1. I have a dexterity of +1. I'm not trained, so I don't get my level. So I need a 14 or greater to pass this balance check. Also, you're automatically off guard. It's no thermal nimbus, Shadram, you're absolutely right. But this is really good, and I like that Return to the Sea. I can't even help you. I'm giving water a 4. That impulse is a solve water adventure. Reflow it. Well, right, exactly. You flow. I'm the water bender, and like we go to a water adventure, and we go to it, and like everyone looks at me. Everyone in the party looks at the water, you know, and they go, "Well, come on, this is your time to shine." And you go, "All right, yeah." I reflow into Return to the Sea. We're level 8 or 9 or 10. I hit my whole party with Feat to Fins, breathing water, +1 status bonus to AC, ignore all the penalties, and boom, we just go in there, and it's just so good. All right. So anyways, I just want to point out, again, balance DC 15 doesn't seem very high, but not a lot of PCs or creatures are trained in acrobatics. So, all right. Wood, level 4. Can we keep it up? Ravel of Thorns. It's 1 action stance. Thorny vines grow in geometric patterns on surfaces within your kinetic aura. And it is cool flavor text. A creature that starts its turn in the thorns takes a -10-foot circumstance penalty to its speed until it leaves the area. The thorns are hazardous terrain. It takes 2 piercing damage each time it moves into one of these squares. If the squares grow on water or soil, you double the hazardous terrain damage. If you move, the thorns disappear and they grow at the end of your turn, and the damage only goes up by 1 point every 4 levels. So that is, it's okay. I mean, having an aura that gives everybody -10 circumstance penalty to speed and taking damage whenever they move, I mean, that's that's pretty good. I mean, it's kind of a tanky, taunty ability. Again, this is one of those situations though where, remember, it's much better once you have a way to expand your aura, and the squares themselves are not difficult terrain. So that is something to keep in mind. But I don't think it's difficult terrain. So I agree with you, Shadram, but this is not difficult terrain. It is hazardous terrain. That is not difficult terrain. That's a different thing. But again, I mean, it could definitely add up, especially if you have a big aura. And there is a feat that you can take that lets you sort of exclude your allies from your aura, which is really, really sweet. Yeah, I mean, when you start talking about combining things and comboing things, I mean, yeah, I mean, I think things can get just so insane here. So we get tumbling lumber, a slew of logs eject from the plane of wood and slam into your enemies. They roll in a 10-foot wide, 30-foot long line, so it's a big old fat line, just rolling logs. Non-magical difficult terrain, the log rolls over, is smashed flat. Greater difficult terrain remains. That could be pretty cool. Each creature takes 2d8 bludgeoning damage and might be moved by the line. So it can push people out of the way. And if they critically fail, they take double damage and are knocked prone. I don't know if this is good or not, but it's fucking hilarious. Like, do you see this wood bender and they just open up the portal to wood, and it's like, you know, the beginning of Final Destination or Final Destination 2, right? Where the wood flies off of the back of the truck and starts messing up everybody on the highway. I don't know. This seems pretty cool to me. I don't know. I don't hate it. It is weird that they made, you know, it doesn't say whether the logs remain afterwards. Doesn't say. It does say they are ejecting. What rolls downstairs, a loner in pairs, rolls over the neighbor's dog. It's fun. It's thing. It's log. It's log. It's better than fun. It's great. I don't remember how it goes, but that is we're very old. Also, yeah, if it rolls over any sort of non-magical difficult terrain, it's smashed flat and it becomes greater difficult terrain. Oh no, it's saying regular difficult terrain is smashed flat. Greater difficult terrain gets to stick around. So yeah, I don't want to deal with this difficult terrain. Oh, let me be clear. If I'll be honest, I'm not a huge fan of summon trees from the plane of trees. I actually completely agree with this. Thank you for the super chat. Do you remember, what's that movie? Sky High. It's like a Disney movie where the kids have superpowers and they go to high school. The one character in the movie, the redhead, his like girlfriend, best friend, she has the ability to, like, you know, make plants grow and tangle people and can summon vines and stuff and make trees bend over. Like, that is kind of what I would like to see wood do, rather than I just chuck in trees from the wood dimension. I actually do agree with that. Wood is really weird. I have no idea what to give this level. Chat, do your thing. Here we go. Wood, level 4. 3, 4, 5. All right, those are your options. I actually don't know with this one. I like tumbling lumber. It does a lot of weird, interesting things. It's not just a damage dealer. A 10-foot wide line is kind of unique. It could potentially push people out of the way, which is kind of interesting. It could move people around. It can knock them prone. It destroys difficult terrain. It's got a lot of weird stuff going on in here. And the Ravel of Thorns potentially could be pretty nasty, especially if you get that aura really, really big. Oh, yeah, the scaling on these, the scaling of these is kind of not great. We got to keep an eye out for anything that scales particularly well. All right, so while you all vote on wood, we're going to go to level 6, back all the way to air. We're going to go to level 6. Okay, I'm just going to put this as 6, and we'll move on. All right. Oh, we want to actually talk about it? Okay, we can do that. All right, I'm going to end the poll here. Wood level 4 gets a 4. All right. Clear as air is an overflow that basically turns you invisible at will. You become invisible until the end of your next turn, but you can sustain it. And if you use a hostile action, so you can stay invisible for basically forever. And if you use a hostile action, like attacking, then the impulse ends after the action is complete. So they will be flat-footed to you or whatever. If you activate it, so it's an overflow, it consumes your kinetic aura, but if you reactivate your kinetic aura, the impulse also conceals your elemental aura. So it doesn't break your invisibility. Now, to be fair, I like this little caveat here. You can't use it too frequently. If you use it again within 10 minutes, it makes you just concealed instead of invisible. You can't, the air can only refract you so much. You can't use it over and over and over again. But it is invisibility on tap. But wait, when we go to, and also it's not just invisibility for combat, because you could turn yourself invisible, and as long as you are willing to sustain it with one action, you're invisible essentially forever. But wait, there's more. At 10th level, the impulse doesn't end if you take a hostile action. But if you're invisible, you become concealed instead of invisible until the start of your next turn. So this is improved invisibility, but when you attack, you temporarily become concealed. And then at 16th level, it's just full on, permanent, essentially, improved invisibility. And there is a feat that you get, which, like the Witch or whatever, lets you sustain a spell for free, sustain an impulse for free. So the whole sustaining it, you get for free. This is unbelievably broken. And there you go. This is, thank you, Kits. Effortless Impulse allows you to continue to sustain this as a free action. Sustaining is not an action tax for higher level kins. This is indeed permanent invisibility. It is really, 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 really good. At level 16, you are just permanently invisible. So that is awesome. Great. Now, what else do we get? Flinging Updraft. A speeding wind heeds your call. It picks someone up and sets them down. Choose a creature within 60 feet of you. They get to jump in any direction up to 30 feet. And if they don't land on a space of solid ground, it falls unless it has a fly speed. But it doesn't take any damage from that fall. You choose the distance and direction of the jump. So we can reposition our allies. So we choose an ally within 60 feet and they can jump. They can vertically move 30 feet in any direction. But wait, we can also target unwilling creatures with this. Now they get to make a reflex save, but if we hit them, we get to reposition them. And the distance that we can jump, the maximum distance that we can do, scales with level. This is really, really good. Repositioning people in Pathfinder 2 can be really, really, really powerful. Imagine you have a barbarian who has a 3-action whirlwind attack, and you want to just pick him up and set him down into the middle of an enemy's. Then it's his turn, and he just destroys everybody around him. Like, there's a lot of really, really good combinations with moving people around, but the fact that you can just target your allies and your enemies, I think makes this an easy auto. Now, I gave it a 6, but I'm going to give it a 5. But it is really, really, really good. I really was impressed with this. Kit says it's a 6. I don't think it. I actually don't think it's a 6, but because this reaches full ridiculousness at level 16, and we do have to take that into account. The game is, a lot of people don't get that high, and the game is ending. But all right. Actually, Ryan, I'm an earthbender. In fact, where is it? I don't know where it is, but I have one of those, what's the gray bag, the bag of holding, the shoulder bag that a lot of geeks have, the big bag of holding. And I have a bunch of pins on it. And one of them I have is like earthbender for life or something. All right. Earth, level 6, Sand Snatcher. A figure of sand with grasping arms. I didn't realize we're already at 10 o'clock. All right. So we will, let's see if we can keep this going. I'm going to keep, tempting y'all. Keep it going. All right. Boom. There we go. All right. Up the goal there, $200. If we get that, we'll go all the way to 11. We'll go for another hour. But I will finish up here level 6. So you guys are good for level 6. So Sand Snatcher is interesting. It creates grasping arms within 30 feet. It can flank. So it creates this little like elemental hand. It's almost like a Big B's hand. When the Sand Snatcher appears, you can have it grapple a creature. The grapple uses your impulse attack roll instead of an athletics check, which is probably good because it's going to use your best key stat. And it shares your multiple attack penalty. It lasts until the end of your turn, but you can sustain it for up to a minute. Every time you sustain it, you can also have it either grapple again or burrow, climb, or stride. This is ranged grab or ranged grapple. I mean, this is fantastic. And you can reposition it. And trying to break free from it uses your DC. And as the monsters get bigger and so could not be grappled, the size of it scales. And you get large and huge, meaning you're going to be able to grapple pretty much anything. Really, really awesome. I think this is really, really cool. Yeah, I mean, I think that's good. Weight of Stone is a 3-action overflow. So these are the ones we always got to pay attention to because these are supposed to be really, really, really big, bad things. Clouds of boulders descend from the sky. It is a 20-foot diameter cylinder, 80 feet high, and the bottom has to be within 120 feet from you. What's interesting about this is it's a cylinder. It's 80 feet high. You could put it up in the sky, but then what happens when the boulders reach the end of the bottom of it? They disappear. Each creature, and I don't get the deal with these cylinders. The cylinders things never really work with me. But each creature in the area.
Troy tip $10. Keep it going. Really appreciate your insights.
Thank you, Troy. And because Troy is obviously interested in keeping it going, I am going to move Troy's $10 tip over to the super chat. There you go. Thank you, Troy. Appreciate that. We will definitely keep going. All right, so this is Rock's Fall. It's 4d8 bludgeoning damage, and it might be pushed down. So this is definitely to be used against flyers. If the creature fails, it takes full damage and is pushed downward 40 feet without taking falling damage. If it reaches the bottom of the cylinder or the ground, the push ends. If the creature is pushed to the ground, it cannot fly, levitate, or otherwise leave the ground for 1 damage. And it does scale by 1d8 every 2 levels. So again, by the time we get really high levels, this will have not scaled up that well, but it's a pretty good way to deal with. I mean, a 40-foot drop in elevation is pretty good, and they get to the ground, they can't fly, levitate, or leave the ground for 1 round, keeping them pinned on the ground. It's not bad, not that bad. All right, so we've got Sand Snatcher, which is pretty good, and we got Weight of Stone. Now remember too, our Kinetic Blast is going to be our bread and butter. We want to be able to think about these feats as having eventually we're going to have a lot of these. I mean, hell, like I said, by the time you're level 5 in this class, you will have started the game with 3 level 1 feats, 4 if you're a human. You'll got a feat at 2, you'll get a feat at 4, and then when you choose your gate, you'll get another feat. You will have 7 feats by the time you are level 5. You're going to have a lot of feats. So you don't need to sometimes it's nice to have a feat that maybe you don't use it all the time, but when you do use it, it's really, really, really good. I like these. I like these abilities. I think I'm going to go with 4 for Earth. I like Sand Snatcher and I like Weight of Stone. All right, next, Fire. Come on, Fire. Come on, Fire. Level 6 Fire. Crawling Fire. You mimic the motions of a beast of your devising and it becomes real with a flaming pelt and searing claws. It's small and appears, level 6 must be the make little tiny elemental creatures level. It's got to be within 30 feet. You can sense from the crawling fire space as well as your own using your senses. Okay. When you use a fire impulse, you can have it originate from the crawling fire instead of you. That's kind of cool. The creation lasts until the end of your next turn, but you can sustain it. Every time you sustain it, you can have it move 40 feet. The crawling fire can be attacked. It uses your statistics, but it's immune to fire. So it doesn't do anything? Huh. Hey, James, thank you for the super chat. James is really liking the Earth Kineticist so far. It's probably, air and earth are both, for me, competing for my heart. But I really do like the Earth abilities. This is weird. I'm not impressed with this. Yeah, this is not much of anything. Any damage that would be dealt to the crawling fire is dealt to you. So it's not even like it's extra bank of hit points. Yeah, this is not great. This is actually pretty low. This is like a F tier. I don't really like this one at all. This seems like really bad. This is a miss. I mean, there's something happened here, something in design. By the way, I did notice an editing mistake. So, Earth says Earth Impulses in the upper left-hand corner. And air says air impulses, and then fire just says fire. And it doesn't say fire impulses. It just says fire. Yeah, I guess it lets you, create it, and then you can, send it ahead and just shoot stuff out from it. But the fact that it takes you take the damage too doesn't really seem to change with anything. I don't know. Very strange. All right, what about Volcanic Escape? It's a reaction. Real short feat here. I like reactions. Space Rabbi coming at us with some information from the playtest. Crawling Fire used to be more like a summon spell in the playtest. I imagine its current state is a result of it being gutted. Got it. Okay. Good to know. If you take damage, if an enemy within your aura damages you, lava reflexively explodes underneath you and the creature that hurts you. The triggering enemy takes D6 fire damage with a basic reflex save, and you leap up to half your speed in any direction, which does not trigger reactions. And it scales kind of badly, but remember, we might be triggering their weakness aura because they're in our kinetic aura, and us leaping without triggering reactions means that if they come in there with their first attack, we get out of the way. They can't follow up with a second attack. And we could do this every round. It's overflow, sure, but there's nothing stopping us from, at the start of our turn, just bringing back up our flaming aura. So that's really pretty good. Hey, $25 from Kits. Level 4 feats should probably be lowered to 12%, with 2% going to gate junctions. Safe elements replaces any bad level 4 impulses. You know what? I will agree to that. We're going to go down to 12% on level 4, and we're going to go to 10% on gate junctions. I actually really like that math. Good job, Kits. I agree with you. So movement as a reaction, anything a fighter or worse martial is looking for, action economy. Yeah, I mean, action on movement on a reaction that can also interrupt what they're trying to do and prevents reactions from occurring. This is really good. Crawling Fire, bleh. I hate to give this ranking a 3 because I feel like this is great and you would just never take Crawling Fire. Like, I don't, I'm a little torn, but we do have to sort of respect the entirety, of the thing. So, hey, Sapmac says $5. Let's just finish the hour out. All right. You all did it. You guys are rock stars. We will keep going to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So let's do this. I'm going to go with 3. And again, really the way I look at this is like Crawling Fire is like a 1 or like a 0. And like Volcanic Escape's like a solid 4. I don't know if it's a 5, but it's a solid 4. So I like where it's at. You guys are great. Thank you so much for the incredible support. We will keep it going. Because, man, this is fun. I mean, yeah, there's been, nothing's perfect. There's a couple things that we don't love, but I'm in for it, Consume power. We would take acid, electricity, fire, or sonic damage. We absorb energy and hold it in our kinetic gate. You gain resistance equal to your level to the triggering damage. Choose only one eligible type of resistance. If this reaction prevents any damage, you gain a status bonus equal to half your level to the damage roll of the next metal impulse you use before the end of your turn. Now, here's the deal. I like this. You take electricity or energy damage, you absorb it, and then your next attack is bonus damage. But compare this one with the water wave reaction, which was bludgeoning, slashing, fire, and acid. Fire, bludgeoning, slashing, all common damage types. This is only going to happen on acid, electricity, and sonic very rarely. Happening on fire is not bad. It's not bad, but this is going to get triggered a lot less. Now, pointed out, good point, JG. Good point. This is not overflow. You could do this all the time. If you're fighting a creature that's dealing acid, electricity, fire, or sonic damage, they are in trouble. They are fucked. But, it's not going to trigger as often. But when it does, it's pretty sweet. You get equal to your level resistance damage, which is sweet. And then if it prevents any amount of damage, you get a status bonus equal to half your damage to damage, which is also potentially a huge amount of damage. Great role-playing, Debbie. Maybe crawling flames should let me or bind to the flames and use those as focuses. Fighter wears a candle helmet. I don't know what. I don't know. I mean, it should do something. I don't know. Maybe like bind to different flames, not just use that other thing. I don't know. I like the idea of if it made it so that like a spell came out of you and the crawling flame, like 2 AoEs or something like that. I don't know. That'd be pretty cool. But Don Pokey says, I was surprised this didn't trigger off for at least one physical damage type. I also scanned like every item for ways to trigger this as a free action, and none of them are close. Could you trigger it with persistent fire damage? So, yes. Persistent fire damage at the end of your turn would trigger. You could you could react to it, and then you'd get the bonus to the end of your next turn. Yeah, I guess that would be fine. All right. Well, how do we feel about this? It's not bad. I still feel like this is, we got Scrap Barricade. 3 action overflow. Ragged pieces of metal weld themselves into a ramshackle structure. Can I ask a question? Why is metal so obsessed with being rusted and ramshackle and roughshod? And, it just sounds like it's crap metal. Like, why is that? I don't understand. All right. But we're obviously going to be making some walls here. And if you've never played Pathfinder 2, let me tell you something. Wall of Stone, arguably, is probably one of the most strongest spells in the game. Wall of Force is also quite good. Even Wall of Ice can get the job done. But walls can be exceptionally powerful. So for 3 action overflow, we can create a 30-foot long, 15-foot high, half an inch thick wall. It must be formed in a straight line in an unbroken... So Wall of Stone is broken because you can draw it around, but it must be formed in a straight line in an unbroken open space that doesn't pass through any creatures or objects, or it fails. Each 10-foot by 10-foot section of the wall has AC 10, hardness 10, 20 hit points. If any section is destroyed, the entire wall collapses and everyone adjacent to it takes 2d8 slashing damage with a basic reflex save. The wall only lasts until the end of your turn, but you can sustain it for a minute. As you get higher in level, it gets longer, it gets more hit points, and the damage when it collapses takes D8 increases. So that is what we have for level 6 metal. I like Scrap Barricade, but the fact of the matter is it's 30 feet long and 15 foot high, and it must be formed in a straight line, and it must be unbroken, and it cannot pass through anything, objects, or things. So you need to have room for this whole wall, or you can't summon it, right? If I'm reading this correctly, this thing is a 15-foot wide, 15-foot long wall. If I wanted to put this across a 10-foot wide hallway, I couldn't do it because it would be interacting with the walls and it would be passing into them. So I'm not sure how they tried to rule that, but yeah. Oh, okay. It's up to. Thank you. Good call, chat. All right. This becomes way better. This is actually way better. I like this a lot, actually, then. I mean, this is at-will walls. At-will walls is pretty damn good. Yeah. I don't know. I could be tempted to go. I'm definitely going 4 here. I don't think it's a 5, but man, it's 4. It's good. This is good. Metal needed this. Metal was kind of falling off the chart. All right, let's go to water. Level 6. Driving rain. 3 action overflow. Big deal. Heavy drops of rain hit like sling stones. Each creature in a 15-foot burst. That's 30-foot diameter. It's pretty big. 120-foot range. All right, so now we're getting some nice range here. Takes 3d8 bludgeoning damage. And until the start of your next turn, all creatures are concealed while in the area, and all creatures outside the area are concealed to creatures within it. Good range. Big area of effect. Damage is okay. It's not great. It's okay. The concealment thing feels like it could work for you or against you. It depends. But I think this is just probably like a 3. Torrent in the Blood. Double overflows. 2 action. A healing wave. Oh, this is an AoE heal. That's sweet. 2 action, 30-foot cone, cleansing water. Each creature in the area heals 3d8 hit points and can attempt a new save against 1 poison or disease afflicting it. And on a failed save, it can't get worse. This is, I know they are, by the way, again, everyone shit on Derek because he gave spells like remove disease and neutralize poison Fs. But because he said all these don't work. This at-will ability is better at healing diseases and poisons than the slot spell that only does neutralize poison or remove disease. This is already better. And then they're immune for 10 minutes, and it heals and it extends by D8. Great role-playing Debbie with $2 says, Torrent in the blood, getting into anime names. Yes, there's no doubt that this is definitely a little anime-esque.
Simul tip $25.
There's no doubt about that.
I never catch these shows live because of my gaming schedule, but I watch every VOD.
Well,
Here's to keeping your awesome stream going.
Thank you, Zymel. I will also put your tip, and I do appreciate it when people put the tips because we get a little bit more of that. But I will move that over to the super chat because you're wanting to keep it going. So we are doing well. All right, folks. Yeah, I know they're changing the cleanse. I've read the cleanse rule, which is good. They should change that, but I'm just saying, they are making it better. So that's fantastic. All right. I mean, this is a pretty long range AoE. This is a pretty sweet heal AoE. And you get to heal. I don't know. What do we think for water here? 3 or 4? I'm thinking 3. I think this is fine. I don't think it's game breaking. I think it's just, it's doing what it needs to do. Shadram says 4, but Vin is always right, says 3. So, and Don Pokey said 3, so we'll go with 3. Divine, absolutely. I will say this. It is a good 3. It's a solid 3. I mean, if somebody wanted to say it's a 4, I wouldn't hate that, but all right, Wood. Man, Wood's been so inconsistent all over the place. All right, Wood. Dash of herbs. All right, we got another healing. A small cloud of medicinal herbs heals a creature. So 2 actions. The type of herbs depends on what you want to treat. We can treat confused, disease, poison, sicken, or injuries. Okay, I like versatility. Target a single creature within 30 feet who regains 2d8 plus 4 hit points and can attempt a new save. If you chose injuries, instead, the healing becomes D10s. Interesting. The creature becomes immune for 10 minutes. Alternatively, you can add the herbs to a dish of food being prepared for up to 6 people, and anyone who partakes in the meals gains the benefits. Knight Rider, I am aware that it does not exclude enemies, but you gotta use your wave right. But this would be 2d10 plus 4 at level 6. How does that stack up? It's probably pretty okay, right? Let me get a calculator. I mean, considering this isn't a slot. So let's assume you had healing hands. A level 3 slot would be 3d10 plus 24. So it would be healing 40. This is healing like 15. So obviously healing hands heal is still better, but this is pretty great. And heal just heals. Remember, this heals 2d8 plus 4 hit points, and you could also let somebody make a saving throw versus sicken. That's awesome. You could have them make a saving throw versus a poison or a confusion effect while also healing them. That's actually a lot of versatility. I actually really like this. The new the saves. Interestingly, by the way, this does not say that a failed save makes it worse. So if somebody had a poison or disease and they failed the save, I think you would progress and get worse. I don't know if they forgot to include that. Oops. But I don't think sickened is that rare. I think sickened is actually one of the more annoying pain in the ass conditions to deal with. I use thickened all the time whenever I'm a GM. All right, we also get a 3-action overflow wood wall, wooden palisade. So now it's up to 30 feet long, 20 feet high, and 1 inch thick. Okay, a little bit taller. Has to still be in a straight line. You can create ledges on one side of the wall, 4 feet from the top, with ladders reaching out to them. So you and your allies can freaking get to the wall. Each 10-foot by 10-foot section has AC 10, hardness 10, 20 hit points, and is immune. Same as the metal wall. So this is literally just better than the metal wall. What does it lose? When the metal wall falls apart, somebody takes 2d8 damage or something. It's so trivial. This, though, is you get your own palisade. You get ladders and you get ledges so that you can stand on the wall and shoot over it. I mean, this is combat as war. This is sweet. I love it. This is nice. Also, Nutmeg, that's a great point. The metal one did say that if a section fell apart, the entire thing completely fell apart.
Tipped $5. Got to head out for lunch. Thanks for the great stream. We'll see if you're still going when I get back, lol.
Thank you, Frostjack. Appreciate it. Enjoy your lunch. Wow, this is amazing. This one doesn't fall apart when a section is breached. This is great. I got to say, honest with you, 3-action to make a really great high-quality wood. Wow. You can sustain it for up to a minute. You can't do it forever, but eventually you get free action sustain. I like this. We're going to a 5. Pumpkin says metal should probably be downgraded to 3. Why did we give it a 4? I don't know. It's okay. The wall. We gave it because of the wall. Yeah, but this wall makes this other wall look so bad. I'm gonna change metal down to a 3. All right, it's still an at-will wall. It's still an at-will wall. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, absolutely, Twigster. That's the crazy part. Oh, they breached through the wall. Oh no, what are we gonna do? I make another wall. I just make another wall. So this is really good. All right, 8th level. We're into the bonus now, people. We're into the bonus. We're into the bonus.
I am strong. Strong. Strong.
All right, we're going to keep it going. Can I go the entire stream without using the restroom even once? All right, here we go. We're talking about Pathfinder. We're talking about role-playing games. You know it. That is sustaining me. Twixter says metal 4, but would she get upgraded to a 6? No beer. Both the walls need sustaining. All right, level 8. Okay. Whew. This one's a good one. This one's a good one, folks. Cyclonic Ascent, 2-action. Whirls of wind surround your body, forming a cyclone that lifts you into the air. You gain a fly speed equal to your land speed, or 30 feet, whichever is greater. For 10 minutes. For 10 minutes. Fly speed, we're not even done yet, by the way. Fly speed, 30 feet, or land speed, whichever is better, 10 minutes. Unlike with a normal fly speed, you can move upward without treating as difficult terrain. Also, you can remain in the air if you, at the end of your turn, if you used an air impulse, even if you didn't take a fly action. A lot of people do not know this, or they're not aware of the rules. But if you're flying and you don't spend at least 1 action a turn to keep flying, you fall out of the sky. So this not only is flying, it's better flying because you can move upward without difficult terrain, but it's also triple better flying because if you use an air impulse, you don't have to burn an action moving. Oh, and at level 14, you can target 5 additional targets for free. For free. Yes, Pumpkin. They flying up is not difficult terrain, and they don't have to move. You have to use an air impulse, so it's not like you do have to do something, but you're an air Kineticist, you're going to be using air impulses. This is like the best, and it's infinite, people. And it lasts 10 minutes, and it's 2 actions. It's not even overflow. This is so insane. This is the best fly in the game. Oh, it's insane. It's absolutely insane. Yeah, Space Rabbi is absolutely right. Get this, go up high, use your longbow weapon infusion to turn your thing into range 100 or something, longbows, and just pelt down from high on top. I mean, this is insane. This is great. Incredible. Air also has a free action fly from their single gate expand the portal impulse junction. So the final sentence basically just means you don't need to do 2 action impulse. 1 impulse is enough. That is true. I mean, consider this. Whatever. Okay, I'm not even gonna get it. It's just too good. All right. Storm Spiral is our 3 action overflow. Dark thunderclouds swirl in a miniature storm, crisscross with lightning bolts. It's a 20-foot burst. That's fireball. 60 feet, 3d12 electricity, 1d10 sonic damage. That is very close to 4d12, which is what a lightning bolt does, which is pretty good. A creature that fails its save is deafened until the end of its next turn. We don't really care about deafened too much. And randomly, if a creature is wearing metal armor or made of metal, they get a -1 circumstance penalty to their save. The damage scales by D12, but every 3 levels, not every 2 levels. So, like again, the damage when you get into your upper teens, mid-teens, is going to fall off a little bit. But this is a big, big AoE damage and is pretty great. You can cast this when you're flying above people high in the air. Don Pokey, I think this is, you know what? I think this is a great point that Don Pokey's making, and I do want to take a minute here to talk about this. By the way, this is the easiest 5 we've given. It might be 6, honestly. It might be 6. I have no idea how to pronounce that, sir, but that level of flying is insane. Don Pokey. So the thing about this is you're doing all of this stuff. You're flying around on cyclones of air and summoning thunderstorms and all at level 8. This isn't level 18. This isn't level 20. This is level 8. You're playing Abomination Vault and you get to do this. That is mighty awesome. That is mighty awesome. All right, we got a bunch of people saying 6, 6, 6, 6. This is infinite flying after. I mean, yeah, you're infinite flying invisibility at this point. I mean, all right, 6. Listen, the people have spoken. So I think the fact that this lets you just do the thing and get to be the cool thing that you wanted to be. It doesn't feel like you're having to, ice skate uphill, to get this. And that's really important to me. All right. Earth. Spike Skin. We get resistance 4 to all physical damage, except adamantine. So it's a minor version of stone skin. Whenever a creature damages you with a melee weapon, basically, they take 2 piercing damage. It lasts for 10 minutes, though. But each time the target takes physical damage, the duration decreases by 1 minute. And the target is temporarily immune for 1 hour. And if you use it again, the previous one ends. Because you can cast it on other people. But every 2 levels, the resistance scales by 2. I don't really care about this piercing damage, but what does this look like? It means you're at 4 at 8, 10 at 4 at 8, 6 at 10, 8 at 12, and 16 at 20. So you're taking 16 damage off. And you can just kind of spam this out more or less. I mean, you could put it on one person, and then when it ends, you can just cast it on. You can't cast it on them again for an hour, but you can cast it on a different person. And giving them physical resistance 16 to all, basically everything, except adamantine, which basically means all physical. And the person would be taking like 6 to 8 to 10 damage. It would add up. It would add up. I don't think this is horrible. Man, what is going on? We got another super chat that I don't think came through. I hear it. Just YouTube is just thing. It was from Vin again. It must be something Vin is doing that's just destroying it. He says, as I voted and said at the beginning of the start of the element, going single element and skipping on air is unthinkable to me. Air is always going to be worth a dip. So absolutely. 100%. I think air is obviously going to be really, really, really strong. I did miss a super chat, by the way. Great Roleplay Debbie said that meeting in the morning isn't important, right? It's just a stand-up sync meeting where we just basically say, like, what do we do this week? So, no, not an important meeting. Yeah, YouTube is eating meetings. By the way, as we go into 10:30, I want to say thank you for everybody who's still hanging out with me. Thank you to all of you, so many of you, who have basically made this stream a reality. It's great to know that we have this kind of support from our folks. And again, if you're interested in this kind of content and this kind of conversations, subscribe, ring the bell, or maybe join our Discord. You can do that through our Patreon. There's a lot of benefits to joining our Patreon besides just our exclusive Discord, but I'll let the Patreon page kind of talk you through that. We got feats to go through. All right, I don't mind this spike skin. I think this is actually pretty okay. Swim through the earth gives you a burrow speed. You don't gain the ability to breathe while in the earth, so you must hold your breath. Contrast that with that water. Contrast that with that return to the sea. And you have to sustain it. I mean, I guess moving through the earth is just more broken than moving through water. By the way, it's burrow, which means it has to be like dirt. At level 14, you can finally go through rock and dense material. I feel like earth is kind of a miss on this level for me. I like spike skin, but it's not. Okay, wait. Spice Rabbi saying burrow speed is really powerful. All right, chat. Convince me. Why is burrow speed powerful? You're blind while you're in the earth. You can't see anything. You have to hold your breath because you can't do it. You can't attack anybody. And remember, burrow doesn't let you have to move through like soft earth. You can't move through rock or stone or, anything like that. You can with this at level 14, but I just see this being very limited and very narrow. Like if you're in your standard adventure path done, unless you're like outside in like the forest maybe, or like the plains, I just don't see it. You could have precise tremor sense. You're not necessarily guaranteed to have it, but yes. Oh, scouting's not bad. I agree. All right. Well, we'll let the people vote. So this is for 8th level Earth. So this is including the stone spike skin. Sorry. Let your votes be made. Great Roleplaying Debbie says it's not just loose soil, Derek. All right. It says a burrow speed lets you tunnel through the ground. You can use the burrow action. Burrow action says you dig your way through dirt, sand, or a similar loose material at a rate up to your burrow speed. You can't burrow through rock or other substances that are denser than dirt. That is the razor. Because you made a mistake. You checked burrow speed, but you didn't check the burrow action. All right, let's see what the chat. Come on, get your votes in. Now, yes, very true, Knight Rider. Level 14 is pretty sweet. I'm not gonna lie. That now you're actually doing the damn thing. Now you're going through Earth, and you're not. That's you. That's you just tunneling through dungeon walls. and not even leaving signs of your passage. That's you magically earth melding through the rock. That's pretty sweet. I'm not going to lie. Level 14 is nice. Level 14 is nice. But level 8, not as useful as people might think it is, right? Space Rabbi, that's a great point. We're going to be reflowing like a motherfucker when we're up that high level, you know? Yeah, you would take this for the level 14 ability. All right, I'll buy this. Yeah, level 14 is basically pass wall at will. Right, that's pretty good. Obviously, pass wall lets your allies come through. This is just you. So yeah, reflowing is a thing. All right, I'm going to end the poll. You guys are much more generous than me. I probably would have gone with a 3, but enough of you voted for that I will concede the 4. But my for the record, my take would have been here a 3. Okay, you know what? Actually, I'm going to hide the totals so that it's a surprise when we get to the end of it. I mean, you might be able to math it out, but you know. All right, fire. Level 8 fire. Come on, fire. Come on, fire. Kindle inner flames. As a candle can light another, you awaken the latent potential to channel fire in other creatures. This is a stance. You shed faint, glowing embers, as do your allies while they're within your kinetic aura. Everything about this sounds sweet. Anyone shedding these embers gets a +1 status bonus to reflex saves and acrobatics checks. Can step as a free action once per round. And if they take a move action, its strikes deal 2 extra points of fire damage at level 8. Also, yeah, if we're in this, remember, if we're in this, we're not in Thermal Nimbus. No, because you can only be in one stance at a time there. You can't be in 2 stances. You got to be in 1 stance. So if we're kindling inner flames, I mean, no, Twigster. I don't think so. I don't know. How's this? Because it's taking a move action, not striding. It's a specific. I guess step has the move trait. Yeah. Okay. All right. It would work. So basically, everybody gets to, as long as they step for free, they get to do 2 fire damage. Yeah, maybe this is okay. Yes, no, step is definitely move. Yeah, no, 100%. I forgot I had the movement trait. I don't know. Yeah, it does stack. If you're activating your fire weakness, it stacks with your aura. I mean, I guess that's the key. That's the key. You know, you're giving all your enemies weaknesses. Your people are pinging them for 2 or 4 points of damage, and they're triggering the weakness. I think that's actually pretty good. I think that's pretty good. I think I'd rather be using Nimbus. I agree with Brennan. Would rather be using Nimbus, but overall, I think I agree with this. Hey, $5 from Great Role Playing Debbie. I have an investigator who would have been alive if I had this. This does not deserve the This does not deserve the anime name. Okay. It's pretty good. All right, Solar Detonation. 3 action overflow. Solar Detonation sounds awesome. Has the vitality. Blinding flames explode. Detonation is a 20-foot burst within 60 feet of you. No fireball, but nothing ever is. Each creature in the area takes 6d6 fire damage plus 2d6 vitality damage if it has void healing, which basically means undead, or creatures that can be damaged by vitality damage. And it could be dazzled or blinded depending on the results of its reflex save. The light from solar detonation counts as sunlight for creatures with a particular vulnerability to sunlight. Yada, yada, yada. Half damage and dazzled on a success. Full damage blinded. AoE damage blind is pretty dang good. Now, obviously, this does not do as much damage as Fireball. I mean, it does at this level, as long as they are taking the actual damage from vitality. But don't forget, you will be doing D8s with this. with your fire damage, and if you can, if you can throw it off at danger close, no. All right. Well, to be fair, you're probably not using AoEs against people that are higher level than you. Why does this have the incapacitation trait? No. Again, if you're fighting one level, if you're fighting one creature and it's higher level than you, you're not going to be casting an AoE anyways. So it's kind of irrelevant. This is great. I mean, if you're fighting, you could be fighting 4 PL0 monsters. That's an extreme encounter. Incapacitation doesn't apply there. You're gonna do some damage. But that is, I blind. Yeah. Again, I just. It should just be that the blindness is incapacitation. They need to come up with that templating better, which they don't have. They have it for some spells, but even then it's a little awkward. But like the templating needs to only be like if you read Phantasmal Killer, right? But because Phantasmal Killer uses 2 different saves, so whenever they have a damage and an effect bundled together, they all get fucked by the incapacitation. But like Phantasmal Killer uses 2 different saves, Boothby. But yeah, yeah, they need some sort of secondary effect in cap template. Yeah, 100%. All right, I still think this is okay. Let me be clear about this. I just don't think it's like completely ridiculously busted. I'm going to give fire 3. So free steps, extra fire, getting your whole team to get extra fire damage to trigger your weakness. Pretty good. That's pretty good. A little bit of work. Solar detonation, leaves a little. Here's the best case. You're higher level. You're fighting a bunch of lower level shadows, which have sunlight vulnerability, and the vitality damage and the fire damage has gone through the roof, and you just lay them out. And you'll feel like it was totally worth it. All right. Metal. Level 8 metal. Conductive sphere, 2 action. A floating metal ball forms in space within 30 feet, flashing with electricity. It can't be targeted, can't be damaged. Any allies adjacent to it gain resistance to electricity, which isn't really worth that much, equal to your level, and add the shocking rune to all their strikes with metal objects. It lasts only until the end of your next turn, but you can sustain it. When you conjure the sphere, and the first time each round that you sustain it, you can have it fly up to 20 feet or deal 1d12 not scaling electricity damage. This is bad. Wow. This is bad. All right. I'm not even going to spend that time. Giving adjacent allies shocking rune, I guess, is something, but it's D6. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're summoning a is the free shock not good? It is. You're giving, 3 points of damage, 3.5 points of damage to maybe 1 or 2 allies, and you have to sustain it. You're giving them electricity resistance, but honestly, that's not going to matter that much. Plus, if you're giving something electricity resistance, you're probably fighting something that doesn't care that you're hitting it with a shocking rune. All right. Wretch Rust. You exhale tendrils of rusted metal. What is there? They're obsessed with rust. Is it the elemental plane of rust? 30-foot cone, take 4d10 slashing damage. Any creature that fails takes 2d4 persistent slashing, and they scale 1d10 and 1d4 for the persistent every 2 character levels. Pretty good. It's pretty good. Vin saying, the Electro voice is sounding better today. Well, Vin, as I was saying the other day, when you first heard it, it was on a Zoom call, which meant I did not have any of my EQ or processing. Now going through OBS, I have some compressors and EQs that actually Ben set up for me, and so that's probably why it's sounding a little bit better and maybe not as punchy. So this isn't, we're getting to the point now. It's like, 4d10 damage at level 8 is like, it's not great. I don't really like Conductive Sphere. 30 foot. I'm going to go with 2. Sorry. I don't see it. I don't think either of these is really good. Also, I see people saying, and I think they're all right. Metal Plane is Rust themed hard. Yeah, absolutely. And I think part of the problem is like same thing with wood is like, you're like, what the fuck do these even mean? Like, it's easy to imagine what an airbender and an earthbender and a waterbender and a firebender do, but you're like, what does a woodbender do exactly? But at the same time, we saw metal bending. You remember when Toph learned to metal bend? Do you remember her daughter, Lin, right? And Su Yin? Remember how badass Lin and Su Yin are? They're so good in Korra. Like, well, just do that. All you had to do was just do that. Anyways. Not a fan of. Yes, Tim. I love that. Wood should have been more poison. I definitely like that. Retch Rust is better than Solar Detonation. You think? Let me think about this. Well, let's see. It's a 30-foot cone instead of a 20-foot burst at range. So, I mean, let me be clear. 30-foot cones usually aren't as good as mega bursts at range. Just being clear. Oh, by the way, people, Floyd got it. Don Pokey got it. Look at that. A metal creature that fails its save also takes 2d4 persistent damage. Was Retch Rust better than Solar Detonation? It turns out the answer was no. All right. The metal bending cities from Korra, dope as fuck. Yeah, I mean, they were awesome. I mean, I loved Kuvira. I mean, she became a villain of a whole season. All 19 of those metal creatures out of 2,800 are fuck, son. Why did they do this? Why did they do this? Yeah. Thank you for the super chat there. Great role playing, Debbie. All right, Nutmeg Gog says, give us a 1. They did metal so dirty. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to... actually, I gave it the 2, thinking it did persistent damage. Now I'm making it down. Knowing it's only against metal, that's so bad. All right, Water, come on. You've been keeping us good. Call the Hurricane. That sounds sweet. Overflow. 2-action overflow. Massive waves spiral around you as the eye of the hurricane. The waves appear in a 20-foot emanation or a 30-foot emanation if you are in water. Each creature takes 6d8 bludgeoning damage with a basic reflex save against your class DC. A creature that fails its save is battered by the waves and pushed 10 feet or 20 feet on a critical failure. Now, starting to push a bunch of creatures becomes much more compelling. Now, I should note this affects even your allies, so having safe... no, I think this is just everybody. I don't think there's anything you can do about this. This isn't... I think safe elements only protects your allies from your kinetic aura. But this is kind of everybody. But it's a big spot. 20-foot emanation, 68, and pushing somebody 10 or 20 feet is starting to get into the, especially on an AoE, it's starting to get into the interesting category. I don't hate it. I think I would give this like a 3. It is overflow, but it's only 2 action. I would give it a 3. Self-confessed cynic with $2 says, everything wood so far is straight from Naruto, but I have never seen Naruto, so I do not know anything about Naruto. except for Naruto running. I do know that. Oh, okay. Thanks. Great role playing, Debbie. Safe elements does. Okay. Yes. Okay. Great. It's a 1 action infusion. Got it. Got it. Got it. So you would have to burn an action. Got it. Okay. Well, that's good to know. I mean, it's nice that it does double duty. What else do we got? Impenetrable fog, another 3 action overflow. Fog condenses around you. It's a 10-foot burst within 120 feet. Everyone becomes concealed inside and outside. It is so magically dense it impedes movement, becoming difficult terrain. It lasts until the end of your turn, but you can sustain it. You can make the radius of the burst larger every 3 levels. Now, we talked about these in our spells. This is solid fog, basically, at will. Now, I didn't necessarily love solid fog, but it's solid fog is a cantrip, which used to be like, I don't know, what was it, a level... it was level 4. Now, it was a 20-foot burst. This is only a 10-foot burst. But to be fair, that was a level 4 spell, 3 actions, 120 feet, 20-foot burst. So solid fog is literally this, except it's a 20-foot burst instead of a 10-foot burst. And it's literally the same thing. I mean, I got to give some respect to that, but overall, impenetrable fog, like Call the Hurricane's okay. I like it. Penetrable fog is okay. I like it, but I'm going to give water a 3. I think it's just okay. I don't think it's great. I don't think it's super exciting. All right. Drifting pollen. It's a stance. A haze of pollen floats around you. A creature in your kinetic aura when you enter the stance or who later enters it must make a fort save against your kinetic. So a creature. So it's anybody, not just your but so if you have this, you're definitely going to want safe elements. Attempts a fort save against your class DC. On a failure, it's sickened 1 or sickened 2 and dazzled until it's no longer sickened. Wow. 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 That's good. It doesn't even become immune to it. A creature attempts to save no more than 1 time around, but if it passes a save, it has to make a new save the next round. That is sick. Get it? It's sick. Sickened is a fantastic stat. This gives someone sickened and dazzled, and it doesn't have incapacitation, and it's a stance, and it's your whole kinetic aura, which you could eventually make, 15, 20, 30 feet. That's like sickening, AoE sickening stance aura. That's insane. And you're getting that level 8. All right, that's pretty good. Sanguivolent roots. Oh, no. Sanguivolent? Sanguivolent? All right. Blood drinking vines, 3 action overflow, grow from the ground, 15-foot radius burst within 120 feet. Almost fireball, but not quite. Each living enemy in the area has its blood drained, dealing 3d6. Man, wood is weird. Taking 3d6 piercing damage with a basic fort save. Each time the vines drink blood, living creatures in the area who aren't your enemies regain hit points equal to half the damage a single creature took. Calculate this using the highest damage that a creature took. This is a healing vitality effect. Your enemies with void healing in the area take vitality damage. The vines last until the end of your next turn, and you can sustain the impulse. Each time you sustain, you can repeat. Congratulations, Wood. You did it. Wood gets a 6. Holy shit, these are both incredible. That is awesome. That is an AoE enemy damaging healing that you can sustain that works infinitely, that scales pretty okay, is a whole area at range with an absolutely busted stance. These are both incredibly great. Wood has worked really hard to get here. It deserves its 6. Wood. Wouldn't you know it? Wood got a 6. Would you look at that? All right. Moving on. All right. Well, this is mostly for effect. So I've been going up by 50s. You guys have been so awesome, so it doesn't really matter. So I'm going to change the goal to $250 for us to keep going. Of course, we are already at 242 because you guys are fantastic. So hopefully we can keep it going, keep this thing turning up. All right, air. Ooh. Are we getting to the level? All right, here we go. Air, level 12. Now, keep in mind, we do have a big gap here, okay? Because we went from 8, we had 4, 6, 8. Now we're skipping 10, and we're moving into 12. All right? So, we're getting into it now. This is the level where we're talking chain lightnings, okay, people? Right? Here we go. Ghosts in the storm. Clouds. This is a stance. Just a stance. Clouds like eager pets are drawn to you and those in your good graces. Clouds surround you as well as your allies as long as they are inside your aura. Anyone in these auras gets a +2 status bonus to reflex saves and acrobatics checks. Okay. When an infected creature uses a move action, clouds dance around it. Until the start of its next turn, it's concealed and the strikes gain the shock rune. I mean, this is a lot of stuff for one action, and it's a stance, and you don't have to do anything. So, well, great role-playing Debbie coming in with $8 Australian, almost puts us up to 250, but doesn't quite. Missed a message there, buddy. Floyd, that is exactly what you should be asking, Floyd. What? Conducting sphere. Why am I even here? What are we doing here? This thing is like way better than conducting sphere. I mean, obviously, yes, it is 4 levels higher, but I mean, come on. This thing's okay. I mean, it's pretty good. Shadrum, the $12 super chat coming out of New Zealand says, Derek doesn't need to sleep. We've got feats to rate. Boom. And just like that, we're locked in. Let's do it. All right. Okay. I like this. Wiles on the wind. You speak law. Okay, well, now we've come to what I'm sure will be fine, but not great. You speak lies and set them on the wind. You create an auditory illusion. Only an auditory illusion. You have to sustain it. It doesn't even last. And any creature, and it fascinates. And it fascinates. Fascinates terrible. This was kind of a miss. I'm giving it 2. Level 12 air. I was really expecting some big things. It let me down. All right. Note that every level 12 feat is also competing with the effortless impulse. That is also very true. Yep, exactly, kits. Fascinated, i.e. nothing happens. Exactly. All right, level 12, rattle the earth. 2 action overflow. Striking the ground with the gravity of the deepest rocks. It sounds sweet. You cause an earthquake. This has the effects of earthquake. Fuck. I mean, we already saw this with the feat defense. Do not put a spell. Don't make me look up a spell while I'm reading your spell. For fuck's sake. Just tell me what it does. I don't care that it's the effects of an earthquake. Just tell me what it fucking does. Anyways, I'm sorry. That's just a trigger thing for me. All right. 2 action overflow. The earthquake comes from you with an area of a 60-foot cone or emanation with your kinetic aura. You and your space are unaffected by the quake. The fissures are only 10 feet deep, and the DC check of a collapse is 4. I mean, again, I don't know what earthquake does, and I'm not going to look it up, but if I recall correctly, it doesn't really do a lot of damage, and buildings have to make a flat check or they might collapse. And it sounds like the check is 4 higher than what it would be with the spell. And finally, at level 20, it's the same as the spell. So it's a little bit worse in terms of will buildings collapse, but in theory, you could do this every 6 seconds. So, because it's a 2-action overflow. So with a couple of minutes, I think that Earth Kineticist with Rattle the Earth could pretty much bring down any structure on Earth. So actually, this is probably broken as shit, but yeah, you know, it's fine. It probably is actually really broken. Rock's Rampart. 3-action wall of motherfucking stone. Wall of stone is so much better than other things because you can shape it. Okay, it doesn't have to be a straight line. You can make it go around squares on a battle grid. Wow. And just like that, they pull me back in. I mean, this is Wall of Stone on tap. Yeah, this is pretty good though. This is pretty good. Again, I know I shat on Rattle the Earth, but honestly, Earthquake being able to destroy buildings is pretty good. Anyways, but I mean, I didn't think we were going to see Wall of Stone. So, I think it's 5. Honestly, I think it's 5. I think Floyd, Nutmeg Nog. I mean, this is Wall of Stone on tap, and it scales, people. It scales. I mean, it only scales twice, but it scales. And you could just do this again. Every 2 rounds, you could just make a new Wall of Stone for nothing. It doesn't cost you anything. Forever. Anyways, and remember, obviously, you're competing with effortless concentration, so you probably won't get this till like 14, but you know, whatever. Anyways, and honestly, for like combat, Rattle the Earth, probably shit. But like for like a campaign where you're like, I want to destroy an entire city. Yeah, Rattle the Earth is probably pretty good. Right, you don't take this at 12. At 13, when you get your gate threshold and you get an impulse, which is lower level, which would be 12, then you take this. Exactly, kids. Exactly, kids. Tear down a building down, build a new. That's right. You could do both at the same time. I destroy all the buildings. I build a bunch of new ones. Extra feats go. Brrr. Again, 17 feats, people. 17. Remember, if you're a caster and your GM is using free archetype, you get 20. This class gets 17. All right. It's pretty good. Wow. They really saved it. They really saved it there. They had me in the first half. I'm not going to lie. All right, here we go. 12. Architect of Flame. 3 actions. Overflow. Flames rise in shape to your will, forming a wall or dome of your own design. You create a wall of fire, which is not nearly as good as a wall of stone. In addition to the normal choices, you can make the wall up to 10 feet long and 60 feet high. The wall lasts until the end of your turn, but you can sustain it. Still cool, but not as good as Wall of Stone. Just damage. Furnace Form lets you become Fiery Body. Well, typically, you gain the benefits of the Fiery Body spell, except the ability to cast Ignition. You can sustain the impulse up to 1 minute, and whenever you do sustain it, you get a fly of half your fly speed. Your fire elemental blasts deal an additional die of damage. All right, well, you're going to make me go look up fucking Fiery Body. All right, Fiery Body is a level 7 spell, so you get that at level 13 if you're a caster. You don't even get this spell until you're level 13 as a caster. And it's like one of your 2 highest spell slots for the entire day. You become Living Flame, so you get fire immunity, you get resistance 10 to precision damage, you get weakness 5 to cold and water, and any creature that touches you takes 3d6 damage. Your fire spells deal an additional die of damage type, and you could cast Produce Flame, aka Ignite. But why would you do that? You can just use your Elemental Blasts, which are way better. Also, in your form, you have a fly speed of 40 feet, and you don't need to breathe. I think Fiery Body might have been one of the spells that we actually said was pretty sweet. And normally, when you're a spellcaster, it kind of sucks because you get that ability, but you're giving up your ability to cast all your spells. But not here. But not here. Here, you can keep firing your elemental blasts. In fact, they do more damage. Okay, Zymel. Well, back to vacation. Guess I'll catch the VOD again. Sincerely, thank you once again. Thank you for this channel, Derek Zymel. Thank you so much for that. That's an incredibly generous and wonderfully beautiful super chat. That pretty much locks us in for finishing this bad boy up. I hope you enjoyed this exceptionally long stream, which you'll be able to get back to and finish up with the VOD. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being a friend. And thank you for your wonderful, generous gift. I appreciate you so, so very much. Great Role Playing Debbie, keeping it going with yet another super chat. Anime name, let's go. This is why I want to play this. I'm not going to lie. Rage of Elements, the Kineticist class, is basically the Book of Nine Swords for Pathfinder 2. I know it's different because it's Kineticist, it's bending, it's not martial art mastery thing, but it really is. It is their sort of anime infusion bender thing. Thank you, everybody. So for that incredible Jones. So this actually is not bad. Furnace Form is not bad. It's not a wall of stone, but I think Fire has locked down a 4 for this. Keeping it going. Metal. Come on, Metal. Come on, Metal. Rain of Razors. 3 action overflow. Metal falls from the sky. 20-foot burst. Nice. 60-foot range. Shit. 9d6 slashing damage. Let's roll this back. We know that a fireball at this level is doing 6, 10, is doing 12d6 damage. So this is 9d6 slashing damage, but a fireball, that's your highest level spell slot. You can do this as a free, so it's not quite as much damage. With a basic reflex save. The razors embed in all surfaces, making it hazardous terrain. Any creature that moves into a single square takes 3 slashing damage. So this is a 20-foot burst. Somebody could potentially be taking an extra 9 to 12 damage by moving through these razors. This actually, I think this gets close. I think this is pretty good. I wish it was further than 60 feet. Damn, I wish it was further than... This should have been 20-foot burst at 120. But this is pretty good. It's slashing damage. And taking 3 damage per square is... That's nice. That scales. Because with a 20-foot burst, if you put it between you and them, if they want to go through that, they're going to have to go through maybe what? They could go through potentially 6 squares of terrain. That's 18 extra damage. No save. That's getting good. That is getting good. Shatter shields. 1 action stance. 4 plates of, you guessed it, pitted metal float around. Nothing like garbage, rust, and pitted metal. Intercept attacks. You and all allies in your kinetic aura get a +1 circumstance bonus to AC. So everybody gets basically the benefits of a little shield. When any creature with this bonus would take damage from a physical attack, one of the plates reduces the damage by its hardness of 5. If the damage exceeds the hardness, the plate is destroyed. But you can replenish all of the destroyed plates as a single action. So it gives everybody a +1 circumstance bonus to AC. And then you basically have all these floating hardness of 5s. And then as a single action, you can refresh it. And the hardness scales. It's not bad. It's actually not bad. That'll add up. And you're not, by the way, look at this. It's not taking your reaction. It's not taking your ally's reaction. It's not taking your reaction. It just happens automatically. That's pretty good. And that's for a stance. And you don't have to refresh the shields. I think that's pretty good. I like metal. I like Rain of Razors. I like Shatter Shields here. I'm going to go 4 for metal. I'm going to go 4. That's pretty good. I like 4. I liked Rain of Razors, and I like Shatter Shields. I think that working together, you could do some really good damage with Rain of Razors, and I think Shadow Shields could give you a lot of protection. Metal is Metal is where they indulge their edgelord fetish. Edgelord indeed. Very nice, Damien. Very, very nice. All right. That's good. Good. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Williams. Appreciate you hanging out with us. All right. Where are we at? Water. Glacial Prison. It's got in cap. It's overflow. Overflow in cap, people. 2 actions. Intense cold swirls around your ally, turning their body to ice. Then they become immune to 24 hours. Fort save, immune for 24 hours. On a crit success, they are unaffected. On a success, they are slowed 1 until the end of its next turn. On a failure, they are frozen solid. They cannot act. Their AC drops to 9. They have hardness 5. They are immune to other cold effects, critical hits, and precision damage. This lasts until the end of your next turn, but if you target them with a hostile action, it ends immediately. On a critical failure, but after becoming unfrozen, the creature is slowed 1 until the end of its turn. There's a lot to not love here. It's got incapacitation, but assuming if they succeed, they get a critical. If they fail, the incapacitation would upgrade it to a success, and they're still slowed 1 for a turn. Not bad. If they fail, they're locked out, but if you target them, it ends immediately after it, though. Yeah. I don't think this is all that great. I don't think you'd get a lot of good use out of this. I mean, it might be good to have in your back pocket as something to just take somebody out with, but I don't know. This one doesn't grab me the same way. I could be wrong. Yeah, I mean, Shadram, maybe, that's probably the way to look at it. It's like polymorph in WoW or sap, right, from a rogue. It's probably the best way to look at it. The problem is, though, Shadram, the failure condition only lasts 1 turn. Yes, you will crit them. They only have a 9 armor class. Unfortunately, they are immune to critical hits. They are immune to cold and critical hits while they are in this form. So yes, you will definitely crit them, but they're immune to crits. So there you go. All right, Sea Glass Guardians. 1 action stance. Eerily beautiful elemental eerily beautiful elemental water beings race around you, eager to protect you and to heal your allies. The forms vary and might include eels or jellyfish. They flow around combat and do not occupy spaces. All right. They attempt to intercept all dangers, granting you and all your allies +1 status bonus to AC and saving throws. Inspired defense, that's pretty sick. 1 action stance, nice. If any creature in your area is affected by a critical hit or critically fails a saving throw or a hazard, and they don't die, they don't go to 0, the Guardians reach out immediately and heal that creature. They heal 4d8 plus 8 hit points, and then the impulse ends. If the creature is in water, the healings are d10s. So let me get this straight. It's a stance that gives everyone a +1 AC status bonus, which again is very hard to get in this game. The protection spell and inspired defense composition cantrip are basically the only ones that you can do that really give you a status bonus to AC and status saving throws. And if for some reason someone gets crit or critically fails a save, you get an immediate action heal. Your impulse goes away, but you can just bring it back with 1 action. Fantastic. I think this is great. Glacial Prison, not sold on it. Sea Glass Guardians, I think it's pretty good. I don't know if it's enough to push it to 4. I mean, Twixter has it really nice here. Status bonus to AC and saving throws, random free heals that don't cost a reaction. I'm gonna have to go with 3 because I think Glacial Prison is probably like a 2, and Sea Glass Guardians I think is a very solid 4. So maybe you stay away from Glacial Prison and maybe you pick up the Guardians. So, yep, we'll go with 3. All right, come on, Wood. Hedge Maze. You create a wall of shrubs. Oh, it's a maze of shrubs. It's what is so weird? You create a wall of shrubs in a square, 30 feet on each side with 15 feet walls, and you can place up to 4 more walls inside, each 10 feet wide and 15 feet high, and it lasts, you guessed it, 6 seconds. But you can sustain it for up to a minute. You can spend 10 minutes using this impulse as an exploration activity to instead create a cozy cabin, which then lasts for 12 hours. Yo, dog, I heard you like walls. How about I put some walls inside your walls? This is very weird. I do not know what Wall of Shrubs does. I'm not going to really look it up, but yeah. Okay. And then randomly you can get a cozy cabin, which is like right, which is like Mordecai's Magnificent Mansion, basically, right? I actually did not. I don't know if you're. I can't tell if you're trolling or not. If there really is a deity of hedge mazes. Again, this is not the direction I would have gone with for wood. The Witchwood Seed is a 2-action overflow. So these are both overflow. You touch it. I didn't. he's not. Wall of Shrubs. Okay, Shadram did the math. Wall of Shrubs isn't great. It just provides lesser cover. You touch a creature to implant a malignant seed in its body. 5d10 piercing damage. Oh, this is like one of those infection spells, like the Imp Sting from spells, right? That just automatically does the damage, and then there's a save. So it's automatic 5d10 damage, and then they make a fort save, and then they're immune. If they succeed on the fort save, they take half damage, and they are minus 10-foot speed penalties. It is touch, though. If they fail, they take 5d10, and they're clumsy 2 and immobilized until the end of its next turn. That's not bad. There's no in-cap here. On a critical failure, it's double 2, clumsy 2, immobilized, and it has to make a new save at the end of each turn. So this is like a really, really bad synesthesia. So yeah. I don't love Witchwood Seed. There's a lot going on here I don't love. I mean, synesthesia is obviously busted as all hell, but yeah, I can't say I love this. It's polymorph, so it does force enemies out of their polymorph. I don't even understand how that works. That's weird. I'm going to say 2. Wood gets a 2. Sorry, Wood. Sorry. All right. Well, we're over 300. So I'm not even going to try. We're going to finish it up. Here we go. You guys did it. Level 14, air. There's only one impulse at this level. It's a reaction or it's 2 actions. Interesting. It does have the polymorph trait and the overflow trait. Trigger. An enemy that you can observe targets you with an attack or other damaging effect. Your gathered air consumes, leaving only a cloud of living vapor. This has the same effect as vapor form. This effect lasts until the end of your next turn, but you can sustain it for 5 minutes. Vapor form is the new version of gaseous form. If you activate your kinetic aura, your body of air ends. You can use this as a reaction, but you can also do it as a 2-action activity. As a reminder, when you cast gaseous form, you lose all item bonuses to AC and any effects or bonuses from armor. And you use your unarmored defense AC, but you gain resistance 8 to physical damage, and you are immune to precision damage. You cannot cast spells, activate items, or use any actions that have the attack or manipulate trait. You can gain a fly speed of 10 feet, and you can slip through the tiniest of cracks. So I'm not really impressed with this because I'm level 14, and I'm going to get, physical resistance 8 for 1 attack for an overflow? This is pretty mid. This is pretty mid-tier. This is like a 2. This is not great. Sorry, Air. Not finishing strong. Oh, we see some ones. Look, I don't like the reaction. But this is at will gaseous form because you can use it for 2 action and you can sustain it for up to 5 minutes. So using this in exploration mode is actually pretty reasonable. Like you could basically at will turn yourself into gaseous form and sneak around and go through walls and go through windows and fly up things and sneak in and then reconstitute yourself and then go around and be a kick-ass kineticist and then turn yourself back into a body of air and then kind of run out. I mean, like that's pretty sweet. Like that actually is pretty sweet. Right, you'd be invisible and gaseous at the same time. It would be insane. There's a lot of exploration-based, shenanigan-based stuff here too. I mean, yeah, you could turn invisible and you could turn into lightning and fly, but now you could turn into gas and now you can get through the tiniest cracks in a wall. You couldn't do that when you were invisible or flying. So this is giving you even more abilities to just basically completely destroy the adventure and make your GM cry, which is what you want to do. All right, level 14 from Earth. Assume the Earth's mantle. All right, here we go. Enormous pieces of rock begin to cluster around your body for this 1 action stance. You can dismiss this. You become large if you were smaller, and you get 5 extra feet of reach. You get a climb speed equal to your land speed. Your armor gives you a +1 circumstance bonus to fort saves. Nice. A +2 circumstance bonus to fort or reflex for attempts to shove you, trip you, or knock you prone. If your strength is below +4, this armor raises your strength to +4. If your strength is +4 or higher, this gives you a +1 item bonus to your strength. If you have the armor in Earth impulse, that's that level 1 one, you just get to do this for free. This is just an upgrade. That's cool. This is good. This is fun. This is very good. It just works. It just does a thing. I mean, yeah. And it's a circumstance bonus. You do not see many circumstance bonuses to saves that often. And by the way, remember, it's not +1 to strength. We don't do that anymore. That's a +1 to strength attribute. That's an apex item. That's the equivalent of a +2 to a stat. And you got it for your con, and now you get it for your strength too. That is pretty good. This is a great one. It's not a 5, but it is definitely a solid 4. Solid 4. Kit's pointing out that armor in Earth isn't a stance. So this is adding armor in Earth to a stance, which removes the action tax of the level 1 feat because you get to do it for free. Yeah. That's pretty good. And it's a free Apex item? Damn, man, that is pretty good. We got to give that a 5, right? I mean, isn't that just like, this is not a Pathfinder feat. I mean, circumstance bonuses, large, reach, and extra climb speed. It raises our strength up, including if higher than it could be. And it combines with the previous one. I mean, that's so good. I like it. 5. I love it. I'm feeling magnanimous. Walk through the conflagration. You fall through your overflow 2 action. You fall through your own kinetic gate, leaving behind an effigy of flame and reappearing majestically near another fire. You instantly transport yourself and any items you're wearing and holding from your current space to a clear space that you can observe that is adjacent to flame or a creature taking persistent flame damage. You can't take anything with you. A fire surrounds you as you dissipate and does a trivial amounts of damage. Here's the deal. This is at will, more or less. I mean, it's overflow, but you can do it every round. This is at will dimension door, albeit short range. But you have to teleport next to fire. I mean, Floyd's not wrong. I guess it's a good reason for Eternal Torch to exist. Or, you can Genesis fire and move it over there and then teleport over there. But it's just, why? You know what this should have done? Here, I will make this. Ready? Here's what I would do. I would have made the damage, the AoE damage, not great, but reasonable. You collapse into a fireball. right? Bursting out flame, not like fireball damage, but pretty good fire damage. Then you teleport 120 feet, you reappear, and as you reappear, there's another blast of fire. So I would have you do 2 medium range, maybe like 10 foot or 15 foot bursts where you teleport from and where you teleport to, and I would just have it be 120 feet, and I would just be like, yeah, that's just what you do. Like you become the fireball. That'd be cool. As it is, it's teleportation at will, and I gotta respect that. I'm gonna give it a 3, but it's you gotta jump through some silly hoops to get it, and I don't know if I love that. All right, level 14, alloy, flesh and steel, 2 action impulse. Elemental energy replaces every cell of your body with raw metal. You gain the benefits of the Ferrous Form spell. I hate you so much. All right, let's take a look at Ferrous Form. Is this Iron Body? All right. Ferrous Form is flexible iron body. You gain resistance 10 to physical damage. You're immune to death effects, I should say. Disease, drained, fatigued, healing, non-lethal attacks, paralyzed, poisoned, sickened, vitality, and void. Any of those conditions you had are suspended until this spell ends. Your fists deal D10, and your metal spells deal an additional damage die of damage. Nice. You can cast needle darts as an innate spell, and the casting time is reduced from 2 actions to 1 action. You don't need to breathe. Needle darts is a cantrip that lets you fling out needle damages. All right. It's not bad. However, this only lasts until the end of the turn, although you can sustain it for up to a minute. But remember, we could sustain for free at this level. When you sustain it, you can raise a metal shield if you're wielding one. So the free action sustain gives us... Oh, we cannot cast needle darts. Got it. But we can still do our elemental blast, metal elemental blast, and they do an additional die of damage. If you suspend any conditions with alloy, flesh, and steel when it ends, you're temporarily immune to alloy, flesh, and steel for 1 hour. And then just 2 levels later, it becomes resistance 15. So for free action, we sustain this, and we get to raise a shield, and we're getting resistance 10, and 2 levels later, resistance 15, and we're doing an extra die of damage with our elemental blast. This is probably one of the best, if not the best metal thing that we've seen in a long, long time. This is a very solid 4. Not game breaking, not busted, but this is 4. Oh, we're getting some 5s. You cannot heal. That is true. But our AC is going to be insane, right? Right? Gotta be. Level 14 metal. All right. I'm going to let the chat vote. Air metal could be pretty good. I think that'd be kind of cool. I mean, air's got to be so good, right? Giving up on air just seems crazy. All right, I'm gonna let you guys vote. We'll leave metal pending. Let's go take a look at our level 14 water. Barrier of Boreal Frost. Another sweet name. 3 action, overflow. You form an intricate structure of ice, such as a wall of bricks of snow or icicles. Okay. This is a wall of ice spell. Oh, this is not good. Water, you failed us. We're getting wall of ice at level 14 when we got wall of stone from earth. Come on. I mean, wall of ice is good, but it's not wall of stone. It's still a wall, but come on. Come on. It can only be a wall, not a hemisphere. And it lasts until the end of your turn, but you can sustain it for a minute. But it is still an at-will wall. I do have to respect that. I'm going to give it a 4. No, I got to give it a 3. Wall of ice just is not as good. It was very close, but metal gets a 4. No igloo version? Fail. I mean, yeah, wall of ice does not scale that well. So I'm going to give water a 3. All right. Wood, 14. Orchard's Endurance, it's a 1-action stance. Patches of bark appear on your skin and those of your allies. You and your allies within your kinetic aura gain resistance 5 to bludgeoning and piercing damage. In addition, you and your allies roll flat checks to recover from persistent damage twice and take the higher result. I don't think this is great, but I don't think it's bad. 5 resistance to everyone in your aura and getting double. I need more out of this. It's level 14. It's only within my kinetic aura. It's only bludgeoning and piercing, which to be fair is a lot, but not everything. Rolling twice for persistent damage could be pretty nice, but it's not like it's guaranteed. It's a 2 or a 3. No, Floyd. I mean, yeah, when you have a big aura, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I got to give it a 2. I'm sorry. We can't be nice to all the time. I mean, it is what it is. I just don't think you're gonna be happy with it. And now we come to it at last. Hold on. And now we come to it at last. The level 18. All right. Go. All right. Sorry. Level 18. We've got Crowned in Tempest's Fury. Stance. You become one with the devastating thunderstorms from the plane of air, placing a crown of lightning upon your brow. Sparks flash from your eyes, and lightning strikes from the ground. Any creature which enters into your kinetic aura, or ends its turn there takes 2d12 electricity damage. That's not great. If you have the Cyclonic Ascent Impulse, you instead gain that. Oh, if you don't have a fly speed, you gain a fly speed. If you have Cyclonic Extents, you get that instead. So remember that this lets us basically fly for free. We get a 10-foot status bonus to all of our speeds. It doesn't really stack. Our Air Blast do an additional D12. It is 2d12 no save, which isn't bad. But, all right. I don't know that okay. You know what? This is a stance. This is one action. And then you just do this forever. I think that is a good point. We also have Infinite Expanse of the Bluest Heaven, which is 3 actions, Overflow. And basically you create an impossibly blue sky, giving the people the impression that they are falling forever. The illusion only lasts 1 turn, but you can sustain it for up to a minute. Using this impulse again ends any previous one. Okay. Each creature in the area must make a will save. Creatures with the air trait are immune. An effect of the illusion ends for a creature as soon as it leaves the area, and then it becomes immune for an hour. Okay, what happens? If they pass the save, they are off guard. They are flat-footed. If they fail, they are also flat-footed, but it also becomes fleeing from the illusory sky, but is disoriented. Anytime it uses an action to attempt to flee, it has to make a DC 11 flat check or flee to a space that's still within the illusion. So it keeps them basically trapped inside the illusion. The GM determines where the creatures end up, but they can't stay stationary if it is able to move. And there doesn't appear to be a critical failure. I don't know. I mean, you know what? I'm going to go to chat on this one. So we got our level 18 air. I don't know how good they are. Yeah, they're just running around thinking they're falling to their death. That is exactly what is happening. Because if they fail, they're fleeing, and that means they just have to run around. They don't get to do anything else. And they stay in that area. Now, I agree, Twixter, it's nice to stack that up with other area effect spells, but I'm just curious how good these things all are in taking it in sort of taken away from it. It's like it is kind of like a mass slow. It is kind of like a mass slow. It's true. And again, it's on repeat. I don't know. All right, get your votes in. Oh, looks like it is a slam dunk for a 4. And I am here for it. All right, 4. All right, Fire. What do you got for us? Or no, Earth. Rebirthed in living stone. Stance. 1 action. Rock overflows you. You gain 40 temporary hit points. 40. It's twice your level, folks. You're immune to critical hits. You're immune to precision damage. You cannot be pushed. You cannot be pulled. You cannot be tripped so long as you are on earth or stone. Your Earth Blast deal an additional D10 damage, and you can sustain it. And after you gain these temporary hit points, you can gain them again, but only every 10 minutes. And at level 20, it is a solid 50. This is essentially a 40 temporary hit point every 10-minute rage. This rage at this level is giving you like 24 or something, 25. This is great. You just get this on top of your armor, on top of everything else, like boom, plus 40 temp. That's true. I mean, listen, they are giving us compelling choices, kits. They are giving us compelling choices, and I love it. But being immune to critical hits, I mean, I usually invest a shitload into a greater, whatever it's called, greater fortification rune, and that doesn't even give me 100% thing. I mean, being immune to critical hits and precision is just insane. That is just insane. And then we also can't be tripped. We also can't be pushed or pulled. We're also doing additional damage. This is unbelievable. I mean, for me, I've played 2 high-level Pathfinder games, and I got to tell you, crits are what do you, and this is huge. Twixter says this is a 7. It does have the polymorph tag. I don't know. I mean, ooze form would never. I don't know. This is really good. All right. The Shattered Mountain weeps. We unleash a cataclysm of falling debris. It's a 20-foot burst within 120 feet. I like the range. I like the area. Creatures in the area take 9 D10 bludgeoning. Those who fail, not critically fail, those who fail are knocked prone. We love to see it. And this would work well with our infinite expanse of the bluest sky. For the next minute, rocks continue to fall, making the area difficult terrain and dealing 3d10 damage. There's no sustain on this. If we do use it again, it ends, but there's no sustain on the continuing falling of the 3d10 boulders. And just 2 levels later at 20, it goes up to 10d10, and the area damage is 4d10. So what is 10d10? Well, 10d10 is 55 damage, which is equivalent to a 16d6 fireball. Now, a level 10 fireball would do 20d6. This does equivalently 16d6. Is it as much as a fireball max level? No, but you could do this every other round. Rocks fall, everyone dies. Rebirth in Living Stone seems great. This is 8th level fireball on tap plus prone, plus ongoing damage over time, plus difficult terrain. Now, I will freely admit, the ongoing damage, not really that important. That's more of a flavor. But I think this is amazing. I think Rebirth in Living Stone is awesome. I think this is a 5. I think this is a 5. And yeah, I think at 19, you probably could spam it every turn, because I think at 19, Nugs Not Drugs, you can reactivate your gate as a free action. So yeah, you could literally chain spam this every single turn. Would be pretty damn good. All right, Fire. Walk through the oh no, we already did that. All shall end in flames. 3 action. Cataclysmic Sphere of Death. 30-foot burst within 500 feet. Fuck yeah. Come on. Come on. That's sweet. I love it. 13d6 with a basic reflex save. Now keep in mind, this is basically 13d8. If you die to this impulse, you return to life at the start of your next turn in the same space. I don't even know how that's possible. Wouldn't you be immune to fire at this level. Now, here's the deal. This is 15d8. More or less. So that is equivalent to, basically this is equivalent to 20d6. It's a little less than 20d6. This is, and Fireball's at 20 foot at 500 feet. This is 30 foot at 500 feet, doing essentially exactly the same amount of damage. And at level 20, when we go up to 15 d8s, it is the equivalent. This is basically Fireball on tap every round. It does have the death trait because of this stupid, if you die, you come back to life. It's random. I don't know how often this Bart about, oh, by the way, oh, that's why it's a death effect. That's why it's a death effect. Any creature dropped to 0 dies, reduced to a pile of ash. This skips dying. This goes straight to dead. That's why it has death effect. This literally burns them to ash. That's pretty sweet. That's pretty fucking sweet. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously, right. It's totally like a Phoenix thing. I mean, but yeah. But, you know, if you're really, 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 really low on hit points and you're doing a point blank emanation, you just take yourself out, you take everybody else out, and then at the start of your next turn, you come back with, 40 hit points. All right, Ignite the Sun. The fires of creation become yours to control. A creature takes, you create a miniature sun within 500 feet. We did this before on the first ring. The power of the sun in the palm of my hands. A creature takes 7d6 fire damage anytime it's in the miniature sun. That does not strike me as miniature sun damage. A creature can take this damage no more than once around. It's a really big flaming sphere. It does do bright light for 500 feet, which is, I guess, a lot. The sun lasts until the end of your next turn, but you can sustain it. Every time you sustain it, the sun gets bigger and you can make it fly. So it keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. The sun continually channels fire into you and your allies. Everyone does an additional d6 fire damage with all strikes, spells that deal fire damage, and impulses that deal fire damage. So basically, you are stacking 1d6 fire damage on everyone's strikes, everyone's fire damage spells, and all of your fire damage impulses. And you just get an ever-increasingly large sun, which can fly around and kind of hit everybody. And randomly is very, very bright. This is okay. I don't know why they have two things that are kind of competing. I guess, you know what? This is 2 actions and not overflow. But man, All Shall End in Flames will be where it is for me. But All Shall End in Flames is cool enough and powerful enough that I am going to give it a 4. I mean, Fireball is good. But it is 3 actions. So let's be clear about that. It's good, but it's not crazy busted. All right, Metal, 18. Beasts of Slumbering Steel. 3 actions, but not overflow. Interesting. You conjure pieces. Okay. You conjure metal elemental mounts. The fuck do I need mounts for? I'm level 18. 5 creatures get mounts. Each mount can take 4 different forms. One has a land speed of 80. The others have 30 climb or 30 fly or swims 60. The rider chooses a form and can change. It's a transformer. It's a transformer. They have 40 AC, stats 180. They can't attack. They remain for 1 minute. You can use this as impulse as a 1-minute exploration activity to make the duration 1 hour. But this halves their defenses and HP. Interesting. Yeah, I guess it's a hit point sponge thing. I mean, if enemies are... Yeah, only useful for flying biker gang art roleplay. I completely agree, King Fate. If you could Voltron up, that would be awesome. Oh, that would be so good. I don't know. I'm a little torn on this. It's a little weird. I mean, you can summon these things every round. All right. Yeah, Catholic. I agree with that. It's if you need the reflow because you need mounts, it's fine. It's very exploration focused. If teleportation is not available, teleportation is uncommon. This class is common. All right, but what about Hell of a Million Needles? Overflow 3 actions. We fill the landscape with monumental filaments of metal. It's a cube, 30 foot on each side within 500 feet. Big area. Each creature takes 13d6 piercing damage, so less than the big fireball. Each creature, though, that fails the saves is impaled, becoming immobilized, and it has to escape. Ooh, and the DC is your class DC. Let me tell you about escaping people. Let me tell you about being immobilized people. That shuts out a lot of monsters. And escaping? Escaping isn't a guarantee. They still got to make the frickin' escape check. Number 2, escape takes an action. Number 3, escape has the attack trait, and that means it has a multiple attack penalty, which means if you spend the first action and you don't escape, you are less likely to be able to escape on the second action. I have seen multiple times where monsters or PCs have essentially spent their entire round wasted trying to escape. Escape is, when you immobilize until escape, it's dang good. And you can sustain it up to a minute. And every time you sustain it, each creature in the area takes 3d12 electricity damage, which is kind of more like flavor. Squares are hazardous terrain, and they take 6 damage for every square they move through. This is a really, really, really good spell. Can creatures teleport to escape immobilized? I believe so, kits. I think the Pathfinder 2 rules specifically say that you can. This is a 5. This is really, really good. I don't know about the frickin' Transformer mounts, but Hell of a Million Needles is everything I want. It is repeatable. It is control. It is damage. It randomly also creates, like, think about a creature that gets hit by this. They take 13d6 damage. They're immobilized. Their next turn, they spend a couple actions trying to escape. They finally get escaped, and then they try to leave the area, and they might take, I don't know, an extra 30 points of damage from piercing. And then the next round, I could just cast it again because it's been 2 rounds. It's crazy. That's really good. Oh, by the way, the damage does go up 2 levels later. All right, water. Level 18. We have Ride the Tsunami, 3 action, overflow. We create a wall of water enough to fill a harbor. You overwhelm everyone in your path. Waves move forward in either a 60-foot cone, which is a big cone, or a 120-foot line. And if you're in the water, we can make those even bigger. Everyone takes 10d10, everybody, with a basic reflex save against your class DC. If they fail, they're pushed 20 or 40 on a crit fail. Anything of bulk 1 or less is pushed to the edge. Also hazardous terrain. It extinguishes non-magical flames. As the wave crashes down, you can catch it to your destination and ride the tsunami. After the impulse deals damage, you can swim in a straight line to any point in its area before the water disappears. It's thematically cool and flavorly very cool. Water is obviously not the damage dealing thing. 10d10 is equivalent to 16d6 damage. So this is equivalent to an 8th level fireball, more or less on tap. It's a big line. It's a big cone. It's not quite 300 feet at, 500 feet. Get a free move out of it, which could be a big move. And the push could be useful. You know that nutmeg. A lot of movement here. I mean, I don't hate this ability. I just think this is fine. This is level 18, people. I think it's worth a 3. Usurp the Lunar Reigns. This is our ability to completely fuck over worlds entirely. We can move water, choose an area 50 by 50 within 500 feet. We can, and by the way, these effects are basically permanent. Flood and control are permanent and non-magical. We can create ponds and waters. We can raise bodies of water or lower them. It's the flood the city feat. Absolutely. We can create waves. Like, I don't know. And then there's the slow. By exercise, this is the blood bending power. The blood bending power. Every creature with the water trait in your area must succeed at a fort save, which unfortunately is almost nothing. We got really excited when we read this, and I just got really excited again because I forgot it had the water trait. I thought this would be sweet if it was a big, huge mass AoE slow. That would be sweet. Also, you know, creatures with water. You know, it should be any creature that is alive because they have water. Yes, I agree. This is definitely a combat as war feat. It is not mechanically great, but who cares? It is epic. It is powerful. It is fun. You are like, this is serious campaign reshaping. So even though this isn't super powerful and super busted, I'm going to give it a 4 just because it's permanent at a huge scale on a huge range. And I mean, this is sweet. I don't know. I think this is great. Deserts only exist by my mercy. Right. I mean, kineticists are literally they are climate change. They are reshaping the very world that you live in. All right. Last but not least, wood. Level 18. Rouse the forest's fury. For 3 actions, primal. More trees, people. Terrifying trees. Where'd they come from? They appear in unoccupied spaces within 500 feet, but they have to be 15 feet away from one another. Each tree has AC 40, some saves, and 200 hit points. I love the idea of just somebody walking, like as a campaign goal, getting high level, just to turn every desert into a pond or a lake. The trees can flank, but they can't move. When they appear, they each make a strike, but they do share a multiple attack penalty. The tree strike is a branch that has 10-foot reach, and on a hit, the target is grabbed by the tree. Escape DC 40. Okay, so what is this? Is this old plus grab? The ranged strike is a hurled fruit with a range increment of 60 feet. Either way, the strike has a plus 30 attack modifier and deals 4d10. They last until your next turn, but you can sustain, and every time you sustain the impulse, you can have a tree make a strike. So, yeah, blocks movement, HP Sunge. The grabs are pretty good. It looks like it's auto grab. On a hit, the target is grabbed, escape DC 40. It's pretty good. I mean, if they end up hacking into your stupid 200 hit point trees, every 6 seconds you can make a new freaking crop of them. It's pretty good. I don't know. I don't hate this. I think this is pretty good. Especially because you could put them out 500 feet and you could put them all over the place. Turn the Wheel of Seasons. Overflow. So all of these are 3 action overflows. A cube 100 feet by 100 feet within 1,000 feet. So the longest range we've ever seen. This lasts 4 rounds, and you cannot use this impulse again until it ends, and it is the 4 seasons. Each ally gains 20 temp that only lasts until the start of your turn. That's a little sad. Should be better than that. It should last. It should be more temporary hit points, and it should last until the Wheel of Seasons is over. That's how I would do this. That's a little disappointing. In the summertime, every enemy is exposed to sunlight. It's unaffected on a critical success, dazed until the start of their next turn on a success, or blinded until the start of your next turn. Again, only 1 round, but it's not in cap, but it's still a little weak. Autumn. Leaves and rain make everything concealed, which affects both of you. However, it is slowed 1 to all enemies in the area, which is 100 feet by 100 feet, unless they make a fort save. So this is a massive AoE slow. But on a success, they aren't slowed at all. But it's still pretty good. It's a huge area. Winter. Trivial amounts of cold damage, kind of trivial amounts of persistent cold damage. Again, I get it. You're spending 3 actions once, and then you're getting these abilities over the course of 4 rounds, which is probably pretty good action economy. But each individual effect is admittedly not the strongest thing in the world. But it's not that bad. You're going to potentially blind and daze your enemies. You're going to potentially slow your enemies. And you're going to potentially do a little bit of cold damage to your enemies while granting your ally a little bit of 20. They are both okay. They're not great. I'm going to give wood a 3. Do we all agree that wood gets a 3? I think that seems reasonable for level 18. It's not great. 4, but not like a good 4. Now, you know what? We've come this far. Why stop? Here we go. Wood 18. Is it a 3? It's definitely not a 5. So your options are 3 or 4. Troy would have argued 4. I'll let the jury decide. I like 3. I just feel like there's not enough meat on the bones there. I think the trees are okay, but I also feel like the problem is me as a GM, I know that I would ignore the trees because that's the way I play. I'd be like, well, these are level 20, level 19, level 20 monsters you're fighting. They're not idiots. They're not going to attack dumb trees that they know get pulled from the plane of wood. But in other campaigns, your GM might be like, oh, they attack the tree that's grabbing them, and it's all they do for the entire turn, in which case you are fucking winning. You know, you are doing it. So, you know, definitely play it to your GM. All right. We got 35 votes. It's coming in. I'm going to give it another minute. The action economy is very, very, very good, but I just don't know how much you love each of these effects. I mean, I feel like you're getting this you're kind of getting this stuff for free, but like the first round where you spend 3 actions and cash in your aura just to give everybody 20 temp, you're going to feel like, that really wasn't worth it. All right, here we go. The poll is in. It is a 3. So we're going to go with 3 for wood. All right. Drum roll, please. Now, I'm pretty sure we know it's not metal. So I'm not going to, because I can only put 4 things in the poll. So air, I don't think it's, air, wood has a couple 1s and 2s. So it's not going to be that. So which element do you think won? All right. Everybody get your votes in. Drum rolls. All right. We're ending the poll. 51% of you said, 52% of you said earth. 36% of you said air. And here we go. All right. Wow. Is my math right here? Wood has somehow come in second? What? All right. So wood is number 1. Or sorry, air is number 1 by a clear margin. Wood is number 2. Earth is a close number 3. Number 4. Number 5. And then metal is on a different tier completely. So there we go. That is oh boy, that's kind of surprising, I think, actually. Here we go. Interesting. Now, to be clear, this is rigged against wood. I didn't even include wood. I know. I completely wrote it off completely, entirely. Boom, boom. Wood is good. Yes, it's completely arbitrary, but I do have a weighting scale in here. Wood is good because early wood feats are good. Wood had bad junctions, but everything else was very solid. Okay, I can respect it. Okay, yeah. That's very good. By late game, I don't see anyone going single element, and I completely agree with you. There's too much to go here. And I did see a quote, which I really want to bring out here, which is Shadra made it. I think all would be winners depending on what role you needed in your party, except metal. I do think that metal, I think all of these are exceptionally reasonable. Like, I think you could pick air or wood or earth or fire or water, any of those, and be completely fine. I think metal overall is lacking. I think it's considerably the worst. And I would probably say that like air gets an A+ to me. I think the other 4 get a solid A. Like, I think air is better than the other 4, but I think they're all A's. I think air is A+. I think the rest are A. Metal might be like a B- or a C+, which if you remember from our all-class ranked, is still pretty damn good, you know? So yeah, I think that's really interesting that that's the way it broke down. I would not have thought would have come in, but it did come in like that. So yeah, okay, metal's a C. Okay. Troy, can you review the composite feats? You know what? Why the fuck not? We're here. It's only midnight. It's only the next day. But Troy asked. So here we are. Karuma says wood for president of elements. I mean, air has a pretty nice stranglehold on there. So air is going to be tough to kind of get out of there. All right. Damien coming in with $2. Air plus wood may be the best non-barred support. I believe it. I absolutely believe it. I air and wood both have some really great, incredible stuff. I really think it's fantastic. For $2 for the composite feats. Thank you, self-confessed cynic. Yeah, we'll do the composite feats. We'll get them done. All right, folks. Here we go. All right, so for those of you who don't know, composite feats require you to have 2 elemental energy types in your kinetic aura. And you actually can't, you can take these normally, but you also can't take them if you expand your gate, you get an impulse feat, but you can't take one of these. If you focus on your gate, then you can, but you can also use them with your normal class feats as well. So our first one up is Ambush Bladderwort. Love it. Thank you. When you fork, thank you. This is the water and wood composite. So this is our water wood. Hold a sec here. This is our water wood. It's like Magic the Gathering. You plant the seed of a giant bladderwort in an unoccupied square or ground of water within 30 feet. It lasts for 10 minutes. If a creature enters the square, it erupts in a voluminous, translucent plant that seals around the creature and fills with water. They have to make a reflex save. It's immobilized within the bladderwort and must hold its breath or begin drowning. The escape DC is your DC, and the plant has AC 10 and 50 hit points. If a creature dies inside of it, the plant shrinks down, converting itself into a watery fruit that you can then eat. The fuck is this? I don't even know what this is. What kind of weird ass feat is this? Lava Leap is the best feat in the game. I don't care about strength. I just want to be a lava bender. Bolin for life. Yeah, apparently water plus wood equals cannibalism. Yeah, I don't know about that one. It seems really weird. It's like a trap. And then they have to fail a reflex save. And if they succeed, they're totally fine. If they fail, they're drowning until they escape. And then you can eat the fruit for like 6 hit points. I think we could do better than that. All right. Next, we have Lava Leap, which is earth and fire. So I'm going to say this is like a 2. I don't know. This doesn't seem really great to me. Actually, hold on a sec. So this was water and wood. All right, next is Lava Leap, which is earth and fire. And you wreath yourself in molten stone and hurtle towards your enemy. Okay. Leap up to your speed. Cool. At the end of your leap, a wave of lava crashes on everybody within 10 feet of you. This is kind of what I wanted to do. Each creature in the area takes 1d6. Remember, we have to kind of reset our expectations. We're back at level 4 here. They take 1d6 bludgeoning and 2d6 fire damage. That's pretty good. Then we get a +2 AC bonus. All right, this is pretty sweet. This is pretty sweet. I think. And Lava Leap qualifies for Fire Impulse, by the way. Yeah. And technically Earth, but I guess it wouldn't stack with the circumstance bonus. This is great. I love this. 4 and 4. for earth and fire. Living Bonfire is our fire wood. I love it. How do you combine fire and wood? Bonfire. Roots of branches and living wood writhe in elemental fire at your command, scaring off predators in the night. You conjure a bonfire within 30 feet. It burns for 10 hours, providing all the normal benefits of a campfire. When you make a wood-ranged elemental blast, you can have it come from the bonfire instead of you flinging burning logs. It does an additional d6 damage, but every time you do this, the size of your bonfire is reduced by 5 feet. And then it goes up by 1d6 damage every 5 character levels. Oh, this one's not good. I mean, yeah, maybe if you have time to set it up, I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's sort of free damage. I don't know. If you have it up beforehand, I guess that's totally fine. You know what? This is the great. We're going to camp, and I'm going to have this thing up anyways, and why not? That is funny. So I'm going to give it a 2. Rain of Rust. Now, see, this is metal and water, which would make you think that you need water in order to make it rusty. But we know that metal is just rusty all the time. 3 actions. That's a lot. You conjure a red rain cloud in a 10-foot burst within 60 feet, which pours rust-colored rain. Any creature in the rain with the metal trait or that is made of metal or is wearing metal armor is covered with corrosive buildup. They are clumsy 1 as long as they are in the area. Automatically, no save. If such a creature is in the rain at the start of its turn, it takes 3d6 damage, basic fort save, plus 1d6 persistent damage. It ignores hardness. Not great. Still not great. Still not loving metal. All right. I mean, no save clumsy, so strong, but again, there's like 19 types of, there's 19 creatures with the metal armor. It is untyped damage. I don't know. I'll give it a 3 because I guess free clumsy is pretty good, no save. But yeah, they have to be wearing metal armor or they have to be made of metal. It's really, really small, you know? I don't know. I'm going to stick to my guns. I'm going to go 2. Again, metal could be really, really powerful. I agree. Whirling Grindstone is our earth metal. This one's really weird. I remember reading this one on the stream. We summon a grindstone that shreds flesh and shoots sparks. It's within 30 feet in an unoccupied square. We attempt an impulse attack roll against the AC of a creature that's adjacent to the grindstone. So we summon this thing. We have to make an attack roll. We have to hit. The creature takes 2d6 slashing damage and 1d6 fire damage. Not bad. The grindstone lasts until the end of your next turn, and you can sustain the impulse for a minute. Every time you sustain it, you can roll the grindstone 20 feet and repeat the attack. Cool. A creature, any creature, by the way, within reach of the grindstone can interact with it to sharpen a metal weapon. This grants you a +2 circumstance bonus to the next damage roll that you made within the next minute. That is, you are spending an action to get +2 damage bonus. Once. Does not seem worth it. To me. This, I think, is a 1. I see your enemy could use this. I guess that's the key. Get them to waste their actions sharpening their blades. And by the way, it has to be a metal weapon. All right, so the first 5 were kind of sus. So let's see what the next 5 are. Ash Strider. This is air and fire. Sweet. 2 actions. Overflow. You discorporate into a cloud of ash and stride, capital S. If you have a fly speed, you can fly. Sick. This movement doesn't trigger reactions, and you can move through occupied spaces, and you can move through tiny cracks, and you ignore any difficult terrain and any greater difficult terrain. The first creature you pass through during this movement takes 3d6 fire damage with a basic reflex save. Ash lingers around you, and you continue to have concealment until the start of your next turn. So for 2 actions, you get to fly incorporeally, ignoring difficult terrain, passing through occupied spaces, ignoring reactions, doing some damage, and gaining concealment. But it is overflow. It's okay. It's not great. I'm thinking it's going to be a 3, but I could be argued that it's a 4. Oh, Twixter says this is 5. All right, I will go 4. I'm not going to go 5, Twixter, but I'll go 4. I mean, it's pretty good. All right. Desert Wind is air and earth. Oh, you know what, Twixter? You're right. You know, this is level 6. This is level 6. You know, you're right. You're right. It's level 6. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Right. You're right. Absolutely right. We're so early in the game. Like, we could just totally use this. Yeah, you're absolutely right. All right. Desert Wind, we become a vortex of sand and dust. Any creature inside your kinetic aura, including you, is concealed from any creature outside your kinetic aura, and any creatures outside your kinetic aura are concealed from creatures outside of you. So kind of cuts both ways. Your air impulses carry sands that cut at great speed. Whenever you use a damaging air impulse that affects at least one creature in your aura, it deals an additional 1 point of damage. Or 2 if it's a single target. But this is a stance. So we get concealment, which could be good for us or bad for us. And we do a couple extra points of damage with our air impulse. This is... I got it. It's concealed to everybody but you. So your allies can't see, but you can see. That's true. You could do the safe. Well, it's interesting. If you gave your allies safe elements, does that only protect them from the negative parts? Or does it completely remove them from it? I have to look up that ability. This seems pretty good. I don't think it's a 4, but I think it's a 3. I think it's pretty good. All right. Next is metal and wood. For elemental artillery, 3 actions, primal, spinning wood and metal together, you create a ballista. The ballista is medium and appears in an unoccupied space within 30 feet. It immediately shoots with jagged metal. Make an impulse attack roll against AC within 120 feet. 3d12 piercing damage. It can be shot again, but it has to be reloaded for 2 actions. The ballista lasts until the end of your next turn, and you can sustain the impulse. Each time you sustain it, you can roll the ballista up to 20 feet, shoot it if it's loaded, or contribute 1 action towards reloading it. So it's a gigantic, dumb crossbow. I'm sorry, I don't think this is good. I think this is 2, 1. 1 something, 2 or 1 something. I mean, it's 3d12 damage with a reload too. And you have to sustain it. It's crazy. I don't love it. I'll give it a 2. Yeah, I'm going to give it a 1. Jagged Berms is earth and wood. We conjure 6, it's overflow, 3 actions. We conjure 6 cube-shaped mounds of earth. They all have to appear within an unoccupied, each is in its own square within 120 feet, fills its square, provides cover. Has 10 AC, 10 hardness, 10 hit points. Or 10 AC, 10 hardness, 20 hit points, immune to crit and precision damage. If it's destroyed, it becomes difficult terrain. They last for an unlimited duration, but if you use it again, it ends. Sharpened stakes protrude from each mound into all adjacent squares. They can protect from any of its sides. You choose which sides. For each square of wooden stakes a creature enters, they take 2d6 piercing damage. Huh. That's pretty cool for level 6. Like, you can create a bunch of different walls, and imagine there's going to be, you could have walls here, and then you could have the piercing damage, like to have like a gauntlet. And if people come through there, they're going to take a reasonable amount of 2d6. And the d6 damage from the piercing damage scales. And it's each square. You could set up a situation where, yeah, Space Rabbi, you could have the murder hallway. I actually like this a lot. I think this is pretty good. I like this. I'm going to give this a 4. I like this one. This is pretty good. Lightning Rod is air and metal. Can air, what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object? What happens when air meets metal? We get a lightning rod. We smash a metal rod, from who knows where from where, into a foe and call lightning to it. So it's 3 actions. We attempt a 1-action melee elemental blast using the metal element. On a hit, they are skewered with a metal rod, which gives it a -1 circumstance penalty to AC and saves against electricity. The penalty is -2 if the creature also has all the metal shit. A hit creature immediately takes 1d12 electricity damage with a basic save. What? The creature can interact to attempt a DC 10 athletics to pull the rod free. And then every 6 levels, it goes up by D12? What am I missing here? This is awful. What is this doing? This is horrible. Wow. This one doesn't even work. Robert's right. This is the worst one in the book. Yeah, -1. It's melee only, and it's D12. Exactly, Floyd. Yeah, this is horrible. Absolutely horrible. Troy got it right. Now, I don't know. Yes, you get a melee blast. You get your elemental blast damage too. But yeah, I don't think this is every time they get hit. I think this is just D12. All right, Molten Wire time, says Kits. Don't you dare crush my dreams. Here we go. I'm sorry. I think Lightning Rod's bad. Molten Wire, fire, earth. Oh no, fire metal. Oh no. Spinning molten iron through a vortex of fire. You trap your foes in searing wires. Make an impulse attack roll against one creature within 15 feet. On a success, they take 2d6 slashing damage, and they are wrapped in molten wires for 1 minute. They are clumsy 1 and take 2d4 fire damage at the start of each of its turn. So it's an attack. It does not the greatest amount of damage, but then they're taking clumsy 1 and 2d4 as long as they are trapped up. They can escape, which eats up actions, and it has AC 10 and 75 hit points. Wow. Please note, Molten Wire does not have the attack trait, even though it's an attack roll. Is that a typo? Robert knows what's up. Wow. No attack trait. Well, that's good. Wow. And Molten Wire definitely triggers your aura's weaknesses. It's probably a typo. Well, no, Twixter. It says you make an impulse attack roll, but that is different than having the attack trait. An impulse attack roll doesn't actually have the attack trait. That doesn't mean anything. Right. Notice it's not actually like an attack. There's no critical success. I don't know. That seems pretty good to me. I like clumsy 1, ongoing fire damage. Pretty good. I think this is pretty good. What do you guys think? 3s or 4s? What do you think? 3s or 4s? I'll give it a 4. I think it's good. All right. Rising. Yeah, escape. Anything with escape is good. I agree. The metal needs all the help it could get. Absolutely. And yeah, the aura junction for the weaknesses is you got to think about that. Yeah. Clumsy plus escaped is great. A lot of people, by the way, escape using their dexterity, which the clumsy, like an acrobatics check or whatever, and clumsy will affect that, which is pretty sick. Rising Hurricane is our air water. Ooh, cool. Hurricane, water, air. 3 action overflow. Hurricane lifts your enemy to the air before bringing them down in a bloody rain. Your hurricane appears in a cylinder 40 feet tall, 30 foot diameter within 120 feet. They take very low bludgeoning damage, but it lifts any creature that fails its save to any height you choose within the area. Move it up to 5 feet in any direction, then drop it, and it will take falling damage unless it has a fly speed. Wait a second. So, correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't this make them all prone? That's unreal. Yeah, that's 2d6 plus 20 damage prone. And the height and the damage keep going up? Ooh, we got a winner here, boys and girls. That is getting a 5 from me. That is sick. Wow, that is really good. Yeah. By the way, yeah, Don Pokey could be right. Composites require a lot of stuff, but yeah, I agree. It doesn't really do anything on a save. Now, it's interesting here, though. I have a question here. Read this. It says, all creatures in the area take 2d6 bludgeoning damage with a basic fortitude save against your glass DC period. All right, lift. Yeah, so if they pass the save, nothing happens to them. They take basically half of 2d6, almost no damage. That's really good, though. That's really good. Wow. All right, Rolling Mudslide is earth and water. 2 actions, nothing here notable. You form water and earth into a mudslide that smashes your opponents and coats them. They take 2d8 bludgeoning. Yeah, not great. Wait, which area? Does it tell us what the area is? What is the area of this spell? Oh, it needs errata. Okay. Let's assume it's a cone. All right. Well, let's assume it's some sort of cone or area effect. They're pushed 5 feet and coated in mud. While they're coated in mud, they fall prone at the end of its movement anytime it ends a move action other than a crawl or a step. The creature can attempt an acrobatics or reflex save to avoid the fall if it succeeds. Yeah, I don't know. It could be anything. But let's assume for a moment it's some sort of 30-foot cone, Floyd. I think that's pretty good. So the damage is very minimal. The pushing is totally minimal. But if it fails, they get coated in mud, and then basically they auto fall prone. Well, no. Each time it ends its movement, other than crawling or stepping, it has to make an acrobatics or reflex check or fall. That's pretty good. I like it. It's hard to say, so I don't want to give it too good of stats. So I'm going to give it a 3 and a 3. But it could be better than that. I don't know. Yeah. I'll just go with a 3 because it's kind of in the middle. All right. I think we have 2 more. Steam Knight. Yeah. Steam Knight and Tree of Duality. So Steam Knight is fire and water. You shape your kinetic aura into a swirling armor of steam that scalds your enemy and propels you on superheated jet streams. A creature can take damage from Steam Knight only once a round. Your steam armor gives you a probably fairly meaningless +10 bonus to stats. This has all long strider effects, but let's just assume that you can do it. Whenever you leap, you can jump up to your speed. Cool. You don't immediately fall at the end of your jump, however, provided you leap again with your next action. If you leap over a creature and come within 10 feet, that creature takes 2d6 fire damage. At the start of each of your turns, you can emit steam. Oh, it's a stance. Okay, it's a one action stance. At the start of each of your turns, you can emit steam as a free action. It's 2d6 damage to each creature in your kinetic aura, and if they fail, they're pushed back 5 feet. And the damage scales very, very slowly. Fun. I don't think this is super powerful or effective. We know about the status bonus to Steed, doesn't really stack with a whole lot of things. Leaping is fine, but the damage is fairly minimal and trivial. It is a sort of, yeah, I mean, I think a steam-powered double jump, I think it's cute. 7 per round at level 6. Yeah, maybe. All right, you guys convince me. I'll go up to 3. All right, lastly is the Tree of Duality, which is our final air and wood. 3 action, no overflow. An ephemeral tree bursts forth, floating on air in an unoccupied square. Blooming flowers and fungal growths shed pollens and spores which swirl in a 10-foot emanation. It lasts until the end of your next turn, but you can't sustain it for up to 1 minute. We can either... Is it both? Yes, it's both. You get cleaning pollen and hallucinogenic spores. All right. Unfortunate Pumpkin says, you guys suck. You guys want to be cute. All right. I'm reducing it to 2. All right. You get both. Each living ally that is in the area or enters it heals for 3d4 damage and then is immune for 10 minutes. So it's an AoE. Like it's an AoE lay on hands. It's a little weak. Like lay on hands would be like 18 damage and this would be like 7. So it's like half, a little bit less than half, but it could be everybody. And then the spores, they are just dazzled, which of course gives you a DC 4 flat check to 5 flat check, DC 4 flat check, DC 5 flat check to target anybody. Enemies in the area are dazzled. An enemy that leaves the area remains dazzled until the start of its next turn. Yeah, I think that's fine. I'll give it a 3. All right. So the air from the composites got a 3.2. The earth got a 3. The fire got a 3.2. The metal got a 1.8. Water got a 2.8. And wood got a 2.4. So air is number 1 in both. I mean, it's tied with fire in composites, but air is number 1 in both. Is number 1 in both the ratings and the composite ratings. Well, for all of you saying it's a no save dazzle, keep in mind though, it is 1 tree with a 10-foot emanation burst. Like it's not like it's completely unassailable. And go figure, the 1 composite for air under 3 is the 1 paired with metal. That's true. That is absolutely true. Yeah. So, I mean, the takeaway here is, let's break this down here one more last time. Let me hold on a second. Let's take a look here. So all in all, we can see that in the early parts of the game, honestly, there is a lot of power to be had in pretty much every single one of these. As we get higher and higher in level, some of the feats fall off in some of the classes. But even air, which came in number 1, we kind of really weren't, we didn't love all their high level feats. They're just so strong with their base level abilities, which is the stuff that you're going to be doing over and over again. But I think there's a couple of things that I want to point out. Number 1 is, yes, metal did come in much lower and in both the composites and the single gates. But, it's very circumstantial. And for all the times, if you could do something against, metal opponents or people wearing metal armor, this is going to be way, way stronger. But I think the biggest takeaway for me, and air is strictly the best, but my main takeaway is, well done, Paizo. Because aside from that, I play a lot of Magic the Gathering, and in most Magic the Gathering sets, there might be like 10 archetypes that you can draft. There's 5 colors. You can pair them up twice. Usually there's like 10 archetypes. If 7 of them, if 8 of the archetypes are playable, you're pretty happy about that. Metal may be a little underpowered, but honestly, the other 5 are all not just fine, they are more than fine. Air, probably a little bit better, but it's first among equals. To have 5 of the 6 elements not only be good, but different and have unique sort of taste, like different mobility, damage, defense, battlefield control, healing, right? All of these things are consumed within this class. And to be completely honest with you, you could mix and match. We didn't even get into that really, but think about how different an air, you could have a water wood character and have just insane healing capabilities, but you could be an earth fire and be like some sort of close range damage dealing machine. It's going to be so powerful to be able to just mix and match it, to be able to basically not only create something, but here's the best part. We didn't get into this, but one of the things I liked about the Thaumaturge is that the Thaumaturge gets 3 implements, and each implement is sort of like a mini class that you are adding on to your character. But you don't have to make that decision at level 1. You start at level 1, you get 1 implement, you get to see what's happening in the campaign. You get to see what's happening with the party dynamic. And then at level 3, I think, you pick up your 2nd implement, and you can make that choice knowing what are some of the gaps that the party has. If the party is, got a lot of frontliners and they're doing a lot of damage, you probably don't pick up the weapon implement. But maybe they need more support or more healing, and you pick up a chalice implement. The same thing is true for the Kineticist. You might start with a single gate or a dual gate, and when you get to level 5 and 9 and 13 and 17, you get to make an interesting choice. Do I want to focus in more on one particular element because we could use more of that in the party? Or do I need to, diversify? We're a little low on healing. It'd be nice to have another healing. I'm going to pick up wood, or I'm going to pick up water because I'd like to pick up some of these additional healing abilities, or I'd like some more, damage dealing capabilities. I'll pick up fire. Maybe I'll pick up earth. So I think that is so awesome because those aren't decisions that you're making at level 1. Those are, you get to make these, every 4 levels, right? 1, 5, 9, 13, 17, you kind of get to change up your character a little bit without refocusing it. And we didn't even get into it, but the fact is, once you get to a reasonable level, you can basically retrain one of your feats per day, every day for free, like the way that other people prepare their spells. Eventually, it's twice a day, 2 times in the morning. It's called reflow, and it's awesome because it means that the feats that are super niche and you're like, I would never take this. And yes, if it comes up in the middle of the day, you're probably shit out of luck. But with a couple days journey, you could reflow and really change out your whole character and really be something different. You can't change your kinetic gates without full retraining, but you could definitely change your feats around, and that gives you just an incredible amount of flexibility to play. Incredible class. Complicated as shit, but again, 17 feats, and we didn't get into it, but great. A lot of these low level feats, level 1, 2, 4, bomber. So it's a great class to archetype into as well, because some of the low level feats are just gas. Yeah. So what an incredible class. I mean, well done. I had the opportunity to meet Jessica at Gen Con. It was a lot of fun getting to hang out with her and hear about her. And I know she didn't design this class, but she was definitely part of this book. And it's just, again, this is the reason I am excited about the remaster. It's the reason why when they mentioned at Gen Con that there's going to be a new book coming out with playtest soon with 2 new classes, I am, my ears are perked up because what they are doing with Dark Archive and now Rage of Elements, I'm in for it. I love it. I love the design of this game. I love where they're going with it. I could tell that they're learning, and it's great to see. And again, I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with a lot of the classes from the beginning, but obviously there was a lot of classes that we felt maybe needed help. We understand that they are going to get redesigned. They're probably not going to get redesigned as much as I would like them to be, But you don't have to play a witch and you don't have to play a barbarian. You can just go play a kineticist, or you can go play a thaumaturge and, have fun with it. So, there's always new classes. But anyways, it just a great book, great class, a lot of fun, a lot of design elements. We could do a whole nother hour on just how good the class is designed, but it really is well designed. So, all right, everybody, that is going to do it. One of our longest streams ever, but you all threw together some incredible amount of money for me tonight. Thank you so much for making it fun, making it interesting. Obviously, so many of you contributed, and I appreciate each and every single one of you. Big shout out to our patrons who support this channel. Obviously, you all coming in here with the tips and stuff tonight really took care of business. But yeah, we have a big Northern Reaches errata that came out. I think it came out today. So I'm going to go get some sleep because I got a meeting in a couple hours. Well, like 6 hours, 7 hours. But I'm looking forward to talking more about you. So again, fantastic class. Great job. Look forward to seeing you on the Patreon if you're not already there. Big shout out to our Exalted and Legends for just their incredible support that they give to this channel. Big shout out to all of our patrons and to you, our humble viewers. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. And I will see you next week with Root. We'll be back on Tuesday with Root. And I don't know what we're going to do after that. We've also got a Call of Cthulhu or Call of Cthulhu first look coming up here in the next couple of weeks. It's going to be really, really sweet. We look forward to seeing you. And again, thank you. All right, everybody. I'm going to go get some sleep. We'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Good night, everybody.